Chapter 1485. Are you saying that you won't give it to me? Killing intent shot out from the bald man's eyes. So what if I don't give it to you? The corners of Yi Xian's mouth curled up slightly. He wanted to see if this bald man had the guts to attack. He also wanted to see how capable this profound life battlefield was to be able to kill a fourth-tier profound death realm expert. Or was it just an alarmist? Humph, you're the first one to resist all the robberies I've robbed along the way. Fine, I'd like to see what will happen when I attack. As soon as the bald man finished speaking, he immediately threw a punch at Yi Xian, the vital energy fist, which contained a powerful, profound death chi, flew directly at Yi Xian. Facing a first-tier profound death realm brat, the bald man did not need to use any special ability. Therefore, Yi Xian could easily defeat him. However, before Yi Xian could attack, a strange aura suddenly appeared. Suddenly, a strange aura spread out. Then, the true energy fist disappeared into thin air, dissipating between heaven and earth. What's going on? Yi Xian and the bald man were shocked. They did not understand what had happened. Yi Xian did not attack at all. Why did the attack disappear on its own? At this moment, the bald man glanced out of the corner of his eye and suddenly raised his head. He discovered that a huge eye was staring at him. Yi Xian followed his gaze and discovered the huge eye. This is the eye of all things. Yi Xian immediately recognized the pattern on the huge eye. It was the same pattern as the eyes of all things he had obtained previously. However, this eye of all things was terrifyingly huge. Ugh! The burly man in front of Yi Xian, who was at the fourth level of the profound death realm, suddenly let out a strange sound. Yi Xian focused his eyes and discovered that the burly man's neck was wrapped around by the power of Wanxiang. Crack! With a crisp sound, the brute's head was directly plucked off by the power of all things. His head was separated from his body. When Yi Xian saw this, he immediately felt a chill run down his spine. The eyes of 10,000 forms had killed a fourth-level profound death stage brawny man. Could it be that this enormous eye of 10,000 forms was the manager of this profound life battlefield? Once someone violated it, it would kill them? By the time Yi Xian reacted, the huge eye of nature had already disappeared without a trace. If not for the headless corpse, Yi Xian would have thought that he was dreaming. In the blink of an eye, a fourth-tier profound death realm expert had fallen. Yi Xian paused for a few seconds before he went over to collect the corpse and the universe ring. Could this be a pie falling from the sky? Benefits? There were quite a lot of things in this interspatial ring, but it was not enough for Yi Xian and the others to break through. After all, they had all been used up by the brawny man. Earlier, Luo Luo said that there were numerous mysterious and formidable eyes in this world. For example, the eye of myriad, the eye of death, the eye of samsara, and so on and so forth. So long as one cultivates it to a certain extent, one would be able to traverse space and utilize it. Yi Xian thought to himself as he hurried on his way. He suddenly recalled the eye of death that had almost killed him. In the future, if he found out who the owner of the eye of death was, he would definitely kill him. After all, he had almost been killed by the eye of death. If the mini sky dragon had not saved him, the consequences would have been unimaginable. After experiencing this welfare interlude, Yi Xian continued on his way. The entrance to the profound death battlefield was to the north of Tianfeng City. Relying on the speed of the shadow steps, Yi Xian spent a total of 2 days before arriving at the teleportation palace of the profound death battlefield. This teleportation palace was extremely desolate, and there was only one teleporter present. This teleportation was different from the previous ones as one had to pass a test. The teleporter discovered Yi Xian and asked, Kid, you want to go to the profound death battlefield? Yes. Yi Xian nodded. Good. If you want to be teleported to the profound death battlefield, there is a condition. You have to receive a punch from me. If you succeed, you will be teleported free of charge, said the teleporter. He was an expert at the third level of the profound death realm. His punch was not something an ordinary person could receive. However, Yi Xian was not afraid. After all, he had even killed the Tianfeng city's city lord. Come. Yi Xian took out the scarlet flame sword. The teleporter did not waste any words and directly threw out a punch. This punch was enough to send an expert at the second level of the profound death realm flying. However, Yi Xian effortlessly threw out a sword and defeated this punch. Rumble! The two true chis collided, creating waves of air. He received a punch. You do have some strength. Good, go in. The teleporter nodded in satisfaction. Only those who could receive a punch from him had the qualifications to enter the profound death battlefield. Otherwise, they would be sending themselves to their deaths. The profound death battlefield was even more cruel than the profound life battlefield. The daily slaughter was almost 3 times that of the profound life battlefield. Yi Xian entered the teleportation array, and the teleporter began to teleport. Very soon, Yi Xian's vision changed, and he was teleported to the profound death battlefield in a few seconds. The teleportation array landed on a mountain peak. At this moment, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the sky, as if it was about to rain. Just as Yi Xian landed on the ground, he smelled an unpleasant smell. The air in the profound death battlefield is filled with profound death qi. Cultivating here will be twice the result with half the effort. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. However, he did not rely on cultivation to break through. Therefore, whether the profound death qi was abundant or not had nothing to do with him. Luo, how long do you need to break through? Yi Xian asked. Half a day. Luo replied. During this period of time, she had been cultivating in seclusion. In half a day, she would be able to break through to the profound death realm. Compared to Yi Xian, this speed was slow. However, to others, it was simply godly speed. After all, she had only broken through to the profound life realm for 2 to 3 months. Some people might not be able to break through even once in 100 or 1,000 years. However, Luo was able to step into the profound death realm from the immortality realm in 2 to 3 months. This was enough to show how strong the bloodline in her body was. Of course, the life and death plate's base also played a part in this. The base of the life and death plate was helping Luo refine the profound life qi. The profound death qi in the profound death battlefield is abundant. The profound life qi is suppressed by at least 50%. However, I have the immortal phoenix bloodline in my body. Coupled with the profound life qi, my injuries can be healed in an instant. Yi Xian thought to himself. He surveyed his surroundings and prepared to leave. However, just as he rose into the air, a deafening roar suddenly came from the horizon. This was a dragon's roar. A Tong Tian beast from the profound death battlefield. Let's see. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and quickly rushed over. Previously, he had used his trump card, Unicorn's Descent, to deal with the 2 flaming twin-headed hounds at the 3rd level of the profound death realm. Now that Unicorn's Descent was on cooldown, he had to find some Tong Tian beast corpses to recover. When Yi Xian rushed over, he saw a green heavenly dragon fighting with a huge black bear. At this moment, the battle had just ended. The green heavenly dragon crushed the black bear's head with its claws and began to feast. Chapter 1486. Yi Xian estimated that the azure dragon was at the 3rd tier of the profound death realm, while the black bear was at the 2nd tier of the profound death realm. It was normal for a third tier of the profound death realm to kill a second tier of the profound death realm. In order for a Tong Tian beast to grow, it had to eat continuously and absorb the energy in its prey. Yi Xian was in need of corpses, so he took out the scarlet flame sword. Kill! With a low roar, 3 figures dashed out. The azure dragon noticed Yi Xian and the other 2. After letting out a roar, it stopped eating and pounced towards Yi Xian and the other 2. Wei Zhentian loved to transform into a sky dragon the most. With a shake of his body, he transformed into another green sky dragon. However, his green sky dragon was not as handsome as the azure dragon. In the blink of an eye, Yi Xian and the other 2 exchanged blows with the azure dragon. Killing in 10 explosion, sky scorching sword art, residual flame. In the first exchange, Yi Xian and the other 2 made the azure dragon turn red. The 3 of them dealt a great deal of damage to the azure dragon. Although Yi Xian was only at the first tier of the profound death realm, he had the unicorn deterrence, which doubled the damage to the azure dragon. Although the azure dragon was strong, it could not withstand such a beating. Wei Zhentian's claws pierced into the azure dragon's body, causing blood to spurt out like a fountain. In the blink of an eye, the azure dragon was on the verge of death, and Yi Xian harvested it. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. A system notification rang in Yi Xian's mind, causing his killing intent to soar. My killing intent has almost reached half. Just a little more, and I will reach the upper limit. Then, I will exchange it for devouring points. Yi Xian thought in his heart as he flew over to put away the azure dragon's corpse. He gave the corpse to the old tree and kept the beast's soul. He would wait until his killing intent reached the upper limit before exchanging it for devouring points. If he devoured it now, he would have a breakthrough. All right, Wei Zhentian, old tree, let's travel together. After the death of the azure dragon, Yi Xian gave the other 2 instructions before heading off in 3 different directions. When he entered the Xian death battlefield, his battle merits were reset to 0. Since he had already used up all his battle merits in the Xian life battlefield, it was fine even if they were reset to 0. The first step of Yi Xian's plan was to find a map of the profound death battlefield. Very soon, Luo let out a joyous laugh within the planting space. After a period of cultivation, she had finally broken through to the profound death stage. Young master, 2 of my tails have turned into gold again, Luo said in shock. Previously, she already had 3 golden tails. Now that she had 2 more, she had a total of 5. There were still 4 tails that had yet to turn golden. Yi Xian was also guessing in his heart. When Luo's 9 tails turned into gold, would the heaven-loathing fox bloodline in her body be fully activated? However, right at this moment, Wei Zhentian suddenly sent him a message. He had encountered a powerful heaven-connecting beast that was chasing after him. How rare! Wei Zhentian is actually being chased. Yi Xian could not help but laugh. Without asking further, he broke through the void and arrived beside Wei Zhentian. However, in the next moment, he was shocked. The heaven-connecting beast that was chasing after Wei Zhentian was actually another azure dragon. However, this azure dragon was several times larger than the azure dragon that they had killed before. 5th level profound death stage. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. Wei Zhentian had really gotten himself into big trouble. This azure dragon was at least at the 5th level profound death stage. It was not something that he could deal with at the moment. Roar. When the azure dragon saw Yi Xian, it could not help but roar towards the sky. What? It was the blood on your body that attracted it. When Yi Xian heard Wei Zhentian's words, he was stunned. He recalled that half a day ago, Wei Zhentian was indeed stained with the azure dragon's blood. That was why the azure dragon was chasing after Wei Zhentian. So that was the reason. Yi Xian immediately understood. However, he had to deal with this problem first. If Yi Xian wanted to leave, he could just break through the void and leave. However, this was a 5th level profound death stage, heaven connecting beast. If he killed it, he would gain a large amount of killing intent. Moreover, if he gave it to the old tree to refine, he would at least be able to break through to the 3rd level profound death stage. Leave? Of course not. Just as Yi Xian was about to make his move, a ray of fiery light suddenly swept across the sky. Beep! Yi Xian turned around and focused his gaze. He discovered that it was a flaming eagle. It's the flaming crimson rock. Yi Xian recognized it. The flaming crimson rock was probably at the 5th level profound death stage. If it was here to help the azure dragon, Yi Xian would have to run away. However, if it was not, normally heaven-connecting beasts had their own territories. The azure dragon's roar was heard by the flaming crimson rock. Therefore, the flaming crimson rock rushed over because this was its territory. Roar! When the azure dragon saw the flaming crimson rock, it immediately opened its bloody mouth and spat out a dragon breath. Beep! The flaming crimson rock was not to be outdone. The flames on its body flickered wildly, and an extremely strong flame met the dragon breath. Rumble! When the 2 different flames collided, the shockwaves spread, and even Yi Xian was affected. Fortunately, he had a high resistance to fire. Otherwise, he would have been burned. Good. 2 5th level profound death stage heaven-connecting beasts are fighting. Not bad, not bad. We can reap the benefits. Yi Xian nodded satisfactorily. The azure dragon and the flaming crimson rock were mortal enemies. Now that the azure dragon had invaded the flaming crimson rock's territory, the 2 naturally started fighting. Wang! Wei Zhentian suddenly trembled. Don't go. Once you run, the azure dragon will definitely continue to chase you. I want both sides to suffer, Yi Xian said to Wei Zhentian. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He did not expect to encounter such a good thing the moment he entered the Xian death battlefield. 2 5th level profound death stage heaven-connecting beasts could increase his killing intent by a lot. As long as he killed them, even if he did not reach the upper limit, it would be close. Moreover, devouring the corpses of the 2 5th level profound death stage heaven-connecting beasts could be used to recover the cooldown of the unicorn's descent. The old tree could also be used for a breakthrough. Yi Xian would naturally not let go of such a good opportunity. The battle between the 2 heaven-connecting beasts was exceptionally intense. If Yi Xian was not an ordinary person, he would have died long ago. As their strength was similar, both sides were injured. As time passed, their auras started to weaken. Their strength was probably less than 70% of their peak strength. This was a good thing for Yi Xian. The azure dragon's hatred for the flaming crimson rock was very high. A few of its children had died at the hands of the flaming crimson rock. Therefore, it was prepared to perish together with the azure dragon in this battle. Soon, the azure dragon and the flaming crimson rock's profound life chi were exhausted. Next, it was a battle of life and death. Chapter 1487. Roar. Beep. The battle became more and more intense. Yi Xian wanted to intervene, but he was still looking for an opportunity. In the end, the azure dragon bit the crimson rock's body. The crimson rock flapped its wings and cut the azure dragon's body in half. Both sides were injured. This was the best opportunity for Yi Xian to strike. Wei Zhentian, blade storm. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. He immediately gave the order to Wei Zhentian. At the same time, he and the old tree charged forward. Wei Zhentian had been hit by the Azure Dragon's dragon breath. However, with the immortal Phoenix bloodline's recovery speed and fire resistance, he managed to survive. Now it was time for revenge. Thousands of blood swords swept down and drilled into the Azure Dragon's body. Roar! The Azure Dragon roared in pain, but there was nothing it could do. On the other side, the old tree flashed behind the Crimson Rock and punched at the wound caused by the Azure Dragon. Bam! With a muffled sound, the Crimson Rock's fur was burnt away. The wound expanded and blood splattered everywhere. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Xian raised his sword and slashed down. Killing intent explosion. Sky-burning sword technique. Swoosh! With a piercing sound, half of the Crimson Rock's wing was sliced off. Beep! The Crimson Rock let out a miserable shriek. The flames on its body trembled, and a flaming bird pounced at Yi Xian. Fortunately, Yi Xian was fast enough to dodge it. Yi Xian was very bold to attack two heaven-connecting beasts at level 5 profound death realm at the same time. However, he had no choice. After all, he saw someone coming from afar. He had to deal with it quickly. Fortunately, he asked Wei Zhentian to use Blade Storm. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. A system notification suddenly rang out. The Azure Dragon let out a roar and fell limply to the ground. It was dead. Then, the blood swords flew out of the Azure Dragon's mouth and attacked the Crimson Rock. The power of over 1,000 blood swords was not something an ordinary person could withstand. The Blood Flame Rock was unwilling to give up. It launched another flame assault. However, Wei Zhentian's flame resistance was not low either. He took it head-on. Rip! 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 A series of crisp sounds rang out as all of the blood swords sank into the Blood Flame Rock's body. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. Yi Xian's killing intent increased by a large margin. However, it was still not enough. Yi Xian couldn't care less. He put away the two corpses and looked ahead. Coincidentally, 3 figures landed and entered Yi Xian's line of sight. The 3 figures were all humans. However, the one leading the group seemed to be at the 4th level of the profound death stage, while the other 2 behind him were at the 3rd level of the profound death stage. Because his killing intent value had not reached the upper limit, Yi Xian did not choose to break through. Otherwise, he would have killed these people as easily as killing chickens. Kid, did you collect those 2 corpses? The middle-aged man in the lead glanced at the bloodstains on the ground and asked Yi Xian, "So what if I did?" Yi Xian replied. He guessed that the 3 of them were attracted by the sounds of the battle between the Azure Dragon and the Blood Flame Rock. They also happened to see the 2 5th-level profound death stage heaven-reaching beasts injuring each other. The corpses of 2 5th-level profound death stage heaven-reaching beasts were extremely precious. How could they not come? Since that is the case, hand them over, and I will spare your life. The middle-aged man had an arrogant expression as he spoke to Yi Xian in a commanding tone. As expected, after Yi Xian heard the middle-aged man, the corner of his mouth curled up slightly. He said, "It is right and proper to kill others for their treasures. However, if you dare to steal from me, Yi Xian, then you should be prepared to die." As soon as he finished speaking, the blood swords in the air swept out. If it wasn't for the sword storm, this battle would have taken some time. However, with the sword storm, the 3 of them were like chickens and pottery dogs. Residual flame. The old tree also attacked directly. In an instant, he appeared behind a 3rd-level profound death stage expert. Bang! Before the other party could react, the old tree had already thrown a punch. The punch landed directly on the other party's head. Immediately, blood and flesh splattered everywhere before they were incinerated. Instant kill. When the three of them saw that Yi Xian was only a first-level profound death stage expert, and that the old tree did not look very powerful, they did not take them seriously. Now, they had paid a heavy price. What? The leading middle-aged man and the other person were shocked. How did the head of a person who was still alive and well a moment ago suddenly explode? At this moment, the blood swords had already swept over. They hurriedly retaliated, although many of the blood swords were knocked away. With the immortal phoenix bloodline, the blood swords were immediately repaired and attacked again. Their expressions changed drastically. They finally understood that they had gotten themselves into big trouble. They quickly turned around and left. However, they were already surrounded by the blood swords. How could they escape? Stop. I don't want the corpses. We will leave now. Immediately, the leading middle-aged man screamed in agony. You think you can come and go as you please? Do you think this is a public toilet? Yi Xian snorted coldly and slashed out with his sword. A flaming sword aura pierced through the air. The blood swords along the way avoided it and hit the other person. Rip! The other third-level profound death stage expert's head was directly chopped off. No, spare my life. The leading middle-aged man wanted to beg for mercy, but his body was pierced by the blood swords, and he died on the spot. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. Ding! Host's killing intent has reached the upper limit. Would you like to exchange it for 1 devour point? Yes. Yi Xian replied directly in his mind. Ding! Killing intent successfully exchanged. Hearing this, Yi Xian subconsciously glanced at it and realized that he already had 3 devour points. Since the killing intent had reached the upper limit and had been exchanged for devour points, Yi Xian could break through. Ding! Host has broken through. Currently at 2nd level profound death stage. Ding! Spirit of Ashes has broken through. Currently at 3rd level profound death stage. Ding! Spirit of Ashes has broken through. Currently at 4th level profound death stage. Ding! Wei Zhentian has broken through. Currently at 3rd level profound death stage. System notifications rang one after another. Yi Xian's team's strength had increased by more than 10 times. Even if they were to encounter the Azure Dragon and the Crimson Rock at the same time, they would be able to fight and kill them. However, just as Yi Xian was about to leave, he suddenly found a secret scroll in the leading man's Qian Kuan ring. Even Yi Xian's eye of revelation could not see through this secret scroll. He did not know what it was. Soul, I search his soul. At that moment, Yi Xian searched the soul of the man in the lead and finally found out about the secret scroll. This secret scroll was actually a treasure map. There were a total of 4 pieces. The leading man heard that the city master of Tianluo City was paying a high price to buy this secret scroll. So, he wanted to get rid of this secret scroll. Halfway through, he encountered the Azure Dragon and the Crimson Rock and thought that he had gotten a good deal. Unexpectedly, he was buried here. Chapter 1488. The value of this secret scroll is actually so high. Yi Xian was shocked. From the memories of the leader, he knew that this secret scroll was worth 100,000 battle merits. Moreover, it was 100,000 battle merits from the profound death battlefield. With this, the leader could break through to the 6th level of the profound death realm. I didn't expect it to be so valuable. Looks like I can make a trip to Tianluo City. As long as I obtain this, I can at least reach the 3rd level of the profound death realm, or even the 4th level. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and headed towards the northwest. This was the direction of Tianluo City. A day later, he arrived at Tianluo City. Tianluo City was considered to be in a good position in the profound death battlefield. It was quite strong, and there were many profound death realm experts on the streets. However, the experienced Yi Xian would not take the secret scroll to the Tianluo City Lord Mansion. What if the other party coveted it? However, after asking around, he dispelled his doubts. There was an auction house in Tianluo City set up by the 100 Fox Manor. Yi Xian could go there to trade. Yi Xian asked a passerby about the location of the auction house. After a while, he arrived at the auction house. "Sir, what do you need?" A waiter came up to greet them. "Call your boss or supervisor," Yi Xian said directly. Hearing this, the auction house attendant's eyes lit up. Usually, this kind of situation meant that there was a big order. "Sir, please follow me." The attendant led Yi Xian into a private room before leaving. After a while, he returned with an old man. When Yi Xian felt this aura, he was shocked. This old man was actually at the 6th level of the profound death realm. "Sir, do you need?" Before the old man could finish speaking, his body trembled violently as he said in shock, "Greetings, my lord." Indeed, Yi Xian's guess was right. The reincarnation fox had already spread the news about him. There were probably many people who knew him. "You know me?" Yi Xian pretended to be surprised and asked, "The villa master has ordered us to fully support you, sir. However, we cannot directly give you cultivation resources." The old man replied. The portraits of Yi Xian and the others had spread to all the properties under the 100 Fox Villa. Of course, only the higher-ups of the properties knew about them. "I don't want to take things for free. Here is a secret scroll. Help me." Without another word, Yi Xian took out the secret scroll. In the land of reincarnation, who would dare to touch the guests of Reincarnation Fox? When the old man saw the scroll, he was shocked and said, "It's actually the blueprint of the mystic moon tomb." "What is this?" Yi Xian asked. "The city lord of Heaven Luo City is currently purchasing this secret scroll. Previously, there were already 3 scrolls. Now this is the 4th scroll. The complete set," the old man said excitedly. "Only by gathering all 4 blueprints can you enter the mystic moon tomb and solve the first trap without being injured." "What's in the mystic moon tomb?" Yi Xian asked again. "It's said to be the tomb of a samsara realm expert. The tomb is open, but there are many traps. If you don't know how to solve the traps, you'll die if you enter," the old man replied. "Oh, then help me first." Yi Xian didn't care so much. The old man paused and replied, "The city lord of Heaven Luo City is buying the last scroll for 100,000 battle credits. How about this? I'll buy it for 150,000. Although the villa master of 100 Fox Villa had ordered not to directly help Yi Xian, he really did need this secret scroll. He just raised the price a little, using 50,000 battle credits in exchange for Yi Xian's favor was definitely worth it. "All right, just exchange all the battle credits for ores and fire attribute treasures." Yi Xian nodded. "All right, I'll do it now." The old man was swift and decisive, leaving as soon as he said so. Although he didn't know what Yi Xian wanted these for, he didn't ask and just went to prepare them. Very soon, he returned. "My lord, please check." The old man respectfully handed a Qiankuan ring to Yi Xian. The old man was already very polite to Yi Xian by saying that the price was too high. Therefore, Yi Xian didn't calculate and directly swallowed the ring. Ding! Host has broken through. Current level is 3rd tier of profound death realm. Ding! Wei Zhentian has broken through. Current level is 4th tier of profound death realm. Ding! Spirit of Ashes has broken through. Current level is 5th tier of profound death realm. As Old Tree had refined a few heaven-reaching beast corpses, the speed of his breakthrough was much faster than Wei Zhentian. At the same time, Yi Xian himself was about to break through to 4th tier of profound death realm. Since the mystic moon tomb is open, doesn't that mean that someone will follow you in now that you've obtained the solution? Yi Xian suddenly asked. The owner of the mystic moon tomb was suspected to be a samsara realm expert. Naturally, he was interested. Yes, the 4 secret scrolls are now in the hands of me, the city lord of Heaven Luo City, the palace master of Earth Demon Prefecture, and a mysterious expert. They have already discussed and agreed that whoever has the secret scrolls will get an equal share of the treasures. The old man nodded. Then you should discuss when to enter. Yi Xian nodded. The old man had just obtained the last secret scroll, and the other 3 forces didn't know about it. Therefore, they still needed to discuss. My lord, if you're interested, you can join our team when the time comes. The old man said respectfully. Let's see when the time comes. Yi Xian didn't want to think about it for the time being. He decided to take a look at the mystic moon tomb first before deciding whether to act alone or join the team. All right, my lord, please do as you wish. After the old man finished speaking, he immediately left the auction house. As for Yi Xian, he directly left as well, leaving only Wei Zhentian to guard this place. If the old man returned, he would immediately report it to Yi Xian. As for Yi Xian and the old tree, they left Heaven Luo City and headed to a dangerous place to kill Tong Tian beasts. Firstly, they could level up. Secondly, they could restore the cool down of Unicorn's descent. The 4 parties in the mystic moon tomb discussed for 2 days. During these 2 days, Yi Xian killed countless Tong Tian beasts and raised his cultivation to the 4th tier of the profound death realm. He gave the rest to the auction house to raise Wei Zhentian's cultivation to the 5th tier of the profound death realm. My lord, the time has been set. It will be tomorrow. The owner of the auction house said to Yi Xian, How are the strength of the other 3 forces? Yi Xian asked. Only by knowing oneself and one's enemy could one win 100 battles. Although they were working together, they still needed to understand the other 3 forces so that it would be easier for them to deal with any unforeseen circumstances. Chapter 1489. As for the auction house, Yi Xian understood that it was similar to the Earth Demon residence. However, he didn't understand why the Fox of Reincarnation didn't send someone to bring Luo to the 100 Fox Manor. What would happen if Luo was left to wander outside? Yi Xian didn't know the reason. Maybe the Fox of Reincarnation had already sent a super expert to protect Luo in secret, or maybe it was to let Luo experience and grow by herself. However, Yi Xian had a strange premonition about this trip to the mystic moon tomb. He felt that he would have a great adventure this time. This mystic moon tomb was very important to him. All right, I'll go with your team tomorrow to take a look. Yi Xian nodded and said, Yes, my lord. The auction house owner nodded and left immediately. Taking advantage of this day, Yi Xian continued to kill monsters to level up. Now that Song Suijing and Judge Song had been rescued, he didn't have to rush for time. If it was before, he would definitely use his soul eye to control the auction house or other forces and plunder them. However, it was boring to use it too much, so it was better to kill monsters himself. Of course, it depended on his mood. 1 day later, he returned on time. Greetings, my lord. Seeing Yi Xian return, the auction house owner, Song Qingxing, respectfully said. There were already many experts beside him. At the same time, there was also an expert from the Fox clan whose aura was stronger than Song Qingxing's. 7th profound death realm expert. Greetings, my lord. The expert from the Fox clan also cupped his fists towards Yi Xian with a respectful expression. You're from the 100 Fox Manor? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. I'm Bai Ming, the 46th generation disciple of the Bai clan of the 100 Fox Manor. The expert from the Fox clan replied respectfully. Yi Xian didn't know how old the Bai clan's generation was, but looking at the expert from the Fox clan, he didn't look old. Seeing Yi Xian's silence, Bai Ming continued, I'm in charge of this area and I happen to be nearby, so I want to enter the Mystic Moon Tomb to take a look. Yi Xian faintly nodded his head. Bai Ming was an expert at the 7th level of the profound death stage. With him leading them, they would be much safer. Furthermore, they would not be any weaker than the others. After the auction house finished gathering, they met up with the other 3 forces outside the city. When Yi Xian left the city with the group, he found that there were already many people waiting outside. Most of them were unaffiliated players who had heard the news and were preparing to go to the Mystic Moon Tomb together. The Mystic Moon Tomb was open, and anyone could enter. The secret scroll of the Forcex was only the first level of deciphering. There might be other dangers after entering, so he needed some cannon fodder. At this moment, the other 3 forces had already gathered in another area outside the city. City Lord, Manor Lord, our people are here, Song Qingxing said to the 2 of them. The City Lord of Heaven, Luo City, looked like a middle-aged man. And so did the Manor Lord of Earth Demon Manor. As for the mysterious expert, who had the 3rd secret scroll, he wore a bamboo hat and was hidden under a black robe. He hid his aura very well, and no one dared to approach him. This is the City Lord of Heaven. Luo City glanced at Bai Ming in surprise. Bai Ming was from the Fox clan. In the land of reincarnation, almost all of the Fox clan at the profound death stage were related to the 100 Fox clan. This wasn't a good sign. Bai Ming is in charge of the auction house in the 3 surrounding cities. Bai Ming answered directly. Seems like he's the manager of the 100 Fox clan. The Manor Lord of Earth Demon Manor frowned. For this trip to the Mystic Moon Tomb, they had already reached an agreement with the City Lord of Heaven Luo City. When the time came, they would work together to get rid of the auction house and the others. However, now that someone from the 100 Fox clan had appeared, it was going to be a little difficult. If they were going to do it, they would have to do it thoroughly. Otherwise, they would offend the 100 Fox clan. The 100 Fox clan was one of the 3 overlords in the land of reincarnation. Even if Heaven Luo City's strength was increased by 100, 1,000, or even 10,000 times, they would definitely not be a match for the 100 Fox clan. In fact, they might not even be a match for any of the Fox clan's branches in the 100 Fox clan. It seemed like the agreement between the 2 parties was going to become a 3-party agreement. The City Lord of Heaven Luo City and the Manor Lord of Earth Demon Manor were thinking that even if they had to shed all pretense of cordiality, they couldn't go against the auction house. If that's the case, let's go. The City Lord of Heaven Luo City did not waste any time and led the team to hurry on their way. The other forces quickly followed. The 4 secret scrolls had appeared, but they had yet to be deciphered. They decided to wait until they reached the Mystic Moon Tomb. Yi Xian mixed in with the auction house's team and scanned with his eye of revelation. He discovered that he could not see through the mysterious expert who had the 3rd secret scroll. It seemed like he was at least at the 7th profound death stage. No wonder he dared to come alone. It turned out that he was strong. At this moment, Bai Ming suddenly moved to Yi Xian's side and asked, "My lord, may I know where the other lords are?" Although Bai Ming did not finish his sentence, Yi Xian caught a word. "Lords? They will appear when we need their help." Yi Xian did not intend to answer this question. Bai Ming did not probe further. He had almost spilled the beans, so he quickly fell silent. It took about a day to reach the Mystic Moon Tomb from Heaven Luo City. When the 4 forces arrived, they discovered that there were already more people gathered outside the Mystic Moon Tomb. Humph. All of you want to get involved. How can trash like you enter the tomb of a samsara realm expert? The Manor Lord of Earth Demon manner snorted. Compared to him, these third and fourth level profound death stage martial artists were indeed trash. Yi Xian did not like to hear this. After all, he was only at the third profound death stage. However, he could not be bothered to argue with the manner Lord of Earth Demon Manor. The mystic moon tomb had already been dug out, and the entrance was exposed to the air. A large group of people landed in front of the mystic moon tomb. Without saying a word, the four forces took out 4 secret scrolls and stacked them together. It was nighttime. Under the moonlight, a map appeared on the 4 secret scrolls stacked together. Indeed, we need to rely on the moonlight. The master of heaven, Luo City's eyes lit up. So this is the map to decipher the first mechanism of the mystic moon tomb. The manor lord of Earth Demon Manor smirked. The first trap in the mystic moon tomb had troubled many people for thousands of years. Even many people from the Earth Demon residence had died in this trap. Since it has been deciphered, let's go in and give it a try. Bai Ming said. However, the 4 factions still copied down the deciphered map and entered the mystic moon tomb. In order to verify the deciphered map, Heaven Luo City, Earth Demon Manor, and Pai Hang each sent out a person to try it. Chapter 1490. These mechanisms were extremely advanced. There were profound death chi, transparent arrows, and earth spikes. Even a 7th or 8th level profound death realm expert would not be able to pass through. I'm only at 3rd level profound death realm, and am about to break through to 4th level profound death realm. This mystic moon tomb chamber is more dangerous for me, Yi Xian thought to himself. However, Old Tree was already at 5th level profound death realm, and was not weak. If there was any danger, he could escape through the void. He would be safer than the others. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. Perhaps after this, his strength would increase tremendously. The deciphering method is correct. Everyone, follow this method and pass through. The Heaven Luo City governor's eyes lit up as he said to the people around him. However, in the next moment, a figure passed by him and rushed into the first mechanism. Everyone focused their eyes and realized that it was the mysterious expert. 3 seconds later, he reached the other end and passed. This guy, I wonder where he came from. I'm afraid his strength is not below mine. The Heaven Luo City governor snorted in his heart. The mysterious expert hid his aura very well. He looked like a 6th level profound death realm expert, but he was actually a 7th level profound death realm expert. However, he had said that he would act on his own once he deciphered the mechanism. The others did not pay much attention to the mysterious expert as they entered the mechanism layer one after another. However, Yi Xian felt that the mysterious expert was a little strange because his eye of revelation could not copy the mysterious expert's movement skill. My lord, you go in first. I'll guard the back. Bai Ming said to Yi Xian. Oh, okay. Yi Xian took out the deciphering method and passed through the mechanism layer easily. With the deciphering method, everyone quickly came over. The unaffiliated martial artists looked at the scene of the 4 forces passing through and pondered for a while before they began to try. However, the success rate was not 100%. Some people died, while some survived. Those who survived would be the first to pass. Heaven Luo City, Earth Demon Residence, and auction company did not stop them and let them pass. These people were just cannon fodder. They knew this, but still wanted to try. What if they obtained something good? Now that we've passed the first stage, there are 4 forks in the road. Why don't we go our separate ways? The city lord of Tianluo City said. That's what I was thinking as well. Let's all pick a path, said the Earth Demon Prefecture Master. All right, so be it. Bai Ming and Song Qingxing had no objections. It was much more convenient for a force to act on its own. At that moment, the three parties each chose a path. The auction party chose the rightmost path. That mysterious expert had left early, and no one knew which path he had taken. Now that the three forces had split up, there was a high chance that they would run into each other. However, this was not a problem because there was a fork in the road after the main road. Yi Xian followed the group carefully. Under such circumstances, he had no choice but to summon Megatron and the old tree. Your Excellency's methods are indeed extraordinary. Bai Ming couldn't help but exclaim when he saw the sudden appearance of Wei Zhentian and the old tree. Since we're on the same side, I'll lead the way, the old tree volunteered. Although he was only at 5th level profound death realm, he had the ability of immortality. It was best for him and Megatron to lead the way. Bai Ming and the others raised their eyebrows. However, when they saw that Yi Xian didn't refuse, they didn't say anything. The old tree and Megatron took the lead and charged forward as though they didn't care about their lives. They didn't encounter any danger along the way. 5 minutes later, "Young master, we've encountered something," the old tree reported. "What is it?" Yi Xian asked in surprise. "It's a human-shaped battle corpse. Its strength is around 5th level profound death realm. However, Megatron and I couldn't kill it even when we joined forces. There's a large amount of profound life energy in its body," the old tree replied. Upon hearing this, Yi Xian quickened his pace and rushed over. When Bai Ming and the others saw this, they quickly followed him. Soon, the two parties met up. Bang! 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 Sounds of battle could be heard from the front. Yi Xian saw that the old tree and Megatron were fighting with a battle corpse. Their attacks could indeed hurt the battle corpse. However, there was a large amount of profound life energy in the battle corpse that could heal their injuries in the blink of an eye. What a high defense! What is that? Song Qingxing couldn't help but ask. The old tree's attack was probably not weaker than his. However, the old tree could only barely break through the battle corpse's defense. If he couldn't cause a large amount of damage, it would be difficult to kill it. However, at this moment, huff, huff, suddenly, the battle corpse's aura skyrocketed and rose to 7th level profound death realm. What? Everyone was shocked. What is going on? It was only at 5th level profound death realm earlier. Why did it suddenly rise by 2 levels? Bang! Bang! This unforeseen event caught the old tree and Megatron off guard and sent them flying. Fortunately, the old tree and Megatron had the immortal Phoenix bloodline. They recovered from their injuries in the blink of an eye. Roar! The battle corpse let out a low roar and charged towards Yi Xian and the others. Go! Bai Ming didn't waste any time and charged forward. 1 7th level profound death realm, 3 6th level profound death realm, and 10 5th level profound death realm experts launched their attacks at the same time. This time, they managed to injure the battle corpse. However, its injuries recovered in the blink of an eye. It was very difficult to deal with. Yi Xian didn't move. Instead, he observed the battle corpse with his eye of revelation. He realized that he couldn't see through the battle corpse. However, he did find something strange on the back of the humanoid battle corpse. There's something strange behind his left shoulder. Yi Xian suddenly reminded. Everyone's eyes lit up when they heard that. The old tree even flashed behind the battle corpse and threw a punch. This time, the humanoid battle corpse, which had never defended, unexpectedly blocked the attack. There was indeed something fishy. At that moment, everyone attacked together. Although this humanoid battle corpse was strong, with Old Shu and Bai Ming holding it back, it was quickly defeated. In the end, Old Shu's fist landed on the back of the left shoulder of the humanoid battle corpse, and a crisp cracking sound was heard, as if something had broken. Then, this humanoid battle corpse was unable to recover from its injuries and was killed by the bombardment. The thing that shattered seemed to be the mysterious life bead. It can store a large amount of mysterious life chi. If a martial artist refines it, they can greatly increase their mysterious life chi. Bai Ming recognized it. Unfortunately, the mysterious life bead had already been shattered. It turned out that this was the reason why the battle corpse could continuously recover. However, they still didn't know why the battle corpse's strength suddenly increased. "My lord, please keep this corpse," Bai Ming said. Chapter 1491. All right. Yi Xian did not waste any more time. He threw it into the planting space and refined it. Ding! Host has made a breakthrough. Currently, at LV4 Profound Death Realm. Ding! Spirit of Ashes has made a breakthrough. Currently at LV6 Profound Death Realm. A system notification caused Yi Xian to be extremely shocked. How did the old tree make a breakthrough? Young master, this battle corpse is of such a high level. It helped me make a breakthrough. The old tree could not believe it. Yi Xian was the same. He did not expect the human-shaped battle corpse to be so beneficial. Moreover, it was just a corpse without a beast soul. It seemed that he had made the right decision to come to the Mystic Moon tomb chamber. "Congratulations, Master," Bai Ming said after sensing Yi Xian's aura. "Let's continue our journey." Yi Xian's eyes lit up. He continued to let the LV6 Profound Death Realm Old Tree and Wei Zhentian scout ahead. After a while, the old tree sent another message. "Young master, I've encountered another one. This time, it's at LV6 Profound Death Realm." The old tree said through telepathy. Yi Xian quickly found the battle corpse based on his senses. However, when they approached, the human-shaped battle corpse's aura suddenly surged. LV7 Profound Death Realm. Another surge in strength. Although it was only one level, it was still very strange. Kill. Bai Ming did not care too much. He led the group and charged forward again. Yi Xian used his eye of revelation to observe the battle corpse. In the end, he found that the mysterious life pearl was at the waist of the battle corpse. Crack! The mysterious life pearl was shattered by the old tree. The human-shaped battle corpse lost the healing effect of the mysterious life chi and was killed. As for the corpse, it naturally fell into Yi Xian's hands. Although Yi Xian did not make a breakthrough this time, he still gained a lot. He did not know what level the human-shaped battle corpse was when it was alive. Could it be that the human-shaped battle corpse's strength increases according to the number of people it encounters? Yi Xian suddenly said, "Next time, slow down." "I'll go first," Bai Ming said to the others. Then they continued on their way and soon encountered another humanoid battle corpse. This time, it was still at the 6th level of the Profound Death stage. However, when Bai Ming went over to help, the battle corpse suddenly rose to the 7th level of the Profound Death stage. It seemed that the reason why these battle corpses suddenly increased in realm was not because of the number of people, but because they would increase to the highest realm of the person they encountered. Bai Ming was at the 7th level of the Profound Death realm, so it had also risen to the 7th level of the Profound Death realm. Soon, the 3rd humanoid battle corpse was killed as well. When they encountered the 4th human-shaped battle corpse, Bai Ming didn't go over. Instead, he watched from afar. As expected, this humanoid battle corpse was only at the 6th level of the Profound Death stage. Only Old Tree and Song Qingxing were at the 6th level of the Profound Death realm in Pat Xing's group. This also confirmed Yi Xian and the others' conjecture. The battle corpse's level was indeed the same as the strongest person in the team. When Old Tree was at the 5th level of the profound death stage, his battle corpse was also at the 5th level of the profound death stage. After he broke through to the 6th level of the profound death stage, he had not encountered a 5th level battle corpse. For the sake of convenience, Bai Ming stayed at the back of the team. As for the front, Old Tree led the way. If we continue killing like this, Old Tree, and I will probably increase our level again, Yi Xian thought to himself. He was currently at the 4th level of the profound death stage, while Old Tree was at the 6th level of the profound death stage. They had only killed close to 10 humanoid battle corpses, but their level had already increased by half. They reckoned that they would be able to break through after encountering a few more humanoid battle corpses. However, just as they finished off the 12th humanoid battle corpse, they suddenly heard some commotion. This sounds like the sound of battle. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows and quickly ordered Old Tree to attack. Through their shared vision, he saw a figure fighting a humanoid battle corpse. As soon as Old Tree appeared, this person killed the 7th level of the profound death stage humanoid battle corpse and kept the corpse in an instant. It's that mysterious expert. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. After the mysterious expert saw that the solution was correct, he took the lead and charged forward, disappearing before everyone's eyes. Who would have thought that the team would encounter him? The mysterious expert glanced at Old Tree before turning around and leaving. Even Old Tree might not be able to catch up with his speed. Young master, this person has hidden his strength. Old Tree couldn't help but say, yes, I saw that he accurately found the location of the profound life pearl. Yi Xian replied. He had relied on the eye of revelation to accurately find the location of the profound life pearl. However, this mysterious expert was actually able to find it. He didn't know why, but he had a strange feeling about this mysterious expert. Yi Xian immediately broke through the void and appeared beside Old Tree. Then his eyes flickered as he looked at the back of the mysterious expert. Death warrant. Now, Yi Xian could easily find out the location of this mysterious expert. Don't follow him. He's fast and can accurately find the profound life pearl on the battle corpses. There's no meat to eat if you follow him. As Yi Xian spoke, he immediately asked Old Tree and Wei Zhentian to switch paths. Soon, Old Tree found another battle corpse. Then Yi Xian broke through the void and brought Song Qingxing and the other 2/6 profound death realm experts over. However, just as the 4 of them entered, the mystic moon tomb chamber suddenly began to tremble violently. Rumble! What's going on? Yi Xian and the rest were shocked. They quickly guarded their surroundings. Then, the battle corpse suddenly stopped attacking and entered the wall. Rumble! The wall opened and closed. Yi Xian and the rest couldn't understand what was going on. Why did the humanoid battle corpse leave? Before they could react, they felt a pressure on their shoulders. This time, no one could fly. Who activated the forbidden flight formation? Song Qingxing cried out in surprise. Originally, they could fly, but now no one could fly. Even Wei Zhentian was suppressed on the ground. He turned into a duck and ran to Yi Xian's feet. Before they could recover from their shock, the ground suddenly opened. Before anyone could react, they all fell. F***CK. Yi Xian was shocked. Not only that, but Bai Ming and the rest, who were on the other side of the void gate, also fell. Fortunately, they weren't ordinary people. Every one of them had the ability to destroy heaven and earth. Even if they were hundreds of thousands of miles high in the sky, they couldn't be hurt. Bang! 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 A series of muffled sounds rang out. Everyone landed safely. Yi Xian also landed successfully. He quickly scanned the surroundings and realized that there were many people around. There were also many independent teams from Heaven Luo City and Earth Demon residents. There were hundreds of them. Chapter 1492. What's going on? Who triggered the mechanism? The city governor of Heaven Luo City asked curiously, "Everyone has come down, and there's a flight prohibiting array. How are we supposed to leave?" The Earth Demon Prefecture governor frowned as he looked around. He realized that the surroundings were sealed off, and even the open ceiling was closed. There was no way out. This was a huge palace. There were not many things in the palace except for two strange and huge white bone statues. Other than that, there was nothing else. Seeing this, the city governor of Heaven Luo City and the Earth Demon Prefecture governor came over. "Bai Ming, did you notice anything?" The city governor of Heaven Luo City asked. "No, we were still fighting when we suddenly fell." Bai Ming shook his head. "I'll go take a look at the two statues." After the Earth Demon Prefecture governor finished speaking, he led his men toward the two statues. It was strange that there were only two statues in such a huge palace. He was not the only one. Even the city governor of Heaven Luo City and Bai Ming wanted to take a look. However, at this moment, those two statues. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows as he suddenly noticed something strange. The two statues were not completely sealed off. There were some small holes on them. With the eye of revelation, Yi Xian saw some strange energy in the small holes. This energy was not profound life qi or profound death qi. However, Yi Xian felt that he had seen it somewhere before. He thought about it carefully, and a thought flashed through his mind. His eyes widened immediately as he shouted, "Bai Ming, come back quickly!" Bai Ming did not think much of it, and quickly returned with his men. The city governor of Heaven Luo City and the Earth Demon Prefecture governor frowned slightly when they heard the shout. Yi Xian was only at the 4th level profound death stage, but he dared to call Bai Ming by his name. Previously, they did not feel at ease when Yi Xian was with the team. They thought that he was Song Qingxing's man, and was only brought here to broaden his horizons. Now, it seemed that was not the case. However, in the next moment, they did not have time to think about it. This was because strange energy suddenly erupted from the two statues. This was murderous aura. That was right. This was the baneful aura. Yi Xian had seen it before on Earth Emanations Island. There were thousands of tiny holes on each of the two statues. Baleful aura gushed out, and some people were immediately affected. But this time, Yi Xian did not see the scene that he had imagined. Back then, on Earth Emanations Island, Jiang Yi had unleashed a frenzied, baneful aura. This would cause one's emotions to become irritable and irritable. This time, however, it wasn't the berserk baleful aura, but two other types of baleful aura of wrath and baleful aura of hatred. This calmness only lasted for a few seconds. A few seconds later, a change occurred. Bang! Boom! The battle broke out. Of these two statues, one was filled with anger, while the other was filled with hatred. Although these two kinds of baleful qi were weaker than the berserk baleful qi, they were still very terrifying, second only to the berserk baleful qi. Once it erupted, it would be equally uncontrollable. "Wah, Tianluo City Lord, you killed my little brother. I'll kill you. You didn't distribute the missions evenly last time. I'm going to kill you. Just now, it was your mistake that caused the death of my good brother. Go to hell." The entire place was in chaos in an instant. Although those with higher cultivation bases resisted the first wave of baleful aura, there were still the second and third waves. Furthermore, as the baleful aura spread, many people succumbed to it one after another. D***, it's actually baleful aura. Everyone who is conscious, retreat to the corner. The Tianluo City Lord's expression changed drastically, and he quickly led his men to the wall. However, the Earth Demon Prefecture Lord and his men were all struck by the baleful aura, although the Earth Demon Prefecture and the Hell Prefecture that Yi Xian had encountered before only differed by one word. The Hell Prefecture was an assassin's faction, while the Earth Demon Prefecture was actually a demonic faction. The baleful aura loved this kind of demonic faction the most. Those who were bloodthirsty and cruel were more likely to be struck by it. Hence, when the Earth Demon Prefecture's men were almost completely annihilated, it started to attack the people around it. At this moment, everyone in the Tianluo city's auction team shuddered. Fortunately, Yi Xian had warned them in time. Otherwise, they would be in deep trouble. Retreat to the corner. Yi Xian's eyes flickered, and after letting out a low roar, he kept retreating. Wah! Don't even think about leaving, you black-hearted auction team. You cheated me of 5,000 battle merits last time. I'll kill you. An expert from the Earth Demon Prefecture roared furiously as he charged toward Yi Xian. You're courting death. Yi Xian and the old tree attacked together, instantly killing the sixth profound Death Realm expert. Following that, the old tree directly charged into the rioting crowd and started a massacre. At this moment, the baleful aura was still spreading. If it was not suppressed, even the corner would not be safe. Wei Zhentian, go and block the statue on the left. Yi Xian immediately gave the order to Wei Zhentian. Although Wei Zhentian could not fly, he could transform. Moreover, no one noticed him. He easily swept to the statue on the left and suddenly enlarged, wrapping around the statue on the left that was emitting baleful aura like a cloth. The baleful aura stopped spreading. What is this thing? It actually has such an ability. Bai Ming and the rest were shocked. Fortunately, they managed to stop one of the baleful aura from spreading. Fortunately, there was only the baleful aura of anger and baleful aura of hatred. These two types of baleful aura were targeted. For example, the baleful aura of madness that erupted from the Earth Demon Island would cause anyone who came into contact with it to become violent and savage. They would attack everyone nearby. However, the baleful aura of anger and baleful aura of hatred were not the same. However, once the battle continued, the effect would be no different from the baleful aura of madness. After all, the battle would affect the surrounding people. In this case, apart from oneself, everyone else would be the enemy. This was no different from the baleful aura of madness. The Heaven Luo City's City Lords team only lost a few people with low cultivation realms. Comparatively speaking, they were still fine. At this moment, they had also retreated to the corner. If anyone dared to approach them, they would focus their fire and kill them. Bai Ming, what is going on? The Heaven Luo City's City Lord asked loudly. What else could it be? Someone must have triggered the mechanism. Bai Ming replied, but why is that mysterious expert not here? The Heaven Luo City's City Lord said in surprise. After his reminder, everyone came to their senses. Out of the 4 forces, there were only 3 forces here. Where did that mysterious expert go? At the thought of this, Yi Xian immediately looked around. Previously, he had used the death hunting order to mark the mysterious expert. Now he could find him. However, when he looked around, he saw that mysterious expert. He was waiting behind a wall that was tens of meters above the ground in the north of the palace. If it was not for the scarlet kill mark of the death hunting order, Yi Xian would not have been able to find him. This mechanism was triggered by that mysterious expert. Chapter 1493. Everyone had fallen, but why hadn't that mysterious expert fallen yet? Why was he standing behind the wall? Was he waiting for the people to finish killing each other before he came out? However, at this moment, Yi Xian couldn't care less because the baleful aura of hatred had already spread to the corner. block the chi of hatred. Bai Ming yelled. Everyone activated the true chi and manifestation strength in their bodies to form a barrier to prevent the chi of hatred from spreading. Otherwise, they would also suffer from chi deviation. Close to 10 seconds had passed since the battle started. Many of the people in front of the two statues had died, leaving only 30 or so people still fighting. However, just as Yi Xian was thinking about how to deal with it, a crisp sound suddenly rang in everyone's ears. Yi Xian focused his eyes and realized that the white bone statue that was constantly emitting the chi of hatred had suddenly exploded. Immediately after, the baleful aura of wrath in the palace gathered towards it and condensed into an earth fiend. Chi of hatred? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows as he recognized it. At this very moment, the fiendish aura of wrath in the palace had already been absorbed by the fiendish spirit. After the absorption, the fiendish spirit was over 20 meters tall. Its aura was not weak, and it was at least at the 7th tier of the profound death stage. However, this was not the end. Suddenly, waves of chi of hatred surged out from the bodies of those who had died. Moreover, it was very abundant. Oh no, there's chi of hatred in the bodies of those who died. Don't let it absorb anymore. Bai Ming widened his eyes and immediately yelled. The chi of hatred from before had been absorbed by many people. Now that these people were dead, the chi of hatred was attracted by the chi of hatred and left the corpses. The chi of hatred that had circulated in the bodies of these people was much stronger than before. At this level, most people had lived for thousands of years, and there were many who had lived for more than 5,000 years. After so many years, who didn't have chi of hatred? After absorbing the chi of hatred from the dead, the chi of hatred had become much stronger. If the chi of hatred was absorbed by the chi of hatred, it would probably grow to the 8th tier of the profound death realm, or even the 9th tier of the profound death realm. If they didn't stop it, everyone would probably die here. The city lord of Tianluo City also reacted. While they were able to deal with a 7th level profound death stage chi of wrath, it would be troublesome if it grew to the 8th level profound death stage. Don't forget, there was still a large amount of hatred in the surroundings. Quick, get rid of this wrath of wrath first, or else we'll be in trouble. Without hesitation, the Heaven Luo City governor led all of his subordinates and opened up a path. They began to attack the wrath of wrath, which had already grown to the 7th tier of the profound death stage. It was the same for Yi Xian. Killing intent explosion, burning heaven sword art. Yi Xian launched an attack from afar. Although there was something inside that could absorb the baleful aura of rage and baleful aura of hatred, how could it be faster than the baleful aura of rage? Wei Zhentian was still wrapping up the fiend of hatred and couldn't make a move. If he were to let others absorb the baleful aura now, they might not be able to finish absorbing the baleful aura by the time the baleful aura of wrath reached the 9th stage of the profound death realm. It was better to wait until the baleful aura of wrath was dealt with first. The baleful aura of wrath was already able to move. However, it was only at the 7th tier of the profound death stage, and its strength was limited. In addition, the humans had the advantage in numbers. Without exception, the attacks landed on its body. Bang! 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 The baleful aura of wrath was severely injured, and its baleful aura was overflowing. Creatures like the earth fiends were easier to kill. Like the ghost spirits, they had weaknesses all over their bodies. As long as they were continuously attacked, their strength would continue to weaken. However, as long as they were given time, they could continuously absorb the baleful aura to recover. Therefore, they had to kill the baleful aura of wrath within a short period of time and absorb the baleful aura of wrath. However, the baleful aura of wrath could control those who were still alive including the Earth Demon Prefecture Master, who was bewitched by the baleful aura of wrath. However, at this moment, rumble! Suddenly, a rumbling sound came from the side. Yi Xian focused his eyes and saw that Wei Zhentian had been sent flying. The other white bone statue had already shattered. Another baleful aura of wrath saw the light of day once again. With its appearance, the baleful aura of wrath in the entire palace was stirred up. Enormous baleful aura of wrath also surged out from the corpses. Deal with this baleful aura of wrath first. The city master of Heaven Luo City suddenly shouted, compared to the baleful aura of wrath that had already grown to the 7th tier of the profound death stage. This young baleful aura of wrath that had just appeared was easier to deal with. Under everyone's attacks, the baleful aura of wrath was killed in one hit. Its entire body exploded and turned into countless baleful aura of wrath. Don't let it condense into a new form. All those at the 5th tier of the profound death stage, use this to absorb the baleful aura. As Yi Xian spoke, he suddenly threw out baleful aura absorption bottles. Those people did not understand what it was. However, when they activated it with their true qi, they realized that the baleful aura in the surroundings was absorbed into the bottles. It was very magical. As for the warriors at the 6th tier of the profound death stage, they continuously attacked the baleful aura of wrath at the 7th tier of the profound death stage. However, the baleful aura of wrath was absorbing the baleful aura of wrath at an astonishing speed. Under everyone's attacks, the baleful aura's absorption speed was actually equal to the baleful aura of wrath. It was simply unbelievable. The humans felt immense pressure. Not only did they have to defend against the baleful aura, they also had to attack the baleful aura of wrath. Furthermore, the palace master of the Earth Demon Prefecture and the others were helping the baleful aura of wrath. The situation was not looking good. Old Tree, kill everyone who is in the way. Yi Xian said to Old Tree. All right. Old Tree, who was attacking the baleful aura of wrath, responded. He instantly flashed behind a warrior who had been bewitched by the baleful aura of wrath and smashed his head with a punch. As long as these people were taken care of, the pressure would be reduced by a lot. However, things were not that simple. Wah! Suddenly, a few of the people on Padding Line's side were hit. They were then controlled by the baleful aura of wrath and attacked the people around them. You're courting death. Killing intent flashed across Yi Xian's eyes. He raised his hand and killed them with a few slashes. Although it was possible to use the Eye of Soul to capture these people, Yi Xian was only at the 4th tier of the profound death stage. These people were controlled by the baleful aura of wrath. It was not that easy to use the Eye of Soul to capture them. Therefore, he could only kill them. In fact, Yi Xian felt very helpless. If Luo's cultivation level was high enough, she could directly use the Eye of Charm. She would have many more helpers. Unfortunately, Luo was only at the 2nd tier of the profound death stage. It was too dangerous for her to fall for the trick. Therefore, Yi Xian asked her to continue cultivating. As for Bai Ming, although he was from the Fox clan, he was a moonlight fox and could increase his battle strength under the moonlight. He did not know how to use the Eye of Charm. He was one of the few members of the Fox clan who could not learn the Eye of Charm. Chapter 1494. Wei Zhentian, collect the Qiankuan rings for me. Yi Xian said to Wei Zhentian, there were many corpses on the ground, and there might be many battle corpses among them. As long as Yi Xian or Old Tree could achieve a breakthrough, the crisis would be resolved. Wei Zhentian accepted the order and quickly collected the Qiankuan rings. At this moment, Yi Xian focused his attention on the Earth Demon Prefecture Master. The Earth Demon Prefecture's team was not weak, and there might be many battle corpses among them. Old Tree, finish him off. Yi Xian ordered Old Tree again. No problem. Old Shu responded. In a flash, he appeared behind the Earth Demon Manor's palace master and punched out. Although the Earth Demon Prefecture master was bewitched, his battle consciousness was still intact. The moment before the attack hit, his vital energy surged out to defend himself. Unfortunately, Old Tree was currently at 6th level profound death realm. Bam! With a muffled sound, the Earth Demon Palace's palace master was sent flying forward just in time to collide with Yi Xian's attack. Bam! Another muffled sound rang out. Unfortunately, the Earth Demon Prefecture master seemed to have used his trump card. His eyes turned black and his aura skyrocketed. Seeing that he was still alive, Old Tree flashed over and threw another punch. Unexpectedly, the Earth Demon Manor's palace master turned around and attacked, directly killing Old Shu. Ding! The spirit of ashes is dead. Ding! The spirit of ashes is resurrected. When Yi Xian heard the two system prompts, he was shocked. However, in the next moment, he was shocked. The wrath of wrath suddenly exploded and turned into countless murderous auras that gathered toward the Earth Demon Prefecture Master. The Earth Demon Prefecture Master's aura skyrocketed again. 8th level profound death realm. Oh no, the Earth Demon has possessed him. Yi Xian's expression changed. This scene was beyond his ability to react. He had no time to stop it, and it was the same for Bai Ming, who was at 7th level profound death realm. 9 reincarnation flash, 5th flash. A light flickered in Bai Ming's eyes, and he appeared beside the Earth Demon Manor Principal in a flash. However, the Earth Demon Manor Principal, who had used his trump card and was possessed by the Fiend of Wrath, was too powerful. With a single punch, Bai Ming's chest was pierced through. Bang! Bai Ming's eyes widened. He couldn't believe that he was seriously injured. Fortunately, his heart wasn't injured, so he saved his life. But now, things had become even more troublesome. The Earth Demon Prefecture's palace master, who was at the 8th level of the profound death realm, was extremely powerful. Currently, only the Heaven Luo City's city lord was at a similar level to him. Seeing that Bai Ming was heavily injured, the Heavenly Luo City's castellan immediately acted, stopping the Earth Demon Manor's manor lord from pursuing Bai Ming and killing him. If Bai Ming died, their chances of winning would drop by at least 30%. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Bai Ming quickly swallowed a pill and used the mysterious life qi to heal his injuries. Next, they really had to go all out. Coincidentally, Wei Zhentian had returned with a large number of interspatial rings. Yi Xian immediately devoured the items in these interspatial rings. Ding! The host has made a breakthrough and is currently at the 5th tier of the profound death stage. Ding! Wei Zhentian has made a breakthrough and is currently at the 6th tier of the profound death stage. Ding! The Ash Spirit has made a breakthrough and is currently at the 7th tier of the profound death stage. 3 consecutive system notifications sounded. Yi Xian and the other two's strength had increased by several folds. With this, they had the strength to face the upcoming battle. Wei Zhentian, take care of the others. Old Tree, and I will take care of the Earth Demon Manor's manor lord. Yi Xian immediately gave the order. In fact, he could have used his trump cards right from the start, such as the Blade Storm and Unicorn's Descent. However, he felt that these 2 Earth demons weren't much of a threat. The real boss had probably not appeared yet. Wasn't the mysterious expert marked by the Death Hunting Order still behind the wall, watching them kill each other? Killing Intent Explosion. Sky-Burning Sword Technique. Yi Xian, Old Tree, and the Heavenly Luo City's castellan joined forces to attack the Earth Demon Manor's manor lord. As for the others, They were either taking care of the remaining cultivators who had lost their minds or clearing away the murderous aura to make room for Yixian and the others. The heavenly Luo City's castellan never expected that there were actually several experts hidden in the auction house's team, such as Yixian and Old Tree. If they weren't here this time, everyone would probably die. It was undeniable that the Earth Demon Manor's Manor Lord was now extremely powerful. In a 1 versus 3 situation, he actually had the upper hand. It was also Yi Xian's fault that he was frightened by the murderous aura earlier. In order to protect the others, he didn't immediately activate the killing feast. Otherwise, with the multifold boost, he would definitely be able to kill the murderous aura of wrath and the murderous aura of hatred in a short period of time. At this point, there was no point in regretting it. He should just kill the Earth Demon Manor's Manor Lord first. Wah! I'm going to kill all of you. The Earth Demon Manor's Manor Lord had already gone crazy. Even without the murderous aura of madness, he had already gone mad. The others were all his enemies. Fortunately, Yi Xian and the others were gradually gaining the upper hand. This was because Bai Ming and the others had already dealt with those who were confused. Now, only the Earth Demon Manor's Manor Lord was left. Of course, they also suffered heavy losses. The auction house had lost a 6th level profound death realm expert, and only 4 5th level profound death realm experts were left. On the other hand, the heavenly Luo City side was in a similar situation. However, at this moment, the murderous aura of hatred suddenly condensed again. Disperse! Seeing this, Bai Ming immediately shot forward and dispersed the murderous aura of hatred that had just condensed with a single palm strike. Then, he quickly joined Yi Xian's battle. The battle between the 4 great experts and the Earth Demon Manor's Manor Lord finally stabilized the situation. Yi Xian estimated that the Earth Demon Manor's Manor Lord would be killed by him in 3 seconds. Of course, it would be fine as long as there weren't any unforeseen circumstances in the meantime. Boom, boom, boom. In the palace, the sounds of battle rang out continuously. Soon, the Earth Demon Manor's Manor Lord was defeated. Seeing this, the murderous aura of madness that was attached to his body quickly left his body. Swish! Just as the murderous aura of madness left his body, the Earth Demon Manor's Manor Lord's head was directly chopped off by Yi Xian's sword. Trying to escape? Disperse! Looking at the enormous murderous aura of madness, Old Tree quickly flashed over and blasted a flaming fist down. Bang! The murderous aura of madness was greatly dispersed by the punch, and its aura instantly weakened by a notch. Taking advantage of the fact that it had yet to condense fully, the crowd chased after it and directly broke it into thousands of small murderous auras. The 2 murderous auras have been dispersed, but this palace is in a sealed state, so we must absorb the murderous auras. Yi Xian did not hesitate and threw out more murderous aura absorption bottles, preparing to absorb all the murderous auras. The murderous auras could be used to refine a higher grade Earth Demon pill. When the time came and he gave it to Luo Luo, her realm might be able to catch up quickly. Although they did not know why Yi Xian had such a thing, the crowd did not ask much and directly collected all the murderous auras in the palace. Chapter 1495. At this moment, besides Yi Xian's group of 3, there were only 5 people left on Heaven Luo City's side. They were respectively the City Lord of Heaven Luo City and an expert at the 6th level of the Profound Death Realm. As for those at the 5th level of the Profound Death Realm, there were only 3, compared to the Tian Luo City Governor's Mansion. There was 1 more LV6 Profound Death Realm expert, and 1 more LV5 Profound Death Realm expert. Huff, 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 this is too scary. Who triggered the mechanism? The Tianluo city governor was sweating profusely. He had used up a lot of true qi in his body. If he continued to fight, his profound life qi would be depleted, and he would die easily. Bai Ming glanced at the corpses on the ground and shook his head helplessly. This mystic moon tomb chamber was too scary. If more people came, the consequences would be unimaginable. Moreover, there were those strange battle corpses. If a few of them suddenly appeared, it would be terrifying. After all, battle corpses could increase their level at will, and they would at least reach LV7 profound death realm. Bai Ming quickly dismissed this idea. What if it really happened? I might know who triggered the mechanism. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly spoke. Everyone focused their attention on Yi Xian. The Tianluo city governor was shocked. Who? That mysterious man. That's right. Yi Xian responded and immediately gave the order to Old Tree. Residual flame doppelganger. Old Tree flashed over and arrived in front of the wall. He then punched hard. Bang! The wall's defense was very high. Old Tree's punch could not break it. Sir, you should be out now, right? Yi Xian said to the person in front of him. With the death hunting order, Yi Xian could accurately sense that the mysterious man was behind the wall. In addition, the scarlet word kill had exposed him. What? The mysterious man is here. The Tianluo city governor, Bai Ming, and the rest were shocked. Kacha! At this moment, the wall suddenly cracked open, and a figure walked out. This person was the mysterious bamboo hat man who held the third secret scroll. How did you know I was here? The mysterious man glanced at the old tree beside him. If it was just a guess, it was fine. However, the fact that the old tree and Yi Xian were able to pinpoint his exact location was a little strange. That wall was incomparably hard, an isolated aura. Without a special method, it was impossible to open it. How did Yi Xian and the old tree find out? You don't need to know that. Yi Xian did not intend to answer this question. He looked at the corpses on the ground and asked, "These are your masterpieces, right?" "That's right. I was the one who triggered the mechanism." The mysterious bamboo hat man nodded. "Bastard, who the hell are you? Even now, you still won't show your face." Heaven Luo City's city lord was furious. After all, many experts had died in the Heaven Luo City's city lord mansion. Even he had almost died here. Fine. Hearing this, the mysterious bamboo hat man directly took off his bamboo hat and black robe, revealing his true appearance. Everyone was extremely shocked because the face under the bamboo hat was actually that of a youth. "So young? Who are you?" Bai Ming thought for a moment and found no memory of this youth, so he asked directly, "Qi Tianrui?" The mysterious man answered. Qi Tianrui was a name that was very unfamiliar to everyone. "I know you haven't heard of this name, but you should have heard of my sister's name." After the mysterious man finished speaking, he paused for a moment and then said a name, Qi Xianyue. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's bodies trembled. Qi Xianyue, the Xianyue tomb room? Everyone immediately came to a realization. Qi Tianrui was the brother of Qi Xianyue, the owner of the Xianyue tomb room. That's right. This tomb room was built by my sister, but it was after I reincarnated, Qi Tianrui said. Now, the truth of the matter was more or less revealed. This tomb room was built by Qi Tianrui's sister. Although it was built after Qi Tianrui reincarnated, Qi Tianrui was Qi Xuanyue's brother after all, so it was reasonable that he knew some mechanisms and habits. Yi Xian and the others did not expect Qi Tianrui to be a reincarnator. This meant that Qi Tianrui was at least a samsara realm expert in his previous life. Humph, so what if you're a reincarnator? Since the Xianyue tomb room is open, It means that the treasures are available to the capable. So, what if you're her brother? The Tianluo city governor snorted. My sister built this tomb room after I reincarnated. I don't know if she died or reincarnated, but since I'm here, no one can take away the treasures here. Qi Tianrui's eyes flickered with killing intent. You, the Tianluo city governor, also emitted a murderous intent. If it weren't for Qi Tianrui, the city governor's mansion would not have lost so many people. Humph, you're just a LV7 profound death realm expert. You're just an ant in front of me. If it were me in my previous life, you wouldn't even be qualified to serve me tea. How dare you be so arrogant in front of me? You must be tired of living. Qi Tianrui said coldly. A reincarnation realm expert was indeed very powerful, at least 100 times stronger than the Tianluo city governor, who was at LV7 profound death realm. However, that was only in his previous life. Wasn't Qi Tianrui at LV7 profound death realm now? If you're so powerful, why do you need to resort to such means to reincarnate? Reincarnata? You're just a piece of *T. The Tianluo city governor sneered. What did you say? Qi Tianrui was furious and looked like he was about to attack. Although he was only at LV7 profound death realm, which was the same as the Tianluo city governor, he had awakened. How could his combat strength be compared to ordinary people? Humph, I'm just here to see how powerful a reincarnator is. The Tianluo city governor snorted and said to Yi Xian and the others, please don't attack. Yi Xian originally wanted to besiege Qi Tianrui, but after hearing the Tianluo city governor's words, he decided to go along with it. Challenging a reincarnator at the same level was extremely arrogant. Newborn calves are truly fearless. Qi Tianrui snorted and jumped down, charging toward the Tianluo city governor. In fact, the Tianluo city governor had also inhaled some of the evil qi of wrath and evil qi of hatred, but he was not confused yet. Therefore, he hated Qi Tianrui to the core. In the blink of an eye, the two exchanged blows. The Tianluo city governor had already fought a battle, so both his true qi and life and death mystic qi were consumed. In addition, his opponent was a reincarnator, so the Tianluo city governor was sent flying with one punch. Mystic Moon, Samsara Slash. Qi Tianrui did not plan to fight the Tianluo city governor for too long, so he directly used his trump card. Chapter 1496. Instant kill. Only 1 second had passed since the beginning of the battle. How could Qi Tianrui be so powerful? City Lord. When the 6th level profound death stage experts from the city governor's estate saw the fall of the city governor, they couldn't help but widen their eyes and cry out in surprise. They were both 7th LV profound death realm experts, but why was the gap between them so huge? Yi Xian, who had fought with reincarnators many times, knew that reincarnators were not easy to deal with. The city lord of Tianluo City was courting death. Yi Xian had expected that the city lord would be instantly killed by Qi Tianrui. Qi Tianrui put away the city lord's interspatial ring and turned to face Yi Xian and the others. See, this is the result of his ignorance. What do you want? Bai Ming asked with glinting eyes. You must be from the Bai family of 100 Fox Manor. Leave, Qi Tianrui said to Bai Ming. Although he was a samsara realm expert in his previous life, he was not worth mentioning in the eyes of 100 Fox Manor. There was no need for him to provoke such a powerful enemy. Ha ha! Bai Ming smiled faintly and said, You're just a samsara realm expert. It's not like I haven't seen one before. Besides, you're only at 7th LV profound death realm. Don't be so ungrateful. You can't handle a 7th LV profound death realm expert. I'll give you 3 seconds to get lost, Qi Tianrui said impatiently. If that's the case, I'll see what you can do. Bai Ming snorted, but before he could finish his words, Qi Tianrui interrupted. No need, let's fight together. Yi Xian did not hesitate and sent a voice transmission to Old Tree. Kill. This reincarnated Qi Tianrui was too arrogant, but he was not that powerful because he had to rely on others to kill the two earth demons. There was no suspense in this battle at all. The Old Tree was currently at the 7th tier of the profound death realm. Just like Qi Tianrui, the reincarnator, the Old Tree alone could probably take on Qi Tianrui, let alone Yi Xian and the others. Previously, the city lord of Tianluo City was courting death when he challenged Qi Tianrui one-on-one. Now, Qi Tianrui was also courting death when he fought against so many people. Residual flame. After receiving Yi Xian's instructions, the Old Tree immediately created 2 residual flame clones, one on the left and one behind Qi Tianrui. Then, he quickly changed his position and punched out. Although Qi Tianrui was behind the wall, just now he hadn't seen the Old Tree fight, so he was a little shocked. However, he was still a true reincarnator, so it was unlikely that he would be killed instantly. Bang! Qi Tianrui turned around and threw a punch at the Old Tree's fist. Immediately, the mysterious death Qi and the Old Tree's genuine Qi collided. To Qi Tianrui's disbelief, he was evenly matched with the Old Tree. Who was he? Even the city lord of Tianluo City, who was at the 7th tier of the profound death realm, couldn't block his punch. How could this bald old man do it? At this moment, Qi Tianrui vaguely felt that he might have been careless. Moonlight slash. Bai Ming, who was also at the 7th tier of the profound death realm, had already rushed in front of him. With a slash of his longsword, a white crescent slash broke through the air. Bai Ming was a member of the Bai family in 100 Fox Villa. Although he wasn't a top genius, he was pretty good. After all, he was only 1,000 years old, so his strength couldn't be measured by normal standards. Mystic Moon, Samsara slash. Qi Tianrui attacked again, but surprisingly, this move didn't meet Bai Ming's moonlight slash. Instead, it brushed past the moonlight slash. Just now, he had used this move to kill the city lord of Tianluo City. Bai Ming wasn't stupid. He had seen it once, so he couldn't fall for the same move. He hurriedly dodged. However, this move wasn't as simple as he thought it would be. After the Mystic Moon, Samsara slash turned back and was dodged by Bai Ming. It changed its direction again and followed Bai Ming. This was a tracking skill. Nice superpower. In the distance, Yi Xian looked on enviously. Unfortunately, he couldn't copy this move with the Eye of Revelation. Since Old Tree and Bai Ming had already attacked, he couldn't hold back. Although his realm was 2 levels lower than Qi Tianrui's, he could help from afar. Killing intent explosion. Sky-burning sword technique. His attack wasn't any weaker than the others. At the same time, Song Qingxing and the other 3 martial artists at the 6th tier of the profound death realm also attacked. Humph! The reincarnator and Qi Tianrui snorted. No one knew what they meant. Qi Tianrui regretted underestimating Yi Xian and the others. Bai Ming and the others were fine, but the Old Tree was a little more difficult to deal with. His attack power wasn't weak, and he could change his position. It was disgusting. You forced me to do this. Go to hell. Qi Tianrui suddenly felt something was wrong. He directly used the strongest move he could currently use. Samsara Gale slash. The true Qi in Qi Tianrui's body surged. In the next moment, with his body as the center, numerous terrifying slashes burst out. All of them were crescent moon, samsara slashes under his control. In an instant, more than a dozen slashes swept out toward everyone. Damn, is he using his ultimate move? Yi Xian was shocked. Fortunately, his attack power wasn't weak, and Chi Tianrui didn't take him seriously. Therefore, only one crescent moon, samsara / was sent toward him. Killing intent explosion. Sky-burning sword technique. Boom. The crescent moon samsara / was defeated, but the others weren't so lucky. Song Qingxing, the owner of the auction house, joined forces with the other two experts at the 6th tier of the profound death realm, and burned their lives to survive. As for the other martial artists at the 5th tier of the profound death realm, they were all dead. Oh no! Bai Ming raised his eyebrows. After killing the others, the crescent moon samsara / swept toward Yi Xian and the others. There were more than a dozen of them. How could Yi Xian block them? Don't underestimate me. Yi Xian didn't panic and quickly attacked. At the same time, Old Tree flashed back and used the raging Inferno shield to save Song Qingxing and the others. Bang! 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 After absorbing 3 crescent moon samsara slashes, the raging Inferno shield couldn't withstand it and exploded. The power of the explosion wasn't weak, and it scattered the remaining crescent moon samsara slashes. Song Qingxing and the others survived because of this. You're quite capable. Let's see how many rounds you can last. Chi Tianrui said coldly and prepared to use another round of samsara gale / I didn't want to use it, but you asked for it. At this moment, Yi Xian's eyes flashed. He decided to use his strongest trump card, Unicorn Descent. Before Chi Tianrui could make a move, a huge flaming hoof slammed down on him. What? Chapter 1497. Chi Tianrui was about to launch the second round of attacks. Now that he was hit, his genuine chi was in chaos, which worsened his injuries. Before he could react, the second Qilin's descent was formed again and mercilessly slammed down on him. Chi Tianrui, who was seriously injured, looked up at the flaming hoof with a desperate expression. He didn't know who had used this move. Was it Bai Ming? However, Bai Ming was still in a state of shock. Obviously not. He was very strong, but he didn't use his full strength. After all, Yi Xian had never failed to use this move. Boom! The second flaming hoof fell and killed Chi Tianrui in an instant. Ding! The host's killing intent has increased. A system notification sounded, proving that Chi Tianrui was dead. Yi Xian didn't want to use it at first because he felt strange. Maybe things weren't that simple, so he wanted to keep it. However, if he didn't use it now, it would be difficult to deal with Chi Tianrui, Mo Shui, Nailan Bing, and Nailan Jia, who Yi Xian had met before, couldn't be considered as reincarnators. They were only in the profound life realm. Chi Tianrui was a real reincarnator. He had reincarnated himself. In comparison, Mo Shui and the other two were like ants. He's dead. Bai Ming and the others were stunned when they saw Chi Tianrui's burnt body. They didn't react until the old tree brought the interspatial rings back to Yi Xian. Yi Xian took the 2 interspatial rings, but there weren't many good things inside. However, they helped Wei Xintian break through to the 7th tier of the profound death realm. Chi Tianrui reincarnated himself and might have given his things to his sister, Qi Xianyue. Qi Xianyue might be the one who built this tomb. Their things might be here, Yi Xian thought to himself. However, when a reincarnator died, there would be some strange phenomena. For example, the Eye of Reincarnation. As soon as he thought of this, an Eye of Reincarnation appeared in the sky above the palace. He wondered who the Eye of Samsara represented. Was it the Fox of Samsara, the Master of Samsara City, or the Samsara Venerable? After the Eye of Reincarnation appeared, it directly absorbed the strand of reincarnation will. Then, the other 2 eyes of reincarnation appeared one after another. Reincarnation supremacy. You're quite fast this time. The voice of the Samsara city lord rang out. This time, they did not conjure up any illusions. Humph! The eye of reincarnation that appeared first let out a cold snort and then disappeared. It turned out that reincarnation supremacy was the first to arrive. It's you again. Young man, we seem to be fated. Samsara City Master could not help but ask after Samsara supremacy left. Greetings, seniors. Yi Xian hurriedly greeted him. Well, I still have something to do, so I'll take my leave first. Samsara City Master did not waste any more time and left directly. In the end, only the eye of reincarnation of the fox of reincarnation was left. At this moment, Yi Xian called Luo Luo out from the planning space and asked her to meet the fox of reincarnation. Yi Xian did not communicate with Luo Luo beforehand, so she was a little confused. Before she could react, she said directly, "Young master, what happened just now?" The base of the life and death plate kept on shaking. What? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. The base of the life and death plate had always been fine. Luo Luo was also using the base of the life and death plate to refine the mystic life chi and mystic death chi. Why would there be a sudden change? However, he would talk about this later. Greetings, Villa Master. Bai Ming suddenly greeted him respectfully. At this moment, the eye of reincarnation had already conjured up a beautiful figure. It was the lady from the other day. You've leveled up quite quickly, the lady said in surprise. She remembered that the last time she saw Yi Xian and Luo Luo, Yi Xian and Luo Luo were only on the immortality realm. Now, both of them had suddenly leveled up to the mystic death realm. This was unbelievable. After all, it had only been a short while. At this rate, it would not take long for them to reach the samsara realm. How terrifying! Even the reincarnation fox could not achieve this speed when he was cultivating. Thank you for your compliment, Senior, Yi Xian said respectfully. The lady nodded slightly. Then, her gaze landed on Luo Luo as she said, "Do you want to follow me or continue to stay by his side and rely on your own strength to reach the 100 Fox Manor?" Luo Luo was stunned when she heard this. She hesitated. After finding out that she was a reincarnator, she was very curious about her past life. However, the reincarnation fox seemed to only want to take her away. She did not want to leave Yi Xian, so she was hesitant. Yi Xian did not know what Luo Luo would choose, but it did not matter. It would not matter if Luo Luo followed the reincarnation fox to the 100 Fox Manor. After all, he would be able to reach the 100 Fox Manor soon. Luo Luo thought for a moment and replied, "Young master, and I will go to the 100 Fox Manor." "All right, I'll wait for you. Also, this tomb is not as simple as you think. Be careful." The lady did not insist. She disappeared immediately. "Farewell, Manor Master," Bai Ming said respectfully. Song Qingxing already knew Yi Xian's identity, but the other two sixth-tier profound death realm martial artists did not. When they saw that Yi Xian and Luo Luo knew the reincarnation fox, they were so scared that they almost peed their pants. Who was the reincarnation fox? He was one of the 3 overlords of the land of reincarnation. However, the last words of the fox of samsara before it left surprised Yi Xian. The tomb was not that simple. Could it be that there were other dangers? If Senior Reincarnation Fox said so, then there must be. Be careful, Yi Xian thought to himself. He sent Luo Luo to the planting space so that she could continue to cultivate. "My lord, we are now," after the reincarnation fox left, Bai Ming flashed to Yi Xian's side and waited for instructions. "We should be able to get out from there." But Yi Xian glanced at the door that Qi Tianrui had come out from. Then a gust of true energy gushed out and cleared a piece of the ground. There were 2 mechanisms under the 2 broken bone statues. They had not noticed them when they were fighting, but Yi Xian had noticed them after the reincarnation fox's reminder. He did not know what these two mechanisms would activate. If you want to leave, you can leave now, Yi Xian said to Bai Ming, Song Qingxing, and Luo Luo. This Bai Ming, Song Qingxing, and the other two sixth-tier profound death realm martial artists looked at each other. The two earth fiends had almost killed them. Then a reincarnation traveler appeared and killed them until they were the only ones left. How could he leave now that he had come this far? I'll stay. Song Qingxing, the owner of the auction house, said directly, Me too. Me too. Chapter 1498. I will stay to protect you, my lord. Bai Ming said firmly, although one of them was from the Tianluo city's city governor's mansion. It was useless for him to stay since the Tianluo city governor was dead. However, he was determined to stay after knowing that Yi Xian was related to the reincarnation fox. If he could build a good relationship with Yi Xian, his future would be bright. All right, since you are not leaving, I will activate the mechanism. Yi Xian stopped persuading them. If there was any danger, he could just break open the void and leave. Activating the mechanism might be dangerous, so they retreated to a corner and let Wei Zhentian and the old tree open the door. The two of them stood in position and waited for Yi Xian's instructions. Activate, Yi Xian said after he was ready. Kacha, kacha. The two mechanisms were activated at the same time. Immediately after, the entire palace rumbled. The center of the palace suddenly split open, and a huge stone coffin rose from it. Is this the coffin of the Samsara realm elite, Qi Xianyue? Bai Ming said in surprise. If that was the case, there might be something in it that belonged to Qi Xianyue when she was alive. Of course, Qi Xianyue could also be reincarnated. However, after she reincarnated, her physical body was considered dead. However, Yi Xian felt that something was wrong. Young master, there is no other movement. Should we open the stone coffin? The old tree asked curiously. Yi Xian waited for a while before he nodded and said, Open it. Okay. The old tree and Wei Zhentian followed Yi Xian's order and pride opened the lid of the stone coffin. However, at this moment, a powerful, mysterious death aura suddenly erupted from the coffin. Wei Zhentian and the old tree accidentally touched the aura and were instantly burned to ashes. Ding! Wei Zhentian is dead. Ding! Spirit of ashes is dead. Ding! Wei Zhentian is resurrected. Ding! Spirit of ashes is resurrected. For system notifications sounded out in a row. Yi Xian was completely stupefied. Wei Zhentian and the old tree had only come into contact with a little of it, and they were instantly killed. Just how powerful was this mysterious death chi? What's in here? Yi Xian asked in shock. No, I didn't see anything. The old tree shook his head. That made sense. His vision was shared with Yi Xian, so Yi Xian couldn't see what was inside. However, he already knew how powerful the thing inside was. It was actually able to instantly kill Wei Zhentian and the old tree who possessed the immortal phoenix bloodline. It was definitely extremely terrifying. Just as Yi Xian was about to get old tree to use an attack to send the sarcophagus's lid flying, Yi Xian's eyes lit up. Suddenly, a crisp sound entered their ears. Kacha! The coffin opened by itself, but there was only a small opening, about the length of an index finger. The old tree was about to go over and take a look, but at this moment, the entire palace changed again. Boom! Countless doors suddenly opened on the four sides of the palace. Then, one after another, battle corpses walked out. 1, 2, 3, Yi Xian and the others subconsciously started counting. When they finished counting, their bodies trembled. Damn, there were 20 of them. Moreover, all of them were at the 7th tier of the profound death realm. That wasn't the point. The point was that there were more after the 20 battle corpses walked out. There were 20 of them at one time, so there were 40 of them at 2 times. How was this going to end? Bai Ming and the others were pale with fright, but Yi Xian's eyes were wide open. This was an opportunity for him. With so many battle corpses, it was enough for him to break through to the 6th tier of the profound death realm. Old Tree could also break through to the 8th tier of the profound death realm. It was a blessing. However, Yi Xian still didn't know what was in the coffin. That was what he was most afraid of. I don't care what you are. When I break through, I'll kill you even if you're at the 9th tier of the profound death realm. Yi Xian widened his eyes and charged forward. The feast of slaughter had begun. Old Tree and Wei Zhentian immediately obeyed and attacked. The latter even activated the sword storm. Crack! While they were killing the battle corpses, the lid of the coffin moved down a little. Yi Xian reckoned that it wasn't Qi Xianyue in the coffin, but something was sealed inside. Now, that something was breaking through the seal. Therefore, he still had time. Kill with all your might. Yi Xian didn't hesitate and activated the dark night sky curtain. The palace instantly darkened. With the eye of revelation, he could instantly find the enigmatic birth bead inside the battle corpses. With his 5th tier of the profound death realm cultivation, he could instantly shatter the enigmatic birth bead if he attacked with all his might. Kacha! Swish! Yi Xian darted behind the nearest battle corpse and stabbed his sword into its shoulder, shattering the enigmatic birth bead. Then, he viciously chopped off the battle corpse's head. Since the battle corpse was already dead, he could use the enigmatic birth bead to recover after chopping off its head. Therefore, it was best to destroy the enigmatic birth bead first. One battle corpse increased Yi Xian's strength by 10%. Not bad. While he was killing the battle corpses, he was also searching for the location of the enigmatic birth bead for the Old Tree and Wei Zhentian. Their cooperation was perfect, and the number of battle corpses was rapidly reduced. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. Yi Xian's killing intent continued to increase, and so did the killing feast. At the same time, his cultivation level also continued to increase as he devoured the battle corpses. 50%, 1%, 5%, 2%. The killing feasts increase rapidly. When Yi Xian killed the 23rd battle corpse, he finally heard a system notification. Ding! Host has made a breakthrough. Host is currently at the 6th tier of the profound death realm. At this moment, his killing feasts increase had reached 5%. Furthermore, it was 5% of his original strength after the breakthrough. However, the stone coffin was already over half opened. Finish it quickly. Yi Xian shouted in his heart. At this moment, he did not have the time to see what was inside the stone coffin. It was more important to increase his strength as soon as possible. This time, there were a total of 40 battle corpses, and all of them were at the 7th profound death realm. Fortunately, they were only at the 7th profound death realm. If they were at the 8th profound death realm, he would be doomed. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. When the last battle corpse was killed, Yi Xian's increase had already increased by 3 times. At this moment, Yi Xian had just devoured all the battle corpses that he had just collected. Ding! Ash Spirit has made a breakthrough. Currently at the 8th profound death realm. Yi Xian had just made the Old Tree make a breakthrough. Otherwise, those battle corpses would have increased to the 8th profound death realm. Then, it would be difficult to kill them. After all, Their experience had nothing to do with their level. Gotcha! Coincidentally, the lid of the stone coffin was completely opened. It was directly blown away by a breath of profound death chi. Chapter 1499. At this moment, an armored arm suddenly extended from the sarcophagus. Following that, a man in dark gray armor slowly stood up from the sarcophagus. The sarcophagus was surrounded by an enormous amount of mysterious death energy. Even if Old Tree were to charge in, he would most likely die instantly. The armored man was very tall, reaching 2 meters. His entire body was covered by the dark gray armor, and his face could not be seen clearly. When he stood up, the mysterious death energy was suddenly absorbed into his body. Following that, his aura suddenly skyrocketed. 7th tier, profound death realm. 8th tier, profound death realm. 9th tier, profound death realm. In the blink of an eye, he had reached the 9th tier of profound death realm. Furthermore, he had reached the peak of the 9th tier of profound death realm. Holy sh*T, what the hell is this? Yi Xian was terrified. With his eye of revelation, he saw that the thing in the armor was not a body, but a skeleton. What is this? Skeletal King. Just as Yi Xian was surprised, Bai Ming exclaimed. The Skeletal King was also a type of exotic beast, but it was very special. It was a combination of bones and rocks. It was very rare and very difficult to deal with. Now, he had encountered a Skeletal King at the peak of the 9th tier of profound death realm. He did not know whether it was a blessing or a curse. Yi Xian was not confident that he could kill the Skeletal King. If he had unicorn, he should be able to. Unfortunately, he had used unicorn on Qi Tianrue. If only he had kept it. At this moment, Old Tree could not wait to attack, as he had been killed by the Skeletal King once. Waning flame. Bang! Old Tree's punch landed on the Skeletal King's helmet. However, it only made its head lower slightly. It did not break through its defense. Whoosh whoosh. Suddenly, a gust of mysterious death energy gushed out from the helmet. Old Tree was once again in trouble. However, this time, Old Tree was at the 8th tier of profound death realm. Although the mysterious death energy corroded quickly, the immortal phoenix bloodline in Old Tree's body was able to extinguish it. It seemed that the Skeletal King was not that easy to deal with. Fortunately, Yi Xian now had a 3-fold amplification, and Bladestorm also had this amplification. Kill him. Yi Xian immediately gave the order to Wei Zhentian. However, in the next moment, Wei Zhentian was stunned. What? You want me to subdue it? Yi Xian was stunned. This Skeleton King seemed to be quite powerful. Furthermore, Yi Xian had a lot of loot boxes, so it would be fine to take one. However, the key question was how to collect them. That was a monster at the peak of the 9th level of the profound death stage. Even the best contract would not work. Yi Xian subconsciously glanced over and realized that it wasn't impossible. There's actually a master servant contract that can be exchanged with devour points. Yi Xian was shocked. Previously, he had used devour crystals to exchange for them. Now, he had never thought that he would be able to use devour points to exchange for them. Furthermore, this master servant contract was extremely overbearing. It could force the other party to enter into a contract, and the upper limit was the host's level 3. In other words, Yi Xian happened to be able to tame this Skeleton King. All right, Wei Zhentian, I'll take you in as a follower this time. Yi Xian's eyes flickered. He did not hesitate to spend 1 devour point to exchange for the master servant contract. At this moment, the Skeleton King's body trembled slightly. Then, a shocking scene happened. There were so many corpses on the ground, but it started to move and crawl up. Heavens! This skeleton king has the will of death. Bai Ming exclaimed again. The will of death. Yi Xian had encountered it once before, and that was when he was born from the immortal corpse king in the land of the dead. Yi Xian still remembered that when he killed the immortal corpse king, an eye of death appeared and absorbed the will of death. Not only that, but it also almost killed him. If Mini Sky Dragon had not sensed it, he would have lost 2 of his doppelgangers. It's indeed a good loot. All right, I'll subdue you. When Wei Zhentian said that just now, Yi Xian was a little reluctant. After all, it was just 1 devour point. But now, he had made up his mind. A good loot could bring him a lot of convenience. As long as a few skills appeared, he would be able to redeem them and get devour points. 1 devour point was not a loss. Whoosh! A red array appeared under Yi Xian's feet. At the same time, a similar array appeared under the Skeleton King's feet. Begin the contract. This master-servant contract was a little coercive, so the Skeleton King was very resistant. It directly let the resurrected corpses pounce on Yi Xian. Yi Xian could not move now. Fortunately, there were people guarding him. Die, all of you! The old tree directly attacked and burned all the corpses near Yi Xian to ashes. This time, the process of forming the contract was a little slow. It lasted for a full 10 seconds. During these 10 seconds, Bai Ming and the others were stunned. Yi Xian was actually subduing the Skeleton King. That was 3 realms higher than him. Before they could recover from their shock, the array disappeared. Immediately, Yi Xian heard a system prompt in his mind. Ding! Skeleton King subdued successfully. The 4th loot, Skeleton King. Before Yi Xian could rejoice, he heard the 2nd system prompt. Ding! The skeletal monarch can become Wei Zhentian's lifelong treasure. After becoming a lifelong treasure, the skeletal monarch and Wei Zhentian can share the same level and bloodline as other lifelong treasures. Furthermore, the skeletal monarch and Wei Zhentian's strength will double when fighting together. Hearing this, Yi Xian was a little shocked. This Skeleton King could become Wei Zhentian's lifelong treasure. Wasn't that a little brother? A little brother could share the level and bloodline of the big brother. When the 2 of them fight together, the strength of both sides will be doubled. Holy **T. No wonder Wei Zhentian wanted Yi Xian to tame the Skeleton King. It turned out that it was so awesome. This time, he was really in luck. At that moment, Yi Xian agreed to let the Skeleton King become Wei Zhentian's lifelong treasure. Just the attributes of the treasure alone saved Yi Xian some devour points. In this way, the Skeleton King would be immortal like Wei Zhentian and the old tree. Ding! Skeleton King has become Wei Zhentian's lifelong treasure. The system prompted again. However, this was not all good, because Yi Xian saw that the Skeleton King's level was directly reduced to the 7th tier of Profound Death Realm, the same level as Wei Zhentian. After all, Wei Zhentian was the big brother. How could a little brother surpass his big brother? However, Yi Xian did not care so much. He said in his mind, Skeleton King, your nickname will be Ribbone. Follow Wei Zhentian. The Skeleton King could not speak, but its 2 ghostly fire-like eyes flickered twice. Come, let's combine. Yi Xian said to Wei Zhentian and the Skeleton King. In the next moment, Wei Zhentian suddenly turned into a 1 meter wide and 3 meters long greatsword. Chapter 1500. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Although the fusion was simple, there were some changes to the Skeletal King's armor. The dark gray armor suddenly glowed with a demonic luster, and its aura suddenly doubled. Indeed, its combat strength had increased. Moreover, Yi Xian had the Unicorn Deterrence skill, which doubled the attributes of the target. It was simply godly. "Come, old tree, let's have a fight," Yi Xian said to old tree. "Tisk tsk, tsk. Little Tian actually has underlings. Let me have a go at you guys." Old tree's eyes lit up, and he instantly flashed behind the skeletal king. When he launched a sneak attack on the skeletal king was at the peak of 9th tier profound death realm. Not only did he not gain any advantage, but he was also affected by the profound death chi. This time, the skeletal king had fallen to 7th tier profound death realm. He wondered what would happen. Boom! Old tree threw a punch at the back of the skeletal king. Even with his full strength, he still could not break through the skeletal king's defense. The skeletal king's body trembled slightly. Suddenly, it stepped forward with its right foot, turned around quickly, and swung its sword. Uffed! The heaven-shaking greatsword was extremely powerful. It directly cut the old tree into two. Its speed had exceeded the old tree's reaction time. With the unicorn deterrence skill, Wei Jintian and the skeletal king could double their combat strength. In addition to the effect of their lifetime treasure, their combat strength had increased by 3 times. The skeletal king was originally known for its defense. Now that all of its attributes had increased, its defense had reached an astonishing level. In addition to the immortal phoenix bloodline, it was like an unkillable cockroach. Even the old tree, who was a tier higher than them, did not gain any advantage. He was even cut in half at the waist. That sword seemed ordinary, but in fact, it had the power to destroy heaven and earth. Yi Xian estimated that even a 9th tier profound death realm expert would not be able to take it head-on. Fortunately, Old Tree also had the immortal phoenix bloodline, so he quickly recovered. Profit! What a huge profit! Yi Xian was so overjoyed that he forgot to look at the skeletal monarch's skill. He quickly collected his thoughts and looked at it. The skeletal monarch had a total of 4 skills: Elegy of Souls, Undying Battle Soul, Grip of the Underworld, and Evil Descends. Elegy of Souls was a passive skill. As long as Yi Xian and the skeletal monarch killed a player, the Elegy of Souls would stack up and increase the skeletal monarch's combat power by a percentage. Under the Elegy of Souls, there was an active skill called Army of the Dead, which consumed a large amount of souls. This was the effect of the Will of Death, which resurrected corpses to do battle. The higher the number of souls, the higher the skeletal monarch's attributes would be. Once he used the undead army, the Elegy of Souls attributes would decrease. The Undying Battle Souls explanation was simple. It doubled the skeletal monarch's attributes and could be used once a day. Grip of the Underworld was a powerful control skill. It could be used once a day to grab someone in front of it. Evil Descends was an aura skill. As long as the skeletal monarch was present, Yi Xian, Wei Jintian, and the old tree would have their speed and recovery increased. These were the 4 skills of the skeletal monarch. In addition, there was also a fusion skill that would appear after it merged with Wei Jintian: Sky-Shattering Meteor Slash. Needless to say, this skill was a powerful attack skill. Moreover, it did not have a cooldown. It was similar to Unicorn's Descent, which required Yi Xian to consume ores or weapons to recover. At the same time, under the fusion state, the Undying Battle Souls attributes would increase, which would also affect Wei Jintian. If activated, the skeletal monarch and Wei Jintian would be able to exhibit 4 times their combat power. It could only be described as terrifying. Ha! I really got the wrong item this time. This is too good. Yi Xian could not help but laugh a few times. Only rare and precious treasures would have skills after being subdued. Not only did the skeletal monarch have skills, but it also had many of them. It was very practical. If the Elegy of Souls was stacked, the skeletal monarch's combat power would be extremely powerful. The reason why the corpses suddenly came to life was the effect of the army of the dead. However, after the skeletal monarch was subdued, the army of the dead could still be used. It was not bad. Since they are already dead, let them rest in peace. Yi Xian ordered the ribs. Plop, plop, plop. Without a leader, the walking corpses fell to the ground one by one. This trip to the mystic moon tomb was indeed a good one. Not only had his strength increased significantly, he had even subdued such an awesome monster. If he could have such a handsome monster following behind him when he went shopping in the future, he would definitely be able to look cool. Young master, you have made a big profit this time. I reckon that if we were to fight, I am afraid that I would not be able to defeat them. Old Tree could not help but laugh. He was at the 8th tier of the profound death realm, but he could not defeat the skeletal monarch at the 7th tier of the profound death realm. It was embarrassing. However, now that the skeletal monarch and Wei Zhentian were in a merged state, both of their attributes had doubled. It was normal that he could not defeat them. If they were to disintegrate, it would be hard to say who would win if the Old Tree and the skeletal monarch fought one-on-one again. Ribs, why are you in this sarcophagus? Where is the owner of this tomb? Yi Xian asked. The skeletal monarch could not speak, but it could communicate with Yi Xian through voice transmission, like Wei Zhentian. Of course, only Yi Xian, the owner, could understand what it was saying. Oh, you are saying that you jumped levels and fought one-on-one with that monster, but you were unexpectedly captured by her. She wanted to subdue you, but you were unwilling to submit. So, you were sealed here? Yi Xian immediately understood. The monster that the skeletal monarch mentioned was the owner of the mystic moon tomb, Qi Xianyue, who was also the sister of the reincarnated Qi Tianrui. Yi Xian previously thought that this was an inheritance left behind by Qi Xianyue, but it turned out that it was nothing. If an ordinary person entered this place, not only would they not gain any benefits, they would also be killed and die here. However, this was a huge benefit for Yi Xian. All right, I will definitely kill that monster when I see her in the future and avenge you. Yi Xian nodded at the skeletal monarch. The latter hated Qi Xianyue to the bone. After all, she had been sealed here for thousands of years. Congratulations, my lord! Bai Ming and the others immediately came up to him with a fawning expression. They thought that they were dead for sure, but they did not expect that such a powerful skeletal monarch would be subdued by Yi Xian. It was simply a miracle. The skeletal monarch, who was at the peak of the 9th tier of the profound death realm, was probably not inferior to a samsara realm expert. Yi Xian had gained a powerful combat force by subduing it. Haha, thank you. Yi Xian was in a good mood. However, at this moment, a powerful aura of death suddenly spread out, causing everyone's heart to tremble. Chapter 15:01. However, this time, it was not the Eye of Reincarnation, but the Eye of Death. The Eye of Death. Seeing this, Bai Ming immediately exclaimed. The Eye of Death was also a rare eye in the world. It was said that there was only one in the entire land of reincarnation. Who would have thought that it would appear here? Why? However, the most shocked person was Yi Xian. The 3 eyes of reincarnation of the Reincarnation City Master, Reincarnation Supremacy, and Reincarnation Fox were all the same. This Eye of Death was probably the same. However, he felt that he had seen this Eye of Death before. Yes, it was the one he saw in the land of the dead. Yi Xian was sure of it. A sudden killing intent rose spontaneously from the bottom of Yi Xian's heart. Yi Xian recalled the scene when he was almost killed by the Eye of Death. If Mini Sky Dragon had not arrived, he would have been killed. However, the Eye of Death appeared after the death of the immortal Corpse King. Why did it appear again now? While he was in shock, a figure suddenly condensed under the Eye of Death. It was a woman in a milky white dress. I didn't expect that someone would help you break the seal. The woman spoke slowly. Her gaze fell on the skeletal king. After seeing the woman in white, the skeleton king could not help but roar loudly despite not being able to speak. This woman was Qi Xianyue, who had sealed him for thousands of years. Yi Xian also immediately reacted. It was truly a narrow road. The skeleton emperor's enemy was actually the same as him. Now, they were facing each other. Killing one person could end two grudges. I gave you several thousand years to consider. In these several thousand years, although your strength has regressed, your temper has become even worse. Qi Xianyue could not help but snort coldly and said, "Now that I have the eye of death, as long as you follow me, you will be immortal and reach a realm you can't imagine." Roar. The skeleton king did not fall for this trick and roared again. Although Qi Xianyue did not know what he was saying, she knew that he was rejecting her. She continued, "Ignorant. In that case, you can stay here for thousands of years." After saying that, the stone coffin lid suddenly flew up, and the skeleton king was forcibly suppressed back into the stone coffin. Seeing this, Yi Xian immediately sent the skeletal king into the planting space. What a joke! Rib Bones was now his subordinate. How could he be sealed again? The disappearance of the skeletal king shocked Qi Xianyue. In the next moment, a strong pressure was exerted on Yi Xian and the others, immobilizing them. Strong. Too strong. Yi Xian gritted his teeth. He had experienced this feeling several times already. Last time, he was suppressed by Yi Wen, causing him to explode his eyes and destroy his two clones. Could it be that he was going to repeat the same mistake this time? However, even if he lost two avatars, it was worth it to save the skeleton king. Who did that? To be able to make the skeleton king disappear under my nose. Who is it? Qi Xianyue narrowed her eyes and glanced at Yi Xian and the others. These people were only at the profound death realm. In her eyes, they were all ants. Bai Ming knew that Qi Xianyue was not to be trifled with, so he quickly said, "I am Bai Ming from the Bai family of the 100 Fox Manor. May I know what you are talking about?" He knew that the disappearance of the skeleton king was related to Yi Xian, but Yi Xian was related to the reincarnation fox. No matter how strong Qi Xianyue was, she could not be stronger than the reincarnation fox, right? The 100 Fox Manor? Humph! I did not violate the rules of the profound death battlefield. Even if I kill you, they can't do anything to me. Qi Xianyue was not happy that Bai Ming used the 100 Fox Manor to pressure her. After a cold snort, Bai Ming's body began to decay. In the blink of an eye, only half of his body was left. Although Bai Ming was at the 7th profound death realm, he was nothing in front of Qi Xianyue. The profound life qi in his body was suppressed and could not be restored. However, Qi Xianyue did not want to provoke the Bai family, let alone the 100 Fox Manor. Therefore, she showed mercy. Otherwise, Bai Ming would have been turned into nothingness. "Speak, who is it?" Qi Xianyue said sternly. She had always wanted to tame the skeleton king. She would come here once every 100 years, but every time she would fail. In fact, the reason why she built this tomb was to give the skeleton king some toys. Anyway, anyone who entered would be killed by the skeleton king. Once the seal on the skeleton king was broken, she would know. Then she would seal it again to weaken the skeleton king's arrogance. Now, the skeleton king had disappeared right under her nose. This was the first time this had happened in thousands of years. Although Yi Xian hated Qi Xianyue, he knew that he did not have the strength now. If he acted rashly, he would have to bear the risk of losing two of his doppelgangers. Humph, since you don't want to speak, then die one by one. Qi Xianyue snorted coldly. Then Yi Xian and the others' bodies began to decay. Senior, please spare our lives. We don't know, Song Qingxing hurriedly shouted. However, Qi Xianyue did not buy it. Since they did not know, she would vent her anger on them. It's me. At this time, someone suddenly shouted. Qi Xianyue turned her head and found that the person who spoke was a bald old man. The old tree. It's you? Where did you take him? Qi Xianyue asked in an interrogative tone. I have a space magic, but I don't want to tell you. Kill me if you have the guts. The old tree replied. He was trying to draw the calamity onto himself. After all, he was immortal and indestructible. Although the eyes of death could kill people, they could not hold him hostage. Yi Xian was here now, so he was not afraid. You're courting death. Qi Xianyue was furious. She directly destroyed the old tree, leaving only half of his body and limbs. However, the next moment, she was shocked because she saw that the old tree's body was recovering while decaying. How was this possible? She had suppressed the mysterious life qi in everyone present. How could he recover? The next moment, she found that the old tree was not recovering with the mysterious life qi. Instead, it was some other strange energy. However, she only knew that the old tree was not recovering with the mysterious life qi, but she did not know what that energy was. You're quite capable. Since you don't want to tell me, then Qi Xianyue was halfway through her sentence when she suddenly saw that Yi Xian's body was also intact. Seeing that Qi Xuanyue's gaze fell on him, Yi Xian's body could not help but tremble. It seemed that this was troublesome. However, it was not that troublesome because the immortal phoenix bloodline in Yi Xian's body could recover faster than the speed of decay. How can you resist my will of death? Qi Xianyue asked curiously. It's none of your business. Yi Xian did not say anything and directly scolded her. Chapter 1502. What did you say? Qi Xuanyue's eyes widened as if she had misheard him. A puny sixth-tier profound death realm martial artist dared to scold her? He was courting death. However, in her current state, the will of death could not kill Yi Xian. Ha ha ha, you can't kill me? You stinking B***TCH. I'm the one who hid the Skeleton King. Bite me. When Yi Xian discovered this, he immediately started cursing. Bai Ming and the others behind him were shocked, as expected of someone who knew the reincarnation fox. How courageous! Bastard! Qi Xuanyue's eyes flickered. She saw that she could not do anything to Yi Xian. His fingers had just disappeared, but they recovered in the next moment. What kind of recovery speed was that? The old tree had the immortal phoenix bloodline, and so did Yi Xian. Moreover, Yi Xian had the immortal eye unicorn bloodline, and the unicorn true qi was circulating in his body. The unicorn true qi was the combination of the eye of glory and the eye of destruction. The eye of glory had the ability to increase the damage of dead creatures. Therefore, the speed of Yi Xian's decay was much slower than the old tree's. How could anything happen to him when the old tree was fine? Who are you? Qi Xianyue could not help but ask. Guess. If you guess correctly, I'll summon the Skeleton King. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows, looking like a villain who had succeeded. Since his opponent could not do anything to him, what was there to be afraid of? What a joke! What a sharp-tongued brat! Do you know who I am? Qi Xianyue asked. Guess again. Yi Xian chuckled. Before Qi Xianyue could say anything, Bai Ming behind Yi Xian explained, one of the three overlords of the Xian Death battlefield, the Death Abyss Overlord. I didn't expect you to know me. However, you're wrong. I'm the strongest expert in the Xian Death battlefield. The other two are no match for me, Qi Xianyue said arrogantly. As long as I don't break the rules of the Xian Death battlefield, your 100 Fox Manor can't do anything to me. That may be so, but I'm still from the Bai clan. Do you think you're invincible among your peers? 100 Fox Manor, any random expert from the Bai clan could easily kill you. You're from the Xian Death Abyss battlefield. Bai Ming suddenly mocking her. Qi Xianyue was only at the 3rd level of the samsara realm. Therefore, she could only reign supreme in the profound death battlefield, where the upper limit was the 3rd level of the profound death stage. Once she entered the rotating chakra battlefield, any passerby would have the strength to kill her. 2. You. When Qi Xianyue heard Bai Ming's words, she clenched her teeth in anger. This was the first time someone had called her a piece of trash. What about you? Although there are rules in the Xian Death battlefield, my Bai clan can still send 10 Xian Death Abyss Realm experts. You might not even be able to defeat one. What's wrong with calling you a piece of trash? Bai Ming continued to mock her. Yi Xian was speechless. It was so good to have a strong background. He was envious that Qi Xianyue could even scold experts. Good, very good. Although I can't touch you, these ants can't be from the 100 Fox Manor, right? Qi Xianyue's eyes flashed. Her eyes were filled with murderous intent. Yi Xian and Bai Ming's expressions changed. Using their spiritual senses, they sensed that Song Qingxing and the others' bodies were rapidly disintegrating. Senior, please spare my life, Song Qingxing begged, for mercy. Stop! Bai Ming and Yi Xian shouted at the same time. Unfortunately, Qi Xianyue was still angry. Yi Xian and the old tree were just projections. She could do nothing to them. Bai Ming had a strong background. She could not touch him either. As for Song Qingxing and the other two, how could she not touch them? In an instant, Song Qingxing and the other two were disintegrated by her will of death. They turned into nothingness. Even their interspatial rings disappeared. This was the consequence of angering her. Although she was afraid of the 100 Fox Manor, she was not without a temper. If she did not kill a few people to vent her anger, this anger would continue to weigh on her heart. When Yi Xian sensed that Song Qingxing and the other two's auras had disappeared, he immediately cursed, "Bastard, come at me if you have the guts." Humph! Qi Xianyue snorted and said, "Fine, I'll suppress you here. When I catch you, I hope you can still be as stubborn as you are now." As soon as she finished speaking, her original body had already sent people to capture Yi Xian and the others. Oh no! Yi Xian's expression changed drastically. It seemed like they were in trouble this time. He thought that Qi Xianyue would give up and leave after knowing that she could not do anything to them. Since you want to do this, you should be prepared to be destroyed. Bai Ming said in a threatening tone. You don't have to worry about this. Qi Xianyue continued to snort. Although she was only at the 3rd level of the samsara realm and was like an ant in the eyes of those experts, no one in the profound death battlefield could threaten her. However, at this moment, an aura suddenly spread out. Yi Xian and the others looked up and saw that another huge eyeball had appeared and was facing Qi Xianyue's eye of death. This is the eye of all things. Yi Xian recognized it at a glance. This huge eye was the eye of all things that he had seen that day. That day, a 3rd-level profound death realm expert had attacked him in the profound life battlefield and was killed by this eye of all things. He did not know if it was the same one. As the eye of all things appeared, Qi Xianyue could not help but tremble. Why did this damn thing appear? It's you? What are you doing here? I did not break the rules of the profound death battlefield. Qi Xianyue shouted angrily. Then, the eye of all things condensed into the figure of a middle-aged man. Indeed, you did not break the rules. However, you want to attack the people of the 100 Fox Manor. Am I supposed to just watch and do nothing? The middle-aged man looked disdainful and said, Even the other two managers do not dare to do so. Where did you get the guts? Scram! Before the middle-aged man could finish his sentence, the eyes of death vanished into thin air, disappearing from the world. Overbearing. However, this middle-aged man had overbearing strength. A mere third-level samsara realm expert dared to act arrogantly in front of him. He was courting death. Yi Xian and the other two were shocked. Qi Xianyue, who had suppressed them to the point of suffocation, was instantly killed by the middle-aged man. This scene happened so suddenly that they had yet to recover from their shock. As the eye of death disappeared, the pressure on Yi Xian and the other two also disappeared, and they regained their mobility. "Thank you, Senior," Yi Xian and Bai Ming hurriedly said. "No worries." After the middle-aged man said these two words, he disappeared along with the eye of all things. There were only 3 people left in the Xianyu tomb. Chapter 15:03. Ding. Host has triggered the revenge quest. Kill Qi Xianyue. You accept? The system notification surprised Yi Xian. He remembered that the last revenge quest required him to kill Mo Xue. He didn't expect it to be so long ago. Except Yi Xian didn't say anything else and accepted this revenge mission. The reward for the revenge quest wasn't displayed, which meant that it would change according to certain factors, such as the speed of completing the quest. Actually, Yi Xian wanted to tell Qi Xianyue a fact, and that was about Qi Xuanyue's brother, Qi Tianrue. Qi Xianyue probably didn't expect that her brother had found this tomb chamber, let alone that her brother was already dead. The burnt corpse in the north of the palace was actually Qi Tianrue. Unfortunately, Qi Xuanyue's eyes of death were instantly destroyed, so Yi Xian didn't have time to tell her. Therefore, Yi Xian decided to wait until he saw Qi Xianyue again. He wondered what kind of expression Qi Xianyue would have when the time came. Let's leave first. After accepting the revenge quest, Yi Xian directly broke through the void and left the Xianyue tomb chamber with the old tree and Bai Ming. Although the eyes of death and Qi Xianyue had been defeated by the mysterious middle-aged man, Yi Xian decided to leave first just in case. No matter how powerful Qi Xianyue was, she couldn't chase after them. After all, she only appeared because the Skeleton King's seal was broken. After they were safe, Yi Xian couldn't help but ask, "Who was that senior just now?" Bai Ming replied, "That senior was appointed by my 100 Fox Manor to manage the Xian Death battlefield. He monitors the entire Xian Death battlefield through the eyes of Myriad. If anyone violates the rules, they will be obliterated." I see. So there are 2 other managers on the Samsara Venerable and Samsara City Master's side. Yi Xian asked again. Yes, the other 2 also have the eyes of myriad forms. The eyes of myriad forms is a relatively common eye. Bai Ming nodded. Indeed, the eyes of myriad were very common. Yi Xian encountered 2 pairs of them while chasing after the Xian-Ming duo. The eye of death is also rather rare. It is said that the Lord of the Abyss of Death obtained it from a heavenly beast of death. As for the eye of reincarnation, I heard that the master of Samsara City got it after killing the heaven-reaching beast. Seeing that Yi Xian was interested, Bai Ming continued. Hearing this, Yi Xian was a little surprised. What? The master of Samsara City? What about your manor lord and venerable Samsara? Our manor lord is a fox of reincarnation. The eye of reincarnation is formed by itself. As for the reincarnation venerable, who rose in the past 20 years, I don't know where his reincarnation I came from. However, it is said that the reincarnation venerable condensed it himself, so he has superior reincarnation ability. Bai Ming replied, the eye of reincarnation obtained from killing heaven-reaching beasts was naturally inferior to the eye of reincarnation formed by oneself. This was not difficult to understand. Therefore, Reincarnation Venerable and Reincarnation Fox had the same level of Reincarnation I. As for Reincarnation City Lord, he was slightly weaker. Reincarnation Venerable. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes slightly. When the first eye of reincarnation appeared, the base of the life and death plate in the planting space suddenly shook violently. In the land of reincarnation, when Yi Xian was still in the longevity realm, the base of the life and death plate in the Red Flame Mountain Range suddenly appeared after the Reincarnation Venerable appeared. Could it be, right, the Reincarnation Venerable appeared at about the same time as the Xianming duo demons reincarnated using the life and death plate? Yi Xian's eyes suddenly lit up. Could it be that the Reincarnation Venerable was the life and death plate? So, his two appearances caused the base of the life and death plate to change. However, the life and death plate was only a divine artifact. Some divine artifacts seem to give birth to artifact spirits. The Reincarnation Venerable might be the life and death plate. After the Xianming duo demons reincarnated, it cultivated a physical body, and then left. Yi Xian thought about it and realized that it was really possible. However, the Reincarnation Venerable was one of the three great leaders in the land of reincarnation. He was not someone he could come into contact with now. Furthermore, the Reincarnation Venerable did not have any enmity with him. He would think about it after he met the Reincarnation Venerable. Right now, he had to take revenge first. The Eye of Death, Qi Xianhua. By Ming, I will take revenge personally this time. I will take my leave first. Yi Xian said to Bai Ming, who was beside him. All right, please be careful, my lord. Bai Ming did not ask further, and only cupped his fists respectfully. He also wanted to take revenge for the auction house owner, but Qi Xianhua was not someone he could defeat now, so he could only put it aside for now. Then Yi Xian left directly. Since he wanted to take revenge, he had to go to the north because Qi Xianhua was in the Reincarnation Venerable's territory. This time, Yi Xian was going to enter the enemy's camp to kill. Among the spoils of war just now, he had obtained a map. There was a teleportation point somewhere in the north of Tianluo City that could teleport him to the edge of the camp. This place was called Lingxi City, and the teleportation point was near Lingxi City. However, there was a fee to use this teleportation point. Immediately, Yi Xian started to hurry. Now that he had subdued the Skeletal King, he directly sent the Skeletal King and Wei Zhentian to hunt heaven-reaching beasts to increase his strength and recover Unicorn's descent. At the same time, he could also increase the Elegy of Souls buff. In order to form a contract with the Skeletal King, he had spent 1 Devour point. Now, he only had 2 Devour points left. Therefore, he wanted to find a chance to increase his killing intent points to the upper limit. Otherwise, how long would it take for him to gather 9 Devour points and fuse 2 combat bloodlines? Lingxi City was quite a distance away from Tianluo City. However, Yi Xian was at the 6th tier of the Profound Death realm. Using the Shadow Step and Agility buff, he only took a day to reach the city. In this day, Wei Zhentian, Ribbone, and Old Tree killed many heaven-reaching beasts. Yi Xian's killing intent points increased by a large margin. However, the Elegy of Souls of the Skeletal King only increased the buff by 1/10,000th. 1/10,000th in a day, 1/10,000th in 10 days, and 100th in 100 days. Although the Elegy of Souls was a divine skill, it did not have much effect in the beginning. Moreover, the Elegy of Souls would change according to the level of the Skeletal King and Yi Xian. If the Skeletal King was at the 7th tier of the Profound Death realm, the buff would only be 1/10,000th in a day. Simply put, when one's level increased, one would have to kill stronger monsters. Fortunately, they were only killing heaven-reaching beasts today. if they were to meet some ignorant family or faction, the Elegy of Souls would be able to level up quickly. Chapter 1504. The Skeletal King was simply a heaven-defying monster. Yi Xian felt that even if he had to spend 3 devour points on the contract, it was definitely worth it. Speaking of which, Yi Xian had already arrived at Spirit West City. The next step was to find the teleportation array and teleport to the edge of the camp. Let's go. Ribs, follow me on the streets. When Yi Xian entered Spirit West City, he used the Eye of the Void to summon the Skeletal King and Wei Jintian back. A 2-meter-tall armored man holding a 3-meter-long heaven-shaking sword would attract a lot of attention as he walked on the streets. Of course, Yi Xian, who was walking in front of the Skeletal King, was the center of attention. A few sharp-eyed martial artists recognized it and exclaimed, "Damn, it's the rare Skeletal King. Who is that person? He actually tamed a Skeletal King." When these words came out, the surrounding people were shocked. Skeletal King is a rare beast that is hard to come by in thousands of years. Its combat power is incomparably strong. I have never heard of a Skeletal King being tamed in history. That young man is only at the 6th level of the Profound Death realm. What ability does he have to tame a 7th level Profound Death realm Skeletal King? Shoo, look at his ostentatious appearance. He might have a great background. The elders of his family must have helped him tame it or sent it to protect him. Guard? Isn't that bald old man a guard? This Skeletal King seems to be able to evolve. As long as it can obtain the White Bone Gold Essence Jade, it is said that it can be upgraded to the Ghost Dome Great Emperor. What a joke! What is the White Bone Gold Essence Jade? It is a material used to forge 8th level divine weapons. That's right. Why is this Skeletal King different from the rumors? Its rock armor has such a luster. Could it have mutated once? It is said that a Skeletal King appeared thousands of years ago. It was at the peak of the 9th level of the Profound Death realm. At that time, it caused a huge commotion. Many forces wanted to tame it. Even Samsara realm experts tried, but no one succeeded. That Skeletal King could be said to kill wherever it went. Just mentioning its name would make people tremble in fear. In the end, no one knew why it disappeared. The people around them were really well informed. Along the way, Yi Xian heard a lot of interesting things. I didn't expect the Skeleton King to be able to advance. Not bad. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. If the Skeletal Monarch wanted to become a Ghost Dome Great Emperor, it could refine the White Bone Golden Essence Jade. At that time, the Skeletal Monarch would become even stronger. At the same time, the Skeleton King mentioned by the passerby thousands of years ago was actually the rib that Yi Xian had just subdued. However, since rib bones had become Wei Jintian's underling, his cultivation level had dropped to the 7th level of the Profound Death stage. Therefore, no one would associate him with the Skeleton King from several thousand years ago. Under the fearful gazes of the crowd, Yi Xian arrived in front of the Spirit West City's City Lord Mansion. When the guards of the City Lord's mansion saw this, they almost peed in their pants. Damn, it was actually the Skeleton King. Sir, is there anything I can help you with? The 7th level Profound Death stage guard captain greeted him and asked in shock. At the same time, he couldn't help but glance at the Skeleton King. When the Skeleton King glared at him with its ghastly eyes, the guard captain was so frightened that he hurriedly retracted his gaze and didn't dare to look at him again. I want to use the teleportation array. Please inform me. Yi Xian replied directly. Oh, okay. I'll inform the head steward. The guard captain nodded. After swallowing a mouthful of saliva, he turned around and entered the City Lord's mansion. He was at the 7th level of the Profound Death stage, while Yi Xian was at the 6th level of the Profound Death stage. However, Yi Xian, who had a 7th-level profound death stage skeleton king and an 8th-level profound death stage elder protecting him, definitely had a great background. He couldn't handle such a lineup. Behind Yi Xian, there were many people who came to watch the show and worshipped the Skeleton King. When they heard that Yi Xian wanted to use the teleportation array, they immediately understood that he was going to the north to train. What an unfortunate timing. The teleportation array was destroyed a few days ago. I heard that it's still under repair. I'm afraid we'll have to wait for a few more days. That's right. Some time ago, a peak profound death stage expert snuck in and destroyed the teleportation array before leaving. The city lord was so angry that he blew his beard. It must be someone from the north. The surrounding crowd whispered again. However, Yi Xian heard them. What? The teleportation array was destroyed, and it's still under repair? Yi Xian was a little helpless. Such a good thing happened to him. Did he have to travel by himself? Although his speed was fast, it would take him at least half a month to reach the edge of the camp. It was too wasteful. Soon, an old man at the 8th level of the profound death stage walked out. When he heard about the Skeleton King, he didn't believe it. However, when he saw it with his own eyes, he had no choice but to believe it. Sir, this old man is the head steward of the city lord's mansion. I heard that you want to use the teleportation array, the elder asked. That's right. However, I also heard that the teleportation array was destroyed. I wonder how long it will take to repair it. Yi Xian nodded and replied. The elder paused and continued. The array experts in my city lord's mansion are already repairing it. It will take 2 days. If you want to use the teleportation array, you can stay in the city lord's mansion first. Thank you for your kindness. However, I'll come back in 2 days. Yi Xian directly refused. It was too wasteful to let him stay in the city lord's mansion for 2 days. He had to make use of these 2 days. The old man didn't try to persuade him to stay. He just watched Yi Xian leave, but his gaze was more focused on the Skeleton King. At this moment, he raised his eyebrows as if he had thought of something. He quickly turned around and entered the city lord's mansion. This Skeleton King, could it be? The elder thought of a terrifying possibility and directly found the city lord of Spirit West City. Head steward, why are you in such a hurry? The city lord of Spirit West City was dealing with some matters. When he saw the anxious expression on the head steward's face, he could not help but ask. City lord, a person came from outside and wanted to use the teleportation array. The head steward said, Isn't the teleportation array being repaired? Why do you have to report this to me? The city lord of Spirit West City was very surprised. He had to deal with many things every day. If such a small matter had to be reported to him, he would be annoyed to death. No, city lord. The most important thing is that behind that person there is a 7th level profound death realm skeleton king. The head steward of the city lord's mansion told the city lord the truth. What? Skeleton King? The city lord of Spirit West City was shocked. The Skeleton King was a rare heaven-connecting beast with outstanding combat strength. A few thousand years ago, there was a Skeleton King. Even a samsara realm expert could not do anything to it. Not only that, the Skeleton King had even killed a samsara realm expert. Chapter 1505. One had to know that the Shiman family's ancestor was at the samsara realm. Even such an expert had died in the hands of the Skeletal King, who was at the peak of the 9th tier of the profound death realm. It could be seen how powerful the Skeletal King was. Moreover, more than one samsara realm expert had died in the hands of the Skeletal King. Where did that person come from? Has the Skeletal King been subdued? The Spirit West City Lord asked again. That person is only at the 6th tier of the profound death realm. However, He has an 8th tier profound death realm guard. I don't know where he came from. As for the skeletal king, in my opinion, it should have been subdued by that person. The City Lord Mansion's chief steward replied, regardless of whether it has been subdued or not, send someone to follow him and investigate his identity. After the Spirit West City Lord finished speaking, he prepared to send experts to follow him. But at this time, the city governor's mansion's chief steward suddenly took out a portrait from his interspatial ring and handed it to the city governor of Lingsea City. He said, "City governor, I found that the skeleton king just now is a little similar to the one in the portrait." The Spirit West City Lord was stunned. He subconsciously glanced at the portrait and found that it was the skeletal king that had killed the Sheeman family's ancestor. In other words, it was the one from thousands of years ago. Now, the City Lord Mansion's chief steward said that the one he saw was very similar to the one in the portrait. How was this possible? Could it be that you saw wrongly? Back then, the skeletal king was at the peak of the 9th tier of the profound death realm. However, this one is only at the 7th tier of the profound death realm. The Spirit West City Lord said doubtfully, the skeletal king was not an ordinary creature. After thousands of years, it was impossible for its strength to not increase. It was possible that it was at the samsara realm, 7th tier of the profound death realm. Impossible. This I might have seen wrongly. The City Lord Mansion's chief steward kept the portrait. You can go about your business. After the Spirit West City Lord finished speaking, he left directly. Then he sent 3 experts to follow Yi Xian. He wanted to investigate Yi Xian's background first. If Yi Xian had a background, then he would plan again. If Yi Xian had no background and was just a wild crane, then he would kill Yi Xian and capture the skeletal monarch. The 3 experts from the City Lord's mansion who were sent to tail Yi Xian were all 9th level profound death stage experts. In their opinion, it would not be a problem to capture Yi Xian, let alone tail him. At this time, Yi Xian was strolling around Spirit West City with Luo Luo and the others. Although he wanted to go out and kill monsters to level up, he wasn't in such a hurry. However, after strolling around for a while, he discovered that something was amiss. There were 3 9th layer profound death stage experts following him. Are they here for the Skeleton King? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and immediately reacted. There weren't many forces in the Spirit West City that could send out 3 9th stage profound death realm experts at once. The most likely candidate was the City Lord's mansion. Since that was the case, Yi Xian ended his leisure time early and sent Luo Luo back to the planting space. Then he brought Old Tree, Wei Zhentian, and Rib out of the city. The reason why he brought the skeletal monarch around wasn't to show off, but to carry out a baiting plan. What was a baiting plan? It was to use the skeletal monarch as bait to lure those who had ulterior motives. The skeletal monarch was only at the 7th level of the profound death realm. There would definitely be 8th or 9th level profound death realm experts who had designs on it. Coincidentally, Yi Xian liked these kinds of people the most. These people would often come to give him benefits. They were like living lay feng. Therefore, he left the city this time to lure them out. I still need to use the teleportation formation of the City Lord's mansion. It's not good to start a massacre. However, if they really provoke me, I'll kill them all, Yi Xian thought to himself. The teleportation formation wasn't important because it would be fine as long as he showed mercy to those formation experts. Moreover, as long as he broke through, the travel time would be greatly reduced. Half a month might even be reduced to 3 days. When the 3 9th level profound death realm experts who were tailing Yi Xian saw Yi Xian leaving the city, they concealed their auras and followed him. After following Yi Xian for more than half an hour, Yi Xian suddenly stopped in his tracks. "The three of you, you've been following me for so long. Why don't you show yourself?" Yi Xian stopped and said without turning around. His voice was loud and clear, falling into the ears of the three tailing him. The three of them were shocked because Yi Xian hadn't turned around to check since he left the city. Moreover, they were following him outside the range of the 8th level profound death realm expert's spiritual awareness. How did Yi Xian discover them? "You're quite capable indeed," the middle-aged man in the lead couldn't help but say. At this moment, Yi Xian turned around and faced them. He pretended not to know anything and asked, "What's the matter?" "We're from the Spirit West City's City Lord Mansion. The City Lord would like to invite you over for a gathering," the middle-aged man in the lead said. Without waiting for him to finish his sentence, Yi Xian directly replied, "Oh, what if I don't go?" "If you don't go, then we can only offend you." The middle-aged man deliberately released a wave of pressure. He reckoned that Yi Xian would definitely compromise after seeing their cultivation level. After all, they were 3 9th level profound death realm experts. Yi Xian was only at the 6th level of the profound death realm. He only had an 8th level profound death realm guard and a 7th level profound death realm skeleton monarch. No matter how strong the skeleton monarch was, it couldn't fight against 9th level profound death realm experts, right? Since that's the case, I'll say this first. If you dare to attack me, you'll be in danger of dying. Yi Xian reminded them like a good old man. When these words came out, the three experts couldn't help but laugh while holding their stomachs. Danger of dying? How humorous. I've heard about the skeleton monarch for a long time. Today, I'm here to see if the skeleton monarch is as strong as the rumors say. After the middle-aged man in the lead finished speaking, he walked out alone. It seemed like he was prepared to fight Yi Xian and the other two experts alone. Sigh, ignorant people. Seeing this, Yi Xian subconsciously shook his head. Since the other party wanted to fight the three of them alone, he naturally wouldn't be unreasonable. If that's the case, then let's fight, Yi Xian said coldly. When his voice fell, the middle-aged man in the lead also stomped his feet and rushed towards Yi Xian like a cheetah. Almost at the same time, the skeleton monarch's aura suddenly skyrocketed. Then, it rushed out in large strides. The sky-shaking sword in its hand danced, and a slash that contained profound death chi broke through the air. Qilin's deterrence doubled all of his attributes. When combined with Megatron, it doubled all of his attributes again. At this moment, the skeleton monarch could unleash 3 times its combat strength. Originally, it could challenge those of a higher level. Although its cultivation level had dropped, its strength had actually increased. This was because it was too weak when it was at the 7th level of the profound death realm. This sword chi shocked the middle-aged man in the lead. Chapter 1506. Boom. The two energies collided, and a shock wave swept out. This time, the two were evenly matched. The middle-aged man and the 2 people behind him were shocked. After all, this was a challenge that was 2 levels higher. Again, the middle-aged man was unwilling to give up and swung his sword again. But this time, the skeletal king suddenly sped up and dodged the sword. Then, it quickly approached the middle-aged man. The skeletal king's strongest point was not its attack, but its defense. Back then, even a Samsara realm expert could not break its armor. Now that all its attributes had been doubled, even a 9th level profound death realm expert would not be able to break it. Therefore, it was best at close combat. While the middle-aged man was stunned, the skeletal king approached him. He knew that he could not fight the skeletal king in close combat, so he quickly swung his sword and jumped away. But at this moment, boom! The skeletal king did not block or dodge. It took the sword head-on and was unscathed. Of course, this was just a casual attack from the middle-aged man. Its power was weaker than before, so it was natural that it could not break the skeletal king's defense. "I'll let you see the power of my ribs." Yi Xian's eyes flickered. In the next moment, the skeletal king's big hand suddenly stretched out like a claw. Grip of the underworld. A strong suction force enveloped the middle-aged man, causing his heart to tremble. Before he could react, his whole body flew toward the skeletal king. "So strong, I can't break away." The middle-aged man was shocked as he watched himself getting closer and closer to the skeletal king. Not good. The other two people's expressions changed drastically, and they directly attacked the skeletal king. However, they were still a step too late. Slash! The skeletal king's sword in its right hand suddenly swept out and directly slashed at the middle-aged man who was flying toward it. With a clang, the middle-aged man's weapon was cut in half. Then there was a crisp sound. Rip! The middle-aged man's head was thrown up, and his face was filled with shock. He would never have thought that he would be killed by the skeletal king in less than 2 seconds. Was this the strength of the skeletal king? If he had known earlier, he definitely wouldn't have been so careless and challenged the skeleton king alone. Unfortunately, it was already too late. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. Yi Xian, who was watching the battle from afar, heard the sound of a system notification in his mind, and his killing intent skyrocketed. At the same time, Soul of Elegies buff had also increased by quite a bit. Although it wasn't much, it was a godly skill that could stack permanently. The more Yi Xian watched the skeletal monarch kill a 9th-level profound death realm expert, the more he watched, the more satisfied he was. This underling of Wei Zhentian seemed to be much stronger than Wei Zhentian. Tisk, TSK, TSK. How terrifying. This old man is ashamed of his inferiority. Old Tree, who was watching from the side, couldn't help but sigh. The ones who were the most shocked were none other than the 2 9th-level profound death stage martial artists. The middle-aged man leading the group was stronger than them. However, he had been instantly killed. They even suspected that they were dreaming. "Damn it, go and capture that brat," one of the martial artists said to his companion before charging towards the skeletal monarch. However, he was too naive. He had thought that Old Tree was just an ordinary 8th-level profound death realm expert. "Ha! Watch this old man take action." Old Tree laughed and immediately unleashed Remnant Flame. Boom! His opponent couldn't react in time and was sent flying with a punch. Fortunately, his profound life chi was vigorous, and he instantly recovered from his injuries. On the other side, the other person was already fighting with the skeletal monarch. However, this person's body technique was extremely powerful. Furthermore, the skeletal monarch had already used its grip of hell, so it couldn't do anything to him. Yi Xian stood on the spot and watched the battle between the 4 of them. An unprecedented confidence rose in his heart. Wei Zhentian, Old Tree, and Ribbone. With these 3 undying generals around, he didn't even have a chance to attack. However, this wasn't the true strength of the skeletal monarch. "Come, army of the dead." Yi Xian gave the order to the skeletal monarch in his heart. In the next moment, the skeletal monarch's ghostly eyes flickered twice, and the enhancement of the elegy of souls decreased. Poof! The headless corpse on the ground suddenly trembled. Did it come back to life? This gave the skeletal monarch's opponent a shock. Before he could react, the headless corpse suddenly got up and charged towards him with a sword. Damn it, it really came back to life. This person was scared half to death. How could a headless person get up and fight? If it was a 2-headed blazing hound, it would still be able to survive even if it lost one of its heads. However, it was a human in front of him. Most importantly, the strength of this dead person didn't decrease at all. At that moment, it became a 2-on-1 situation. The army of the dead really consumed a lot of energy. Yi Xian shook his head. Helplessly, the death of the middle-aged man had increased the enhancement of the elegy of souls by a lot. However, resurrecting him had consumed more souls than what was gained, and by a lot. Yi Xian estimated that he would need to kill at least 2 or 3 people of the same level to resurrect a corpse. Moreover, the resurrection of the dead had a time limit. It was really a bottomless pit. Fortunately, this skill could be used without limit as long as one had a soul. There was no cooldown time, and it could still be used at critical moments. With the addition of the middle-aged man's corpse, the skeletal monarch's opponent was immediately defeated. He was killed by the skeletal monarch in just 3 rounds. On the other side, the 8th tier profound death stage expert Old Tree also finished off his opponent in 2 seconds. Now, all 3 9th tier profound death stage experts had fallen. From the beginning until now, the battle had only lasted 5 seconds. This was Yi Xian's current strength. Yi Xian's current strength could only be described as terrifying. Ding. Host's killing intent has increased. Ding. Host's killing intent has increased. Yi Xian's killing intent and the soul pond of the elegy of souls had increased by a lot. He immediately used the strength of all creations to pick up the 3 yin and yang rings. There were many things inside, but it was not enough for Yi Xian to break through. At this moment, Yi Xian's eyes lit up. Old Tree caught his gaze from afar. Through his understanding of Yi Xian, he immediately understood what Yi Xian was going to do next. "Young master, are you going to do something big?" Old Tree raised his eyebrows and said with a smile. Although he looked amiable now, the battle intent in his body had already soared to the limit. "Yes, since the Spirit West City Lord has invited us as guests, let's go take a look." Yi Xian nodded. Then his eyes flickered. He broke through the void and returned to Spirit West City. Moreover, he was directly in front of the Spirit West City Lord Mansion. Chapter 1507. When he saw Yi Xian and the other 2 emerge from the void door, the guard captain was shocked. What kind of technique is this? Why did they suddenly appear? Yi Xian did not waste any time. He immediately threw the 3 corpses over and said, "Call your city lord out." When the guard captain and the others saw the 3 corpses, they were so frightened that they nearly peed their pants. Weren't these 3 corpses the consecrators of the City Lord Mansion? These 3 corpses were all at the 9th level of the profound death realm. The guard captain was scared out of his wits. He immediately turned around and rushed into the City Lord Mansion. The entire City Lord Mansion would be shaken very soon. This time, Yi Xian took advantage of this opportunity to raise his killing intent to the upper limit. As expected, half a minute after the guard captain rushed into the City Lord Mansion, many people jumped out. Most of them were at the 8th and 9th level of the profound death realm. One of the 9th level profound death realm experts was the City Lord of Lingxi City, Shimin Yi, who had sent 3 people to tail Yi Xian. 3 consecrators. Shimin Yi glanced at the 3 corpses at the entrance of the City Lord Mansion, and his heart trembled. Every 9th level profound death realm consecrator was the foundation of the Shimin clan. Now that 3 of them had died, Shimin Yi was extremely heartbroken. You killed them?" Shimin Yi turned to look at Yi Xian and shouted angrily, "That's right." Yi Xian nodded and said, "City Lord Shimin, didn't you invite me here? I merely rejected your invitation. These 3 people wanted to capture me and bring me to your City Lord Mansion. Of course, I warned them beforehand that they would die if they attacked me." Shimin Yi was so angry that he gritted his teeth. Now that the other party had come to him, he would make Yi Xian pay the price. Go, capture him. Shimin Yi shouted angrily. In an instant, many experts swooped down. Since the 3 9th-level profound death realm consecrators were dead, the others did not dare to be careless and attacked with all their might. 15 8th-level profound death stage experts and 6 9th-level profound death stage experts. This was more than enough to deal with a samsara stage expert. Despite being besieged by so many experts, Yi Xian's expression remained calm. He stretched his muscles and took out the scarlet flame sword, a feast of slaughter. Kill. In an instant, the skeletal monarch charged out with its heaven-shaking greatsword and activated a skill. Undying Fighting Soul. Activating the Undying Battle Soul, the skeletal monarch, and Wei Zhentian's attributes doubled. Old Tree immediately appeared. His mission was to quickly kill the 8th-level profound death realm martial artist. As for Yi Xian, he couldn't stay idle this time either. Being at the 6th level of the profound death stage, it would be easy for him to deal with someone at the 8th level of the profound death stage. As long as the Feast of Slaughter was increased, killing a 9th-level profound death stage expert would be as easy as killing a chicken. In just the first wave of attacks, the Skeletal King had used the eruption of its undying fighting soul to swiftly kill a 9th-level profound death realm expert. The Feast of Slaughter's buff increased by 20%. Dark Night Sky Curtain. As the sky darkened, he entered the darkness. Yi Xian had the assassination effect, which increased his movement speed and attack power. Coupled with the skeletal monarch's evil descent passive effect, his movement speed increased again. Killing intent explosion. Sky burning sword technique. No one noticed Yi Xian, who had entered the darkness. He flashed behind an 8th-level profound death stage expert and slashed out with his sword. Rip! A head was tossed aside and instantly burned to ashes by the endless flames. When the Spirit West City Lord saw that his side had lost a 9th-level profound death stage expert in the first wave of attacks, he couldn't help but swallow his saliva in fear. He then quickly used a special method to send a message to the Shimin clan's old ancestor. Did he send a message? Yi Xian noticed his actions and immediately placed a death hunt command on him. He then quietly flashed behind the Shimin clan's old ancestor. Eye of assassination. Killing intent explosion. Sky burning sword technique. This sword was like a hot knife through butter. The Spirit West City Lord was at the back. He didn't expect Yi Xian to suddenly appear behind him and launch a sneak attack. In an instant, the Spirit West City Lord's head was chopped off. As for the Qiankuan ring, it fell into the hands of Yi Xian. A city lord would definitely have many good items in his Qiankuan ring. Yi Xian checked it and revealed a satisfied smile. The items in this Qiankuan ring were enough for him to break through to the 7th level of profound death stage. However, he didn't directly consume them all. Instead, he chose to consume them selectively. This was because he planned to reach the upper limit of his killing intent points and use them to exchange for devour points. Ding! Wei Zhentian has broken through, currently at 8th level of profound death stage. Ding! Skeletal Monarch has broken through, currently at 8th level of profound death stage. 2 system notifications rang. 2 warlords had broken through. Yi Xian was also on the verge of breaking through. Just nice. After breaking through, the combined strength of the skeletal monarch and Wei Zhentian increased by several times. No one could withstand a single strike from them. The group of experts was instantly killed. The killing feast's amplification continued to increase. It directly broke through the threshold of 1 time and reached 5 times. The commotion was so great that it had spread throughout the entire City Lord mansion. The 2 old ancestors of the Shimin family heard the commotion and quickly rushed out. Stop! One of the old ancestors of the Shiman family roared at the sky, trying to stop Yi Xian, a samsara stage expert. Yi Xian looked at the figure in the sky and couldn't help but smile. Thousands of years ago, the Shiman family tried to subdue the skeletal monarch. Not only did a large number of experts fall, but even the only samsara stage expert of the Shiman family was killed by the skeletal monarch. Unexpectedly, after thousands of years, the Shiman family didn't decline because of this. Instead, they produced 2 samsara stage experts. This was considered good. It was a pity that they were going to fall today. Before the 2 old ancestors arrived, the skeletal monarch, who had broken through, had joined forces with the old tree to kill everyone. When the 2 samsara stage old ancestors saw the skeletal monarch, their bodies trembled subconsciously. Skeletal monarch, the 2 old ancestors widened their eyes in shock. They naturally knew about the battle back then. It was because the skeletal monarch killed the samsara stage old ancestor that they obtained a large amount of cultivation resources. Fortunately, they didn't disappoint, and both of them broke through to the samsara stage. That was why the Shiman family didn't decline and became even more prosperous. Roar! At this moment, the skeletal monarch suddenly roared furiously. Its roar was strong and powerful. When one of the samsara stage experts heard it, he was shocked again. "It's you?" He recognized it. He recognized the Skeleton King because he had also participated in that battle back then. However, he was only at the 9th level of the profound death stage back then. When the other old ancestor heard this, he couldn't help but be stunned for a moment before he reacted. Impossible! The skeletal monarch has been missing for thousands of years. Moreover, it was at the peak of the 9th level of the profound death stage. Chapter 1508. Back then, the Skeleton King was at the peak of the 9th tier of the profound death realm. With its powerful strength, it had killed a large number of profound death realm experts, and a few samsara realm experts before disappearing. The Skeleton King in front of them was only at the 8th tier of the profound death realm. How could it be the one from thousands of years ago? No, I won't be mistaken. I saw it kill my father with my own eyes. I will never forget that cry. The young samsara realm expert said firmly, "If this is the case, then this time is the Skeleton King here to seek revenge?" Before the other person could speak, Yi Xian said with a smile, "You're right. It's the Skeleton King from thousands of years ago. It's just taking a nap." Hearing Yi Xian's words, the 2 of them narrowed their eyes. "Humph, it doesn't matter. How dare you kill so many experts from the City Lord Mansion? Today, you'll be buried with them." The young man snorted and pounced toward Yi Xian. As for the other middle-aged man, he also directly attacked. The Skeleton King that had killed a few samsara realm experts was at the peak of the 9th tier of the profound death realm. Now, it was only at the 8th tier of the profound death realm. What was there to be afraid of? After all, they were 2 people working together. Today, he was going to avenge his ancestors. However, they had underestimated the strength of Yi Xian and the other 2. "Little Tian, Ribbone, the 2 of you deal with one. Old Tree, and I will work together." Yi Xian immediately gave the order. Although the killing feast's amplification had doubled, he was only at the 6th tier of the profound death realm. If he did not make a breakthrough, he might not be able to fight against a samsara realm expert, even if he worked together with Old Tree. Therefore, he still needed help. Army of the Dead. With the souls that he had collected earlier, Yi Xian made the Skeleton King revive 2 9th-tier profound death realm experts to join the battle. What? The young man was shocked. How could a dead person come back to life? However, he could not care less. Kill. On the other side, The skeleton king that had activated its undying fighting soul was already fighting with the middle-aged man. Bang! 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 With 3 times amplification, the skeleton king and Wei Jintian could unleash 4 times their combat strength. In their first clash, they were not at a disadvantage. The middle-aged man's face was gloomy, although he wanted to kill the skeleton king to avenge his ancestors. He had to admit that the skeleton king was terrifyingly strong. Although this strength was weaker than it was thousands of years ago, in comparison, the strength of the skeletal king had increased. After all, it was only at the 8th tier of the profound death realm. The key was that the skeleton king was very violent in battle and did not defend at all. His attack could indeed break through the skeleton king's defense, but in the blink of an eye, the skeleton king's injuries were healed. The skeletal king's armor was also a part of his body, and with the immortal phoenix bloodline, he could recover it in the blink of an eye. He was like a cockroach that couldn't be killed. This middle-aged man reckoned that he wouldn't be able to deal with the skeleton king, so he could only hope that the youth on the other side would quickly deal with Yi Xian and the others, then join forces with him to kill the skeleton king. Ribs, I allow you to use that move. Yi Xian transmitted his voice to the skeleton king. The move he was referring to was the skeleton king and Wei Jintian's combined ultimate move, sky-shattering meteor slash. The skeleton king could not hold it in any longer. However, it was not the best time yet. After all, this move could only be used once. It would be a tragedy if it missed. Yi Xian was joining forces with the old tree and the other 2 battle corpses to attack the young great ancestor. They were evenly matched in a 4-on-1 situation. Yi Xian had just used Blade Storm and Unicorn's Descent. The former was still on cooldown, while the latter was only at 30%. Hence, they could not be used. In this situation, they could only rely on the Skeleton King and Wei Jintian. The Slaughter Feast's amplification effect was about to end. If they lost, Yi Xian would have to leave temporarily. Yi Xian would wait anyway. The Skeleton King was now at the 8th tier of the profound death realm. He had killed countless experts thousands of years ago. This meant that his combat awareness was still good. Right now, he was waiting for the right opportunity. Suddenly, his ghostly eyes flashed as he found a flaw in the middle-aged man. Body fusion technique, sky-shattering flowing rock slash. As the Skeleton King waved his hands, a dark gray sword chi broke through the air. What? After feeling this powerful slash, the middle-aged man subconsciously swallowed his saliva. However, he did not have the ability to dodge this slash. Rip! The middle-aged man was instantly cut in half at the waist. In the blink of an eye, he was petrified and fell from the sky. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. Yi Xian heard the system notification from afar. His killing intent skyrocketed. A samsara realm expert was killed in an instant. Moreover, the wound was not a vital point. It was only at the waist. Unfortunately, the sky-shattering flowing rock slash did not rely on cutting. Instead, it relied on petrification. The middle-aged man's organs were all petrified. The mysterious life chi could not restore them at all. Hence, he died naturally. This scene shocked everyone. It is indeed powerful. It killed a samsara realm expert in an instant. Awesome! Yi Xian praised in his heart. Then, the Skeleton King returned with the dead man's interspatial ring and threw it to Yi Xian. Now, it was 5 against 1. Even if the Skeleton King did not use the sky-shattering flowing rock slash, he could still exhaust the samsara realm expert to death. Now that he had joined the battle with Yi Xian, the middle-aged man would be killed in less than 10 rounds. Damn it! How is this possible? The young man still could not believe his eyes. The middle-aged man, who was stronger than him, had been killed in an instant. This was too unreal. The middle-aged man was samsara realm expert. However, the gap between the profound death realm and the samsara realm was not as big as the gap between the profound life realm and the profound death realm. After all, there was a new type of energy, which was the profound death chi, in order to advance from the profound life realm to the profound death realm. However, advancing from the profound death realm to the samsara realm only gave one the ability to reincarnate on their own. The benefits of advancing one's cultivation level were not as great as one would expect. The young man's face grew darker as he fought. He was thinking of a way to escape. However, under the siege of 5 people, he could not fight back at all. Just as he turned around, Old Tree appeared in a flash and gave him a punch. Escape? Impossible. I will fight it out with all of you. The young man suddenly went berserk and roared at the sky. The profound life chi and profound death chi in his body surged and gathered in his hand. It was a ball of light. Half of it was black and half of it was white. Then the young man threw the black and white ball of light in his hand at Yi Xian. This is the reincarnation attack. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. The reincarnation attack was an energy formed by mixing the profound life chi and profound death chi. It could only be formed when one reached the samsara realm. Chapter 1509. Simply put, the young man wanted to perish together with Yi Xian. As long as the samsara attack injured Yi Xian would probably have to reincarnate. Although Yi Xian still had a clone in the Blood Rock continent, he did not want to be injured by the samsara attack. It was best to be careful. Death Pursuit Order. Eye of Assassination. In an instant, Yi Xian flashed behind the young man and slashed down with his sword. Killing Intent Explosion. Sky-burning sword technique. The young man's samsara attack missed. Not only that, but he also lost sight of Yi Xian, which stunned him. In the next moment, he felt a burning sensation on his back. Then, the Old Tree and Skeleton King quickly followed. Waning Flame. The Old Tree and Skeleton King attacked together. Although the young man blocked the Old Tree's fire fist, his head was chopped off by the Skeleton King. Another samsara realm expert had fallen. Ding. Host's killing intent has increased. Yi Xian's killing intent had increased once again. The Skeleton King's soul of dirge had also increased by a lot. Now, it was almost 1%. Now that the 2 samsara realm ancestors of the Shiman family had fallen, there was no need to fear the rest. Act according to the plan, Yi Xian said to Wei Zhentian and the Old Tree. The plan was to kill all the 8th level profound death realm experts of the Shiman family and above. Although some of them were innocent, they were in the Shiman family. If Yi Xian was not strong enough this time, he would definitely die. Once he fell into their hands, Yi Xian's fate would not be as simple as death. He might not even be able to die. If the 2 ancestors had not appeared, these people would have surrounded them. Therefore, they could not let a single one of them go. Survival of the fittest was just that cruel. When the remaining people saw that the 2 samsara realm ancestors had died, they were scared out of their wits and scattered. Yi Xian, the Old Tree, Wei Zhentian, the skeletal monarch, and the 2 battle corpses intercepted and killed him. The Shiman clan was not weak at all. After the death of the 2 samsara stage-old ancestors, there were still close to 10 9th level profound death stage experts who had died. More than 48th level profound death stage experts had died as well. Their combined wealth was enormous, but Yi Xian resisted the urge to devour them because he still needed to raise his killing intent to the upper limit and then exchange it for devour points. Since all the experts at or above the 8th level of the profound death stage had fallen, Yi Xian's attention was now on the experts at the 7th level of the profound death stage. However, this time they would only rob and not kill, unless someone was stupid enough to resist or speak rudely. Soon, the entire Shimin clan was plundered. Unfortunately, Yi Xian's killing intent was not enough. Just a little more. Yi Xian felt very helpless. Could it be that he had to go out and kill some heavenly reaching beasts? At this moment, he had a flash of inspiration. After the city lord mansion was finished, there was still the Shimin clan's properties. Immediately, he left the city lord mansion and split up. When the Shimin clan saw that the murderous god had left, they heaved a sigh of relief and quickly left the city lord mansion. Thousands of years ago, the Shimin clan had made a failed decision to try and subdue the skeletal king. If not for that, why would the skeletal king come for them? Soon, Yi Xian had browsed through all the properties of the Shimin clan. Ding! Host's killing intent has reached the upper limit. Would you like to exchange it for devour points? Yes, Yi Xian replied in his mind. Ding! Killing intent cleared to 0. Host has obtained 1 devour point. Now, Yi Xian had 3 devour points. Now that the killing intent had been exchanged, the next step was to break through. Ding! Host has broken through. Currently at 7th level of the profound death stage. Ding! Host has broken through. Currently at 8th level of the profound death stage. Ding! Wei Zhentian has broken through. Currently at 9th level of the profound death stage. Ding! Wei Zhentian has broken through. Currently at 1st level of the samsara realm. Ding! Skeletal King has broken through. Currently at 9th level of the profound death stage. Ding! Skeletal King has broken through. Currently at 1st level of the samsara realm. Ding! Spirit of Ashes has broken through. Currently at 9th level of the profound death stage. Ding! Spirit of Ashes has broken through. Currently at 1st level of the samsara realm. This breakthrough was a huge leap forward. Yi Xian had broken through to 8th level of the profound death stage. The old tree and the other 2 had broken through the shackles and reached the samsara realm. Previously, the skeletal king was only at the peak of 9th level of the profound death stage. After following Yi Xian for a few days, he had broken through the shackles and reached the samsara realm. At this moment, the skeletal king could not help but sigh in his heart. He had definitely followed the right master. Now, Yi Xian and the other 2's strength had improved tremendously. They were now qualified to look for the Death Abyss Overlord, Qi Xianyue. So what if he was at 3rd level of the samsara realm and the overlord of the profound death battlefield? Just you wait. I will find you very soon and trample you to death. Yi Xian thought to himself. Although he had broken through, the unicorn's descent and sky-shattering flowing rock slash were still on cooldown. The former was at 60%, while the latter was at 70%. Therefore, Yi Xian wanted to restore these 2 skills first. Then, he returned to the city lord's mansion and found the teleportation array. However, there was no one around the teleportation array. The people who repaired the teleportation array should be dead. Yi Xian was a little helpless. At 6th level of the profound death stage, he would need at least half a month to reach the edge of the camp. However, since he had broken through to 8th level of the profound death stage, it would only take him 2 to 3 days. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly heard a system notification. Ding! The teleportation array is damaged at 30%. Repair it? The system notification shocked Yi Xian. He did not expect it to be able to repair the teleportation array. Not bad, not bad. However, he did not agree immediately. Instead, he looked at it. The amount of energy required to repair the teleportation array was still acceptable to Yi Xian. As for the repair time, it would only take half a day. Oh, it only takes half a day. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. He felt that it was possible to buy it. He estimated that it would take him 2 to 3 days to get there. However, if he reached the edge of the camp first and entered the northern camp, he would be able to kill his enemies and obtain battle merits. This was definitely better than traveling by himself. Begin the repair. Yi Xian immediately made up his mind. Then, the teleportation array began to repair itself. Yi Xian could afford to wait for half a day. However, while he was waiting for the teleportation array to be repaired, a few people suddenly appeared. Previously, when he was killing, no one dared to come close. Almost everyone in the city lord's mansion had left. Now, there was suddenly a person who dashed over. He was quite bold. "City lord, this is bad. An enemy has infiltrated Lingxi City and killed people." Chapter 15:10. City lord. Yi Xian raised his brows when he heard the name. When did he become the city lord? He guessed that the other party thought that he was going to take over the city lord mansion, so he had eliminated the Shiman clan. What enemy? Yi Xian did not care about the name and asked directly. It seems to be the people who infiltrated Lingxi City and destroyed the teleportation array a few days ago. They also caused a ruckus last time. However, it seems that a Samsara realm expert has arrived this time. The person said, "Samsara realm?" Yi Xian's eyes couldn't help but light up. This was truly a clash of words, because he had just broken through to the 8th level of the profound death realm. The 3 generals under him were all at the 1st level of the Samsara realm. He wouldn't even be afraid of a 3rd level Samsara realm expert. It could be said that he was almost invincible in the profound death battlefield. Where are they? Yi Xian immediately asked. "I'm not sure. They seem to be massacring the city." The person shook his head. "Massacring the city? Isn't that forbidden?" Yi Xian was stunned. Yes, if a Samsara realm expert massacred an ordinary person, a manager would step in to stop them. However, they only kill those at the 8th tier of the profound death realm and above. This is allowed. Yi Xian understood when he heard this. Originally, this matter had nothing to do with them. However, he had killed all the experts from the Shiman clan. Therefore, he had to step in this matter. Otherwise, all the experts in Lingxi City would be wiped out. He immediately flew out of the city lord mansion and asked the old tree and the skeleton king to split up and look for those people. Rumble. Yi Xian quickly rushed over when he heard the sounds of battle coming from a certain place in Lingxi City. These enemies should be from the northern camp, which meant that they were on Qi Xuanyue's side. These people were in groups of 2 or 3. Some were at the 8th tier of the profound death realm, while others were at the 9th tier of the profound death realm. In any case, the rules did not allow one to kill those 3 levels lower than oneself. Yi Xian was at the 8th tier of the profound death realm. Killing those who had not reached the Samsara realm was as easy as killing chickens. Ding. Host killing intent has increased. Ding. Host killing intent has increased. Ding. Host killing intent has increased. System notifications rang out one after another. Even if Yi Xian did not make a move, his killing intent value still increased. After all, the old tree and the others were also dealing with those people. Young master, there is a 1st level Samsara realm cultivator here. The old tree suddenly transmitted its voice through the air. All right, I'll go now. Before Yi Xian could finish his sentence, the old tree interrupted him. "Oh, I killed him with a sneak attack." Yi Xian. At the same level, old tree was truly heaven-defying. He could instantly kill his opponent, and Yi Xian did not even need to provide support. On the other side, the skeletal monarch, who was at the 1st level of the Samsara realm, had also clashed with another Samsara realm expert. In less than 3 seconds, the skeletal monarch had been killed. In terms of strength, the combination of the skeletal monarch and Wei Zhentian was stronger than the old tree. However, in terms of sneak attacks, the old tree was definitely the best. It had only been a short while, but 2 samsara realm experts had already fallen. It was a pity that only the old tree had a battle imprint. The skeletal monarch did not have one. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly felt a powerful aura. Second level samsara realm? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. However, with his current cultivation level, what was a second level samsara realm expert to him? He immediately asked the old tree, the skeletal monarch, and Wei Zhentian to gather. At this moment, this second level samsara realm expert was heading towards the Spirit West City Governor's residence. It seemed like he wanted to fight with the Shiman family. Unfortunately, he did not know that the Shiman family experts were all dead. This second level samsara realm expert suddenly discovered the old tree and the skeletal monarch, and he paused in his tracks. The information he had received did not mention the old tree and the skeletal monarch, these 2 samsara realm experts. Where did they come from? Taking advantage of this opportunity, the old tree and the skeletal monarch charged over. This time, the old tree did not charge over first. Instead, he waited for the skeletal monarch and Wei Zhentian to arrive and launch their attacks before he made his move. Canyon. This second level samsara realm expert experienced being attacked from both sides. The skeletal monarch attacked from the front, and the old tree launched a sneak attack from the back. What? This person was extremely shocked. He had heard about the skeletal monarch before. However, he was only at the peak of the 9th level profound death realm a few thousand years ago, so he did not dare to come over. Today, he did not expect to encounter a skeletal monarch that was even stronger than the skeletal monarch who had killed a samsara realm expert a few thousand years ago. In his mind, a thought of retreating subconsciously appeared. However, if he wanted to leave, he had to deal with this attack first. However, the skeletal monarch's attack power was extraordinary. Even he, who was at the 2nd level profound death realm, could not withstand it. Clang! With a crisp sound, the weapon in the 2nd level samsara realm expert's hand broke. Then, his waist was slashed by the skeletal monarch. However, this attack was not the sky-shattering flowing rock slash, so he did not die. At this moment, he could not be bothered to use the mysterious life chi to heal his injuries. This was because the old tree, who was not weak, was launching a sneak attack from behind. Bang! The old tree punched the 2nd level samsara realm expert's back. The scorching flames burned his skin and flesh, causing him to bleed profusely. The first round of attacks was over. Unfortunately, he could not dodge the attacks of the skeletal monarch and the old tree even at his peak. Now that he was severely injured, it was even more impossible. No, the 2nd level samsara realm expert roared at the sky. The mysterious life chi and mysterious death chi in his body quickly circulated. Unfortunately, it was useless. In the next moment, his head was chopped off by the skeletal monarch, and he died instantly. Although the samsara realm experts could reincarnate on their own, they could not just reincarnate as they wished. They had to be fully prepared. It was almost impossible to reincarnate in the middle of a battle. The ancestor of the Shiman family was helping a direct descendant with a poor aptitude to reincarnate. He had already condensed the reincarnation pearl, but did not expect Yi Xian to suddenly appear. He was prepared to use the reincarnation pearl to perish together with Yi Xian. Unfortunately, he did not succeed. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. After the death of the 2nd level samsara realm expert, Yi Xian heard a system notification. The amplification of the skeleton emperor's elegy of souls had also increased by quite a bit. If it continued to increase, the skeletal monarch's amplification might double, triple, or even 10 times. The elegy of souls is too powerful. I should find some time to kill monsters and increase the amplification at a certain level, Yi Xian thought to himself. There was no limit to the amplification of the elegy of souls. As long as the skeletal monarch remained at the first level of the samsara realm and continued to kill heaven-reaching beasts, the amplification would continue to increase. Furthermore, even if the skeletal monarch broke through to the second level of the samsara realm, the amplification would not decrease. When Yi Xian subdued the skeletal monarch, he subconsciously glanced at it. The elegy of souls was actually worth 3 devour points. This was the most valuable skill he had ever seen. Chapter 15:11. Let's continue searching. Following which, Yi Xian and the other 2 quickly left. After killing another samsara realm expert, Spirit West City finally calmed down. Killing people from the same faction didn't give any battle merits. However, Yi Xian had killed 4 samsara realm experts, and one of them was at the second level of the samsara realm. This battle merit was quite a large amount of wealth. However, these battle merits could not be exchanged in Spirit West City. Furthermore, Yi Xian was about to rush to the Northern Territory. Hence, he could only keep them for now. The people in Spirit West City were fortunate that the Shiman clan had been destroyed. Otherwise, the 2 patriarchs of the Shiman clan would not have been able to stop these people. Half a day later, ding! The teleportation array has been repaired. The system notification sounded. Upon hearing the system notification, Yi Xian did not hesitate and immediately entered the teleportation array. Hua! The teleportation array began to operate, and Yi Xian's surroundings began to change. He had destroyed the Shiman clan, but that did not mean that he wanted to be the city lord. The position of city lord of Spirit West City could be given to anyone who wanted it. Very soon, Yi Xian completed the teleportation array and landed in a cave. He brought the Skeleton King an old tree out and looked into the distance. As long as we cross that mountain range, we will be in the northern camp. At that time, everyone will be our enemy, and we will become everyone's target. Yi Xian said slowly, "That's good. We can kill to our heart's content." Old Tree rubbed his hands together. Of course, their target was the Abyss Lord of the Death Abyss, Qi Xianyue. Back then, Qi Xianyue was only a phantom, and the will of death could not hurt Yi Xian. He wondered if the strongest person in the Death Abyss battlefield would be as powerful as the rumors said when they met the real person. Let's go! Yi Xian did not waste any time and immediately led the 3 generals into the mountain range. This mountain range was the border between the northern and western camp. It could be said that people were coming and going. Yi Xian met some people from the same camp on the way. They were all entering the enemy's territory to kill their enemies and obtain battle merits. Of course, there were also some people from the northern camp, including those at the profound death stage and samsara stage. Along the way, Yi Xian had killed 3 great samsara stage experts and over 10 9th-level profound death stage experts. The Death's Abyss is the most dangerous place in the northern camp. Qi Xianyue lives there, and she has a lot of experts under her command. Yi Xian muttered as he held the map he had obtained from the 2nd-level samsara stage experts Qian Kuan Ring. "Young master, should we go directly or kill our way there?" The old tree asked. "Since we're already here, then there's no need to rush. Let's kill our way through." Yi Xian answered without thinking. Even though he was very powerful now, Qi Xianyue was at the 3rd level of the samsara realm. Coupled with Azura's eye and the experts under him, it would not be easy to deal with her. Therefore, Yi Xian wanted to make another breakthrough before heading to the death's abyss. Then, he would kill his way through the entire death's abyss and use this opportunity to break through to the samsara stage. If they traveled normally, they would reach the death's abyss in at most 7 days. There were many cities and factions along the way, and they would be surrounded and attacked the moment they appeared. Yi Xian carefully looked at the map and decided on 3 routes. This time, he wanted to sweep through the entire northern camp. The 3 of them immediately split up. After all, they had the special positioning system of the void and could break through the void to arrive at the other side at any time. As the upper limit of the Xian death battlefield was at the 3rd level of the samsara stage, the factions along the way were not very strong. The strongest was at most at the 2nd level of the samsara stage. This was nothing to Yi Xian. At this moment, Yi Xian was wondering if he should reach the upper limit of killing intent when he was at the 8th level of the profound death stage. With so many factions added together, it should be enough. At this thought, Yi Xian increased his speed. Half a day later, they arrived at the first city. Enemies at the 8th level of the profound death stage. Kill. Before Yi Xian even entered the city, there were already people coming to their deaths. When these people saw that Yi Xian was only at the 8th level of the profound death stage, they immediately surrounded him. There were some at the 8th level of the profound death stage, and some at the 9th level of the profound death stage. With Yi Xian's cultivation level, he could even kill samsara stage experts. These cultivators were not a threat to him at all. After dealing with the people outside the city, Yi Xian broke through the void and separated himself from the old tree and the skeletal king. He then brought them over. "Let's go and massacre the city," Yi Xian roared, and directly brought the old tree, the skeletal king, and Wei Zhentian into the city. It was very easy to identify people from the enemy camp. One could sense them as long as they were near. Even if they were far away, one could use the battle imprint between their eyebrows to identify them. The battle imprint of people from the enemy camp would be white. If they were from the enemy camp, it would be red. One could tell whether they were friend or foe at a glance. It's actually the skeletal king. How rare! This person is really bold. He actually dares to come in when he is merely at the 8th level of the profound death stage. That's right. Only the bald old man and the skeletal king are slightly stronger. However, the city lord is a 2nd level samsara stage expert. He should be able to kill them easily. Forget it. There are so many of us. Kill. Immediately, countless experts leaped into the sky and directly attacked Yi Xian and the other 2. Even a 2nd level samsara stage expert would not be able to withstand the combined attacks of so many experts. However, Yi Xian did not intend to block them. Kill anyone who is a threat. Yi Xian roared in his mind. The old tree and the other 2 received the order and quickly started the massacre. Although there were experts at the 2nd level of the samsara realm in this city, they had already killed people at this level. It wasn't much, so Yi Xian didn't even need to use the slaughter feast. Immediately, the sky above the city was filled with a bloody rain. Everyone who dared to leap into the sky was killed. Furthermore, they were all killed in one strike. The old tree, Wei Zhentian, and the skeletal king were all at the 1st level of the samsara stage. There was no need for the skeletal king and Wei Zhentian to merge to deal with these people. In just a few seconds, dozens of people were killed. Yi Xian was mainly responsible for collecting the interspatial rings. Yi Xian did not intend to devour these items as he wanted to reach the 8th level of the profound death stage. He was already at the peak of the 8th level of the profound death stage. If he devoured any more, he would break through and all his previous efforts would be wasted. 10 seconds later, there was no one in the sky except for Yi Xian and the other three. At the same time, several figures flew over from afar. All of them were at the samsara stage. Bastards, how dare you behave so atrociously here? You're courting death. How dare you? It has been 10 years since anyone dared to massacre a city in Winterwind City. I'm going to tear you into pieces. These people were from the forces in Winterwind City. After they appeared, they immediately charged towards Yi Xian. Chapter 15:12. Kill. Yi Xian looked at them and shouted in a low voice. There were a total of 4 first-level Samsara Realm experts. Yi Xian dealt with one, Old Tree dealt with another, and Skeleton King, and Wei Zhentian dealt with 2. These people were quite strong, and Yi Xian did not want to waste his skills. Therefore, he only delayed one of them. As for Old Tree, he killed one of them in 3 seconds and quickly went to support Yi Xian. Bang! Not many people could defend against Old Tree's sneak attack. Immediately, Yi Xian's opponent died a violent death. 2 of the 4 great Samsara stage experts had died in an instant. However, before Old Shu could reinforce the Skeleton King, he had killed one of them himself. As for the last person, his expression changed drastically when he saw that the other 3 had died. He immediately turned around and left. Unfortunately, Old Shu had already flashed behind him, and as soon as he turned around, he was hit by a flaming fist from Old Shu. Bang! His chest was instantly melted. Old Tree's fist had turned his heart into ashes. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. Another system notification rang out. The 4 Samsara stage experts had all fallen. Yi Xian kept the last person's Qian Kuan ring, after which he scanned his surroundings and realized that there were not many people left. Those who had yet to leave were the weaker cultivators. They were not afraid of Yi Xian. After all, there were 3 managers constantly patrolling the Xian death battlefield. If Yi Xian dared to attack them, he would definitely be killed by the managers. Let's continue. Yi Xian, together with Old Tree and the other 2, continued their search. Anyone who was at the 8th level Xian death realm and above was their target. Killing an 8th level Xian death realm expert was worth 100,000 battle credits. Killing a 9th level Xian death realm expert was worth 300,000 battle credits. As for Samsara realm experts, they were worth 1,000,000 battle credits each. By now, Yi Xian and the others had accumulated more than 30 million battle credits. If they returned to their camp, they would be able to exchange for cultivation resources to break through to the peak of the 9th level Xian death realm. However, Yi Xian was currently stuck in the realm. Even if they had so many resources, it would be useless. My killing intent value is less than 1/5. It seems that I still have to kill a lot more. Yi Xian thought in his heart as he directly arrived in front of the Eastwind City's City Lord's mansion. Before he could even approach, he discovered a large number of profound death stage experts and a few Samsara stage experts waiting in the air above the City Lord's mansion. Attack! The City Lord of Dongfeng City did not waste. Yi Xian was an enemy from another camp, so it was useless to ask about his background. In the eyes of the City Lord of Winterwind, Yi Xian was already a dead man. This battle probably wasn't that simple, so Yi Xian had no choice but to start a feast of slaughter. Ribs, undying fighting soul. At the same time that the feast of slaughter began, Yi Xian also gave the Skeleton King an order. The undying battle soul doubled the attributes of the skeletal monarch and Wei Zhentian. However, this did not mean that their battle strength would only double. This was because with their attributes doubled, they could kill martial artists of the same level as easily as killing chickens. A great battle broke out. In the eyes of this group of experts, the skeleton monarch was the greatest threat. Hence, Rib Bones was directly besieged. However, since all of his attributes had been tripled, his defense had reached the limit. Even a samsara stage expert wouldn't be able to break through his defense so easily. Furthermore, the skeletal monarch had the immortal divine phoenix bloodline. Even if he was injured, he would be able to recover immediately. After the skeletal monarch and Wei Zhentian merged, there was only one word to describe them: invincible. In the first clash, the skeletal monarch used the grip of the underworld and split a samsara realm expert into two halves. Yi Xian's amplification also increased by 20% in an instant. Waning flames. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the old tree quickly killed the 9th-tier profound death realm martial artists. Although the enhancement of these people was not as good as that of a samsara realm expert, it still accumulated. In the blink of an eye, it also increased by 20%. In addition to those killed by Yi Xian himself, the enhancement had increased by 50%. The strength of Yi Xian and the others had already shocked this group of people. However, the three of them had actually challenged this group of people. Had the world changed? Quickly ask the patriarch to come out of seclusion. The Winter Wind City lord roared angrily. Immediately, a 9th-tier profound death realm martial artist turned around and left. This time, Yi Xian did not stop him and allowed him to leave. The patriarch they were referring to should be a 2nd-tier samsara realm expert. Yi Xian had already killed people of this level. Even if he came, it would be fine. This battle was completely one-sided. Soon, Yi Xian's enhancement doubled, while the other side had already lost half of their martial artists. Stop! An angry roar sounded from afar. Yi Xian turned around and saw an old man rapidly rushing over. "Old tree, stop him," Yi Xian said in his mind. "All right." Old tree quickly rushed towards the old man when he heard this. At this moment, there were only 2 1st-tier samsara realm martial artists left in the city lord's residence. As for the profound death realm martial artists, there were less than 10 of them, and they had suffered heavy casualties. Killing in 10 eruption, heaven-scorching sword technique. Before this ancestor came over, Yi Xian wanted to kill everyone. That way, it would be easier. Scram! The old man immediately roared when he saw Old Tree. A wave of profound death chi gushed out and shrouded the old tree. Waning flames. Old Tree's agility was not something an ordinary person could compare to. He instantly dodged the attack and flashed behind the old man to punch him. Bang! The old man was not weak and was able to block the punch. At this moment, his heart was burning with anxiety. This was because his sons were dying one after another, and he was unable to help them. He could only snort in anger. On the other side, the skeletal king used his powerful strength to kill another samsara realm martial artist. Now, there was only one person left. "Ribs, I will deal with the rest. You go and help Old Tree," Yi Xian said directly. When the skeletal king heard this, the ghost fire in his eyes flickered, and he charged towards the 2nd-level samsara realm martial artist. Yi Xian could deal with the remaining 1st-level samsara realm martial artist. "Brat, you're courting death." The last person also heard this because Yi Xian had shouted. This made him very angry. It was fine that the skeletal king was powerful, but how dare a mere 8th-level profound death realm brat speak so arrogantly? "You're courting death." Immediately, this person charged towards Yi Xian. "TCH, I'll kill you in an instant." Yi Xian snorted in his heart and immediately used the death hunt token to mark his opponent. Just as his opponent's attack was about to hit him, he suddenly used the assassin's eye. His figure disappeared and reappeared behind the other party.
Capítulo 1. identidades equivocadas, no soy un ladrón. Dentro del dormitorio del Centro de Asistencia Social, una niña de 9 años se enfrentó a las sospechas de todos, con los ojos enrojecidos. Tenía un par de ojos grandes y llorosos y estaba radiantemente hermosa. Sin embargo, su cuerpo parecía frágil debido a la desnutrición. Al ver que todos la miraban con desdén y odio, se sintió ofendida y ahogada. Ese jade es mío. Yo no soy un ladrón. Mi mamá me dejó eso. ¿Entonces lo que estás diciendo es que robé tus cosas? Frente a ella había una niña de aproximadamente su edad. Inclinando la cabeza, la niña la miró fríamente antes de girarse para sonreír inocentemente a los otros niños. Comparada con ella, la niña parecía dulce y orgullosa, como si fuera una princesita elevada y colmada del amor de todos. Tan pronto como habló, los niños que los rodeaban inmediatamente salieron en su defensa. Obviamente estás mintiendo, ¿por qué Rower robaría tus cosas? Bien. Eso es imposible. ¿Cómo es Rower un ladrón? Claramente fuiste tú quien robó su cosa. Ante todas sus condenas y preguntas, la niña no supo dar explicaciones convincentes para defenderse. Absolutamente agraviada, se frotó los ojos con amargura y rompió a llorar. Ese es realmente mi jade. Devolvérsela. Rower la miró con regocijo y se volvió para hablar con todos. Todos, está claro, si es el ladrón, no juegues más con ella, los ladrones son malos. Varios niños asintieron vigorosamente con la cabeza. Escuchemos a la princesa Rower. Ignórala en el futuro. Es una ladrona. Ella es una ladrona. Sí es una chica mala. Robar las cosas de Rower, la culpa es tuya. Los niños rieron a carcajadas mientras se dispersaban. Sola, la niña se apoyó contra una pared. Contuvo las lágrimas mientras miraba las espaldas de los otros niños, apretando con fuerza los puños. Una fila de hombres vestidos con trajes negros se alinearon frente a la oficina del director. Un anciano de aspecto enérgico, de más de 50 años, estaba sentado con severidad en un sofá. El conjunto de prendas tradicionales chinas que vestía realzaba su comportamiento respetable, y bajo las sombras de sus cejas había un aire de furia. Puede que esté envejeciendo y su apariencia sea un poco envejecida, pero por sus hermosos rasgos faciales, aún se puede imaginar lo impresionante que se veía durante su mejor momento. El director trajo un montón de documentos, se los mostró cuidadosamente al anciano y se los ofreció respetuosamente. Señor estos son los niños que llegaron al centro de asistencia social el año pasado. Toda su información está aquí. Por favor, échale un vistazo. El anciano extendió la mano para coger los documentos, repasó algunos de ellos y luego frunció el ceño. El asistente a su lado vio su expresión y levantó la cabeza para sonreírle al director y le preguntó: ese niño tiene entre 8 y 9 años. Puedo preguntar, de los que fueron admitidos el año pasado, ¿cuántos cumplen con esta condición? El director repasó brevemente sus recuerdos y rápidamente respondió: por favor, espere un momento. El anciano continuó hojeando los documentos, pero sus ojos estaban fijos en un retrato familiar. De repente extendió la mano y señaló: déjame ver a esta chica. El director se quedó atónito antes de asentir apresuradamente. Entiendo. Haré los arreglos necesarios para que ella se reúna contigo rápidamente. Hizo una llamada y, poco después, un profesor trajo a una niña. Rower se paró diligentemente frente al anciano, con las manos en la espalda y el pecho hinchado. Sonriendo de oreja a oreja, dijo: abuelo, encantado de conocerte. Soy Rower. El anciano la miró inexpresivamente y examinó cuidadosamente cada centímetro de su rostro. Sus ojos se entrecerraron lentamente mientras la miraba oscura y sombríamente. Rower arrugó las cejas con curiosidad. El rostro de aspecto feroz y el comportamiento severo de este anciano la asustaron un poco. Justo cuando retrocedía unos pasos, vio que de repente él le hacía un gesto. Venir. Deja que el abuelo te mire bien. Bueno. Rower, vacilante, dio 2 pasos hacia adelante. El anciano la tomó suavemente por los hombros y la observó de cerca. A pesar de la compatibilidad de edad, todavía sentía que ni su apariencia ni sus rasgos faciales eran similares a los de esa persona. Su visión se movió lentamente hacia abajo hasta que aterrizó en el jade cerca de su clavícula. El anciano levantó el trozo de jade y preguntó en voz baja, ¿este jade? Rower se puso rígido por un momento antes de sonreír dulcemente. Este jade me lo dio mi madre. El anciano entrecerró levemente los ojos. Su asistente rápidamente se dio cuenta de la situación. Rápidamente sacó otro trozo de jade de un maletín y se lo pasó. Se juntaron las dos piezas de jade y encajaron perfectamente. Las manos del anciano se estremecieron levemente. Al presenciar esto, el asistente entendió sus intenciones y se acercó al director. Le murmuró algunas palabras antes de sacar un cheque con una gran cantidad del maletín y entregárselo. El director lo aceptó con una sonrisa. Una hilera de lujosas limusinas negras estaba estacionada en la entrada del centro de asistencia social. Una chica de aspecto desolado trepó por las barandillas de hierro negro en la distancia, con ojos apagados, observó a Rower seguir a un grupo de hombres de traje y entrar en un Bentley extendido. En el momento en que las puertas del vehículo se cerraron, Rower fríamente dirigió su mirada hacia ella. Casualmente, sus vistas chocaron. Rower le sonrió con picardía antes de que las ventanillas del auto se subieran y los vehículos se alejaran en la distancia. Así, la vida de dos niños dio un giro inesperado. Capítulo 4. Incapaz de soportar su todo bajó la cabeza, ignorando su inquietud y miedo, rozó con sus delgados labios la línea de su mandíbula, haciéndola temblar profusamente. Su cuerpo se volvió más sensible a su invasión. La respiración de Yun Sisi se volvió irregular. Inconscientemente, ella extendió la mano y agarró sus grandes manos para intentar detener su invasión. El hombre parecía haber percibido sus pensamientos. Agarrando sus manos, las ató con facilidad y las levantó por encima de su cabeza. Estaba aún más asustada. Su corazón se resistía constantemente, pero fue en vano. Todo su cuerpo temblaba de miedo absoluto, pero no tenía forma de rechazarlo. Yun Sisi encogió los hombros en un intento de esquivarlo, pero no sabía que el contacto involuntario hizo que la temperatura corporal del hombre aumentara y se volviera hirviendo. El hombre aspiró una bocanada de aire frío. De hecho, casi perdió el control. Esta chica era realmente muy atractiva. No podía creer que casi se perdió. Yun Sisi se sorprendió por el movimiento demasiado íntimo y trató de encoger aún más sus hombros. Ella instintivamente lo apartó. «No». Él ignoró su pequeña resistencia. Exclamó Yun Sisi. Retorciéndose inconscientemente, ella incesantemente apartó su pecho. Sin embargo, él simplemente la agarró por las muñecas con fuerza. Para evitar que ella se resistiera más, se quitó lo último que encontró en su camino. Yun Sisi se quedó sin aliento cuando se dio cuenta de lo que estaba a punto de suceder. Ella trató de rechazar su toque mientras su cuerpo se hundía continuamente. Como deseaba poder esconderse en un mundo donde él no podía entrar. Su dominio parecía haberla asustado mucho. No. ¿No? Muyace se sintió insatisfecha con su resistencia. Él levantó lentamente los ojos y le sostuvo la barbilla con la mano. Bajo la tenue luz de la luna, sus ojos bajaron para mirar su rostro tímido. Preguntó fríamente, ¿qué? ¿No quieres esto? Yun Sisi se tensó y frunció los labios. Él entrecerró los ojos y le frotó los labios sin piedad con el pulgar. Mujer, sabes lo que tienes que hacer viniendo aquí, ¿verdad? Su expresión de repente se endureció mientras su cuerpo temblaba continuamente. No estaba segura de si era por el dolor o por el miedo a su insensibilidad. Permaneciendo en silencio durante mucho tiempo, su voz casi ronca dejó escapar sollozos entrecortados. Yo sé. Entonces, ¿todavía necesitas que te diga qué hacer? Sus cejas rectas se movieron cuando su voz helada preguntó esto. Yun Sisi se mordió el labio inferior con fuerza mientras sus ojos se llenaban de lágrimas. Luego sintió un hilo de humedad fluyendo hacia la hendidura de sus labios y su boca se llenó con un sabor amargo. Sabía que simplemente se regían por el contrato. No tenían una relación entre ellos, por lo que cualquier forma de intimidad estaba establecida por el contrato y nada más. Aún así, Pase lo que pase, ella no iba a soportar esta humillación. Muyace le dedicó una sonrisa fría. No tenía intención de darle más tiempo para que se acostumbrara a él. Le ató las manos y las empujó hasta la coronilla. Las comisuras de su boca se curvaron en una sonrisa casi cruel. Tu boca, ábrela. La expresión facial de Yun Sisi gradualmente se fue entumeciendo. Luego cerró lentamente los ojos con desesperación. Sus brazos rodearon sus hombros con dificultad y hundió la cara en su cuello. En ese momento, supo que ya había cruzado a las profundidades del pecado. El hombre estaba satisfecho con su rendición y abruptamente profundizó de un solo golpe. Romper esa capa de límite fue una sensación tan vívida. Apretando los dientes, Yun Sisi aguantó. Su voz era ronca. Inhaló el aire fresco mientras intentaba soportar el dolor insoportable. Su cuerpo se puso rígido como una piedra y ya no podía moverse. Fue un chorro de algo desconocido y extraño, como si la estuviera destrozando. En ese instante, su visión casi se volvió negra y casi se desmaya por el dolor. Su todo era demasiado para que ella pudiera soportarlo. Capítulo 5. Él realmente la besó. No tenía tiempo para preocuparse por su dolor, ya que, en este momento, solo la deseaba descaradamente. Para él, esto fue solo una sesión íntima. A ningún hombre le gustaría perder el tiempo en esto, especialmente cuando se trata de una mujer por la que no sienten nada. ¿Ser compasivo con ella? Él era su empleador. Incluso le dio una generosa recompensa. Este dolor era algo con lo que ella debería lidiar. Ese dolor, junto con los agravios y las dificultades que tuvo que soportar, fluyó incontrolablemente con sus lágrimas. Ella exclamó una vez por el dolor, sus ojos se pusieron completamente rojos, pero se mordió obstinadamente el labio inferior y se esforzó por no mostrar su lado débil. Sin embargo, ella fue realmente incapaz de soportar una invasión tan violenta. Jadeó pesadamente hasta que ya no pudo contenerlo y rompió en sollozos intermitentes. Al final se derrumbó como un gatito perdido. El hombre era como un emperador de sangre fría, robándola todo hasta el punto de la crueldad. El dolor ilimitado que sentía era como las implacables olas del océano, mientras se ahogaba, flotaba y se hundía continuamente. Dejándose llevar lentamente, poco a poco se fue alejando. Estiró los dedos para alcanzar algo, pero no había nada a lo que pudiera agarrarse. Todo frente a ella era negro y su mente estaba en un estado de confusión. Se ajustan perfectamente entre sí. El sudor calentó sus cuerpos. Muyace hundió los dedos en su cabello. Solo se sentía codicioso por más. Ella le imploró con la mente nublada. Durante su excitación, de repente sintió una bocanada de humedad cálida en su cuello. Levantó un poco los ojos, solo para verla mordiéndose el labio y gimiendo por el dolor agonizante. El rostro de Muyace se puso rígido. Mirando el pequeño rostro que lo estaba soportando, inconscientemente bajó la cabeza y chasqueó los labios de ella con los suyos. La punta de su lengua entró en su caverna y capturó a la pequeña serpiente que había dentro. Lo hizo girar con el suyo y se ahogó en todos sus sollozos. Para él un beso era un tabú. Besarse significaba que estaban mutuamente enamorados. Nunca antes había besado a una mujer porque, a sus ojos, sus labios estaban sucios. Las mujeres que se quedaban a su alrededor siempre eran miembros de la alta sociedad, hijas de familias adineradas o celebridades, y él nunca había tocado ninguna de esas mariposas. Sin embargo, no sabía por qué, pero en realidad besó a este. Para ser exactos, ella fue la primera. Nunca había imaginado que la sensación de un beso pudiera ser tan deliciosa. Muyace entrecerró ligeramente los ojos y se apretó contra ella. Desde dentro de una represión sofocante, apagó su sed furiosa con veneno. Sobre la cama había sentimientos tiernos y románticos. Se hundieron en el éxtasis. En la oscuridad, Yun Sisi abrió los ojos. El trozo de seda roja sobre sus ojos estaba totalmente empapado de sudor frío. Escuchó el sonido del agua de la ducha corriendo desde el baño. Ella empujó levemente su cuerpo, pero un dolor agudo emanó de sus dedos. Resultó ser de cuando estaban teniendo su sesión íntima, sus dedos se aferraron a los extremos de la cama. Sus uñas se rompieron por todo el agarre que había estado haciendo y se hundieron en las puntas de sus dedos. Fingió estar tranquila para consolarse. Todo había terminado. Todo había terminado. Con suerte, solo esta vez fue suficiente para dejarla embarazada. Tuvo que esperar hasta dar a luz a su hijo. Después, pudo conseguir el dinero e irse, volviendo a su vida normal. Ya era pasada la medianoche. Muyace se dio una ducha y se puso una ropa. Su figura alta y ancha estaba en la habitación y era abrumadora. Sus ojos permanecieron impasibles. Bajo la luz de la luna, la mujer se acurrucó entre las sábanas blancas y siguió jadeando. En su suave cuerpo había rastros de su brutalidad. El charco de sangre en la cama se extendió como una flor sangrienta en flor. Una visión espantosa. Yun Sisi yacía inmóvil en la cama, de espaldas a él. Su cuerpo, que estaba acurrucado, temblaba y estaba rígido como una piedra. Él la miró, su cabello suave y sedoso, descuidado y completamente empapado de sudor, desordenado en el borde de una almohada. Él le dio una mirada fría y se quedó allí inmóvil por un momento antes de girarse para irse. Capítulo 6. Su humillación y vergüenza estallido. Al escuchar el frío sonido de la puerta cerrándose, se abrazó los hombros y sintió los aterradores moretones en sus muñecas. Tenía los ojos hinchados, pero no se atrevía a soltar ni el más mínimo grito, aunque fuera solo un gemido. Poco después, escuchó el sonido del motor de un automóvil arrancando proveniente del exterior. El vehículo se fue alejando, cada vez más, hasta que el sonido del motor amainó. Al darse cuenta de su partida, no pudo soportarlo más. Inmediatamente cerró los ojos y sollozó con todo su corazón. En esta desconocida villa costera, ella entregó su pureza por completo a un hombre desconocido. Antes, se preguntaba por qué él la elegiría. Después de pensarlo un poco, concluyó que debido a su identidad como plebeya no podría luchar por los derechos de custodia del niño en el futuro. No sabía si esto era correcto y durante cuánto tiempo debería ocultárselo a su padre. La situación de su familia la había acorralado y estaba fuera de control, pero no se arrepentía. Para ser precisos, no estaba en posición de arrepentirse. Para una persona que luchaba por llegar a fin de mes, esto llamado orgullo era demasiado lujo, y también era su única salida. Además, como hija adoptiva, durante los últimos años, su padre siempre la había tratado como si fuera su propia carne y sangre. A pesar de que a su madre adoptiva y a su hermana no les agradaba, no le faltaba nada en la vida. Por lo tanto, ella ya estaba muy agradecida por esto. Ahora que la crisis financiera había dejado a su familia en una situación desesperada, tenía que devolverles su amabilidad de alguna manera. No quería pensar en nada más por ahora. Muyace nunca sabría que esta noche había dejado tantas cicatrices eternas en su vida y, más aún, nunca sabría de sus futuras interacciones con esta mujer. Amanecer. Los rayos del sol de la mañana. Yun Sisi se sentó con cuidado en la cama y lentamente se quitó el trozo de seda roja que cubría sus ojos. Se cubrió con las sábanas blancas como la nieve y caminó hacia la ventana para abrir las cortinas. Sin embargo, los rayos del sol no pudieron brillar en su corazón. Desde afuera se oyeron pasos apresurados. La puerta se abrió de par en par. Sorprendido, Yun Sisi se dio la vuelta, solo para ver a una dama digna y glamorosa entrar y acercarse a ella con cara de enojo. A su lado caminaba obedientemente la secretaria con la que había firmado el contrato de subrogación. La dama dio un paso hacia ella. Inmóvil, con aspecto altivo y poderoso, la examinó de pies a cabeza con disgusto. Una vez que puso sus ojos en el chupetón en su cuerpo, se congeló. Yun Sisi cubrió ansiosamente su cuerpo con la manta con más fuerza, pero no pudo ocultar esa marca de amor en su cuello. Los celos y la ira picaron sus ojos. Ella habló con furia. ¿Tú eres? ¿Eres esa madre sustituta? Yun Sisi tragó saliva. Sí, y tú eres, tortazo. La respuesta que recibió fue una fuerte bofetada en la cara. Perra descarada. Tú. ¿Cómo te atreves? ¿Cómo te atreves? La dama se agarró el cabello con rabia mientras su rostro perdía el color. No creas que al dar a luz a su bebé, puedes usar esto para ganar estatus. Déjame advertirte, soy su prometida legítima y tú eres solo una madre sustituta. Ni se te ocurra codiciar algo que no es tuyo, ¿entiendes? Yun Sisi estaba asombrado. Ella habló perpleja. Firmé el contrato y tengo claras las cláusulas. Conozco mi lugar. ¿Podrías, por favor? Qué bueno que lo entiendas. Su pecho se hinchó mientras hablaba. Aunque sabía, en el fondo, que si fuera fértil, esta chica nunca vendría a darle a luz al sucesor de la familia Mu. Sin embargo, una vez que recordó que estaban enredados en las sábanas durante toda una noche, no pudo evitar ponerse celosa. Capítulo 7. Ella está embarazada. Será mejor que quedes embarazada solo por esta vez, ni creas que te volverá a tocar. Dijo con amargura y se alejó. Yun Sisi cayó al suelo y su espíritu abandonó su cuerpo. La secretaria la ayudó apresuradamente a levantarse. ¿Levantarse? El suelo está frío. Tu salud es importante. 2 meses después. En el hospital privado de la familia Mu, la secretaria consiguió el informe del examen. 7 semanas de embarazo. Su condición era estable. Era un par de gemelos idénticos. Sacó su teléfono e informó de todo al asistente de Muyace. Yun Sisi salió de la sala de examen. El informe del examen no le preocupaba. Ahora era como una marioneta de madera bajo el control de cualquiera. En cualquier caso, ella simplemente hizo lo que se suponía que debía hacer y estuvo de acuerdo con todo lo que habían preparado. No necesitaba preocuparse por nada más. La secretaria se acercó a ella. Dándole una leve sonrisa, la consoló. Señorita Yun, su condición ahora es muy estable. No te pongas demasiado nervioso. Jaja. No tienes que preocuparte por nada más. Quédese en la villa para cuidar a los bebés durante estos meses. Si tiene alguna solicitud, no dude en hacérmelo saber. Yun Sisi levantó la vista y murmuró, quiero ver a mi padre. Hace 2 meses, simplemente dejó una nota sin despedirse. Debe estar preocupado por ella. La secretaria se puso tensa. Esto, el jefe ha indicado que tienes prohibido salir. Solo quiero ver a mi padre una vez. No tengo otras solicitudes. ¿Ni siquiera puedes hacer esto? Ante la mirada suplicante de Yun Sisi, la secretaria finalmente cedió. Está bien. Originalmente, esto fue algo difícil para ella de decidir. Según el contrato, a Yun Sisi se le prohibió salir al aire libre. Sin embargo, al mirar a esta pobre niña, que se había convertido en madre sustituta a una edad tan temprana, pensó que debía tener algunas dificultades en casa. Así, sin el consentimiento del director general, concertó una cita para reunirse con su padre. Quedaron en encontrarse en un café del centro de la ciudad. Tan pronto como el padre de Yun Sisi recibió el mensaje, se dirigió apresuradamente hacia allí y llegó 30 minutos antes de la hora estipulada. Se sentó en la habitación privada, removiéndose inquieto en su asiento. Después de que ella se fue sin despedirse, él estaba tan preocupado por ella que pasó muchas noches sin dormir, peleando y dando vueltas en la cama. Su esposa incluso se burlaba con frecuencia de ella por ser una perra ingrata y desalmada en su cara, como si se hubiera escapado de casa con un cabrón al azar. Su familia se estaba desmoronando. Mientras la familia estaba en una situación desesperada, el padre no sabía de su paradero. Aunque cuando misteriosamente ganó $1 millón más en su cuenta bancaria al día siguiente, instintivamente lo vinculó con su desaparición. Incluso pensó que le podría haber pasado algo malo. De hecho, Yun Sisi no era su hija biológica. Ella fue adoptada involuntariamente por él en un centro de asistencia social hace 10 años. De hecho, tuvo una hija biológica. A la familia Yun le iba bien en ese momento. Al ver que Yun Sisi era una niña inteligente y sensata, decidió adoptarla. Nunca pensó que después de adoptarla, su esposa y su hija biológica estarían fuertemente en su contra. Al principio no le importó. Pensando en la sensatez de la niña, pensó que eventualmente obtendría el consentimiento de su esposa e hija. Sin embargo, se había equivocado. Por lo general, estaba demasiado ocupado para preocuparse por las pequeñas cosas que sucedían en casa. Sin embargo, como padre, ¿cómo podría no saber que su esposa y su hija la acosaron durante su ausencia? Yun Sisi era de hecho un niño inteligente. Incluso si sufrió a manos de su esposa e hija, nunca se quejó con él ni una sola vez. Por lo tanto, realmente se sintió culpable hacia ella. De hecho, su familia originalmente era acomodada. Tenía una propiedad en el mercado que generaba ganancias estables, por lo que se consideraba que vivían en riqueza. Sin embargo, a principios de año, una tormenta financiera azotó repentinamente el mundo y dejó a toda su familia en la ruina. Capítulo 8. La vida de Yoon Sisi. De hecho, la familia de Yoon Ye-cheng originalmente era acomodada. Tenía una propiedad en el mercado que generaba ganancias estables, por lo que se consideraba que vivían en riqueza. Sin embargo, a principios de año, una tormenta financiera azotó repentinamente el mundo y dejó a toda su familia en la ruina. La empresa operaba bajo una pérdida constante. A muchos accionistas se les habían retirado sus inversiones. Al ver que la empresa estaba a punto de quebrar, su esposa señaló con el dedo a Yoon Sisi y la culpó por ello. Esto se debió a que, apenas el año anterior, él gastó voluntariamente el dinero originalmente reservado para inversiones para enviarla a estudiar a una prestigiosa escuela secundaria basada en dormitorios, para estar lejos de este hogar insignificante. En opinión de su esposa, si no hubiera sido por este movimiento particular suyo en aquel entonces, la empresa no se habría visto afectada por la crisis económica y la familia Yoon no habría caído en tal estado. Este asunto provocó muchas discusiones acaloradas en el hogar. Cuando Yoon Sisi regresó a casa durante las vacaciones, la pareja de madre e hija cerró las puertas y la golpeó mientras él estaba fuera. Debido a esto, casi sucumbió a un infarto. Ardiendo de ansiedad, vio que alguien, la secretaria, abría la puerta y que Yoon Sisi entraba lentamente. Al ver a su padre, sus pupilas temblaron ligeramente. Se le nublaron los ojos pero se recuperó rápidamente. Su padre rápidamente se levantó y miró a la secretaria con escepticismo. Al comprender la situación, rápidamente se despidió y les cerró la puerta. Sí. Se acercó a ella con expresión inquieta. La tomó por los hombros y la examinó de pies a cabeza. ¿Dónde has estado estos últimos 2 meses? ¿Sabías lo preocupado que estuve todo este tiempo? Sintiéndose avergonzada, ella lo miró. Solo habían pasado 2 meses, pero todo su cabello ya era de un tono gris y las líneas de su rostro eran más prominentes. Estuvo preocupado por ella durante muchos días. Resolviendo la montaña de documentos acumulados en la empresa y buscándola en su tiempo libre, dividió su atención entre ella y la empresa. Había trabajado demasiado. Papá, no te preocupes por mí. Estoy bastante bien, aseguró Yoon Sisi. Ella lo ayudó a sentarse antes de preguntar, ¿cómo está la empresa? ¿Depositaste esa suma de dinero? Fue directo al grano. Yoon Sisi estaba atónito, sin saber cómo responderle. Estuvo nerviosa por un momento antes de disfrazarse rápidamente. Él sostuvo el dorso de su mano con fuerza. Oh, niña. Dime la verdad. No me mientas. No hagas que me preocupe por ti otra vez, ¿de acuerdo? De repente pensó en algo terrible. Sentándose derecho, se apresuró a preguntar, ¿hiciste algo tonto? Al ver su cabeza baja y no decir nada, trató de encontrar pistas en su rostro, pero fue en vano. Procedió a señalar hacia la puerta con sospecha. ¿Quién era esa señora hace un momento? Yoon Sisi permaneció en silencio durante mucho tiempo. Finalmente, con una voz tan suave como el zumbido de un insecto, confesó, yo me he convertido en una madre sustituta. De repente la habitación quedó en un silencio sepulcral. Sus pupilas se contrajeron mientras la miraba con incredulidad. ¿Tú? ¿Cómo pudiste, papá? Cuando su voz se apagó, escuchó un sonido ensordecedor. Golpear. Le había dado una bofetada en su ira. Su rostro se torció hacia un lado por la fuerza detrás de la bofetada. Aturdida, se tocó las ardientes mejillas mientras lo escuchaba preguntarle con furia, ¿por qué tienes que degradarte así? ¿Ser madre sustituta es algo que puedes hacer? Ella todavía era muy joven, en una edad floreciente, pero en realidad fue a convertirse en madre sustituta. ¿Sabía que esto arruinaría su vida? A sus ojos, como padre, ¿era realmente inútil hasta el punto de no poder proteger a su hija? No tocaré ni un centavo de este dinero. Yo, Yoon Ye-cheng, no necesito llegar a tal punto. Cuando terminó de hablar, se levantó enojado de su asiento y salió de la habitación. Yoon Sisi bajó la cabeza, estupefacta, y agarró con fuerza el dobladillo de su ropa. Capítulo 9. Parto prematuro 6 meses después. Yun Sisi estuvo acompañada por la secretaria para procesar sus papeles para reanudar sus estudios en su universidad. En el camino, de repente sintió un dolor agudo en el vientre que no cedía. En vilo durante los últimos meses, Yun Sisi inesperadamente entró en trabajo de parto prematuro. No llegaron a tiempo al hospital privado de la familia Mu, por lo que la secretaria la llevó apresuradamente a un hospital ginecológico de la ciudad y con calma realizó los procedimientos necesarios. Yun Sisi yacía en la cama, con el rostro terriblemente pálido. Cuando levantó la vista, la luz de una lámpara incandescente parpadeaba constantemente ante sus ojos. Bajo un dolor tremendo, empezó a sudar frío. Después de 8 meses de embarazo, finalmente iba a ser liberada. La secretaria la acompañó hacia la sala de partos, dándole constantemente palabras de aliento. Señorita Yun, no tenga miedo. Tú y los niños estaréis bien, esperaré afuera por las buenas noticias. Gracias. Yun Sisi cerró los ojos cuando la empujaron hacia la sala de partos y las puertas se cerraron detrás de ellos. El director del hospital conocía a Yun Yecheng. Al enterarse de que quien estaba a punto de dar a luz era Yun Sisi, el médico lo contactó de inmediato. Yun Yecheng corrió al hospital después de recibir el mensaje y esperó con impaciencia fuera de la sala de partos. 4 horas más tarde, se escuchó un gemido resonante desde la habitación. Es un bebé sano. La enfermera colocó al bebé en una incubadora y lo envió a la sala infantil para recién nacidos. A Yun Yecheng no le importaba el bebé. Caminó de un lado a otro y miró frenéticamente a su alrededor fuera de la sala de partos. La secretaria caminó hacia la guardería. Inspeccionando al recién nacido desde el otro lado de la ventana de cristal, se volvió para preguntar, ¿qué pasa con el otro? La enfermera respondió disculpándose, lo sentimos muchísimo. Al ser un parto prematuro, el más joven está demasiado débil. Cuando salió ya no respiraba. El rostro de la secretaria se puso rígido por la sorpresa y preguntó, ¿no hay esperanza? La enfermera habló con franqueza. Sí. Estaba decepcionada, pero no podía hacer nada al respecto. Bien. Por favor, ocúpese de ese niño en consecuencia. Cuando terminó de hablar con la enfermera, levantó su teléfono para comunicarse con algunos de su gente y enviar una ambulancia. Tenía la intención de trasladar al recién nacido al hospital privado de la familia Mu. Antes de irse, llenó un cheque y se lo pasó a Yun Yecheng. Ella habló cortésmente, «Señor Yun. Su hija ha sufrido durante estos últimos meses. Este es el pago restante. Por favor, acéptalo». Aturdido, Yun Yecheng recibió el cheque de ella. Entonces la secretaria se fue apresuradamente. Dentro de la sala de partos, Yun Sisi se quedó sin energía y se desmayó. La enfermera se acercó a ella y estaba a punto de atender al bebé que había nacido muerto. Sin embargo, justo cuando lo levantaba, notó algo extraño. Sus pupilas temblaron y su expresión cambió drásticamente. Corrió frenéticamente hacia el médico con el bebé. «Doctor». 6 años después. Pasó el tiempo. Los años y los meses pasaron en un instante. Dentro de la bulliciosa multitud en una tienda departamental, Yun Sisi, que empujaba un carrito, miraba ansiosamente a su alrededor de un lado a otro. Sus pasos fueron apresurados. Simplemente fue a la sección de artículos básicos diarios para tomar algo. Sin embargo, cuando miró hacia atrás, él ya no estaba y no lo encontraba por ningún lado. Al pasar por la sección de juguetes, redujo el paso y examinó toda el área. De repente, vio una pequeña figura. Yun Sisi se encogió de hombros antes de suspirar impotente. Las comisuras de su boca se curvaron y se rió para sí misma. Luego empujó el carro en esa dirección y se inclinó detrás de la figura. Un niño pequeño estaba parado frente a un estante, con los ojos fijos en un auto de carreras con control remoto bellamente envuelto. Parecía muy joven, de unos 5 o 6 años. Llevaba un uniforme escolar limpio que era un poco grande para su delgada figura. Cabello suave, sedoso, negro azabache, piel de jade, un rostro juvenil con rasgos exquisitos y mejillas sonrosadas, era un chico bastante encantador. Poseía un par de ojos grandes y brillantes, que a veces brillaban, claros y hermosos. Sus ojos hundidos estaban enmarcados por pestañas espesas y rizadas que estaban ligeramente levantadas como dos plumas de un fénix negro. Sus orbes negros eran claros y libres de impurezas. Este joven encantador y encantador parecía una pequeña hada. Sin embargo, en este momento, la pequeña hada tenía una expresión seria en su rostro, aparentemente poseyendo la madurez de un adulto. Capítulo 10. Pequeño tú este joven encantador y encantador parecía una pequeña hada. Sin embargo, en este momento, la pequeña hada tenía una expresión seria en su rostro, aparentemente poseyendo la madurez de un adulto. $150, demasiado caro. La voz juvenil tenía un tono grave que era algo inconsistente con su edad. Parecía un anciano, la forma en que frunció el ceño mientras comenzaba a contar con los dedos. Luego suspiró angustiado y sus hombros cayeron, como si estuviera en un mundo de oscuridad. Yun Sisi se rió impotente ante su comportamiento abatido, pero su corazón estaba un poco amargado. Ella frunció los labios y extendió la mano para tocarle el hombro. El niño, sorprendido, se dio la vuelta. Al darse cuenta de que era ella, su rostro se puso de un extraño tono rojo. Mami. Mami te buscó durante tanto tiempo, ¿no te pidió mami que me siguieras obedientemente y que no corrieras? Yun Sisi fingió estar enojado y el niño claramente se sintió más culpable. Su pequeña mano se aferró con cuidado a su cuello. Con las pestañas ligeramente caídas, parpadeaba incesantemente con los ojos muy abiertos mientras murmuraba, «Mami, no te enojes. No volverás a correr más. Querida, tú. Ella se arrodilló y lo abrazó. ¿Qué estás mirando? Instintivamente señalaste el auto de carreras, pero, como si hubiera pensado en algo, rápidamente retrajo sus deditos. Luego levantó el rostro y fingió desinterés. Mami, tú solo estás mirando y realmente no lo quieres. Podría haber dicho esto, pero sus ojos nunca abandonaron ese hermoso auto de carreras a control remoto. Lo han delatado por completo. Su expresión se volvió fría. Todavía era muy joven, pero había aprendido a hablar en contra de sus deseos. Ella sabía que él realmente lo quería, pero estaba tratando de ayudarla a ahorrar. Por eso estaba poniendo una fachada dura. Este niño fue absolutamente un amor desde que nació. Ella se rió y le acarició la cabecita. Se levantó y se dirigió al mostrador, indicando el coche de carreras al cajero. Fijaste la vista en el juguete antes de mirar a Yun Sisi nuevamente. Como si hubiera adivinado lo que estaba a punto de suceder, sus ojos se iluminaron e irradiaron emoción. Corrió hacia el mostrador y miró con nostalgia el juguete bellamente empaquetado que ahora estaba en manos del cajero, sin apartar la mirada ni una sola vez. El cajero colocó el auto de carreras en el mostrador para escanear su código de barras. El niño colocó su mano sobre el mostrador y con entusiasmo se cernió sobre el borde de puntillas, su pequeño rostro mostrando una expresión de satisfacción. Yun Sisi lo siguió. Al mirar su brillante sonrisa, ella quedó visiblemente conmovida. Si ni siquiera podía conceder el pequeño deseo de su hijo, entonces no merecía ser llamada buena madre. Todos estos años le había debido demasiado a este niño. Hace 6 años, para ese hombre, ella dio a luz gemelos. Como eran bebés prematuros, cuando nacieron ambos estaban bastante débiles. La situación de Ti era peor. Cuando todavía estaban en su útero, el hermano de Yo-Yo había consumido demasiada nutrición, como resultado, Yo-Yo no respiraba cuando nació. Su padre le dijo que tan pronto como el mayor salió, lo llevaron inmediatamente a la sala de recién nacidos, poco después, lo trasladaron a otro hospital. Al mismo tiempo, la enfermera que había dado a luz a sus bebés hizo un descubrimiento inesperado. Tú, quien fue proclamado muerto al nacer, tenías un rastro de aliento débil. Capítulo 11. Tú eres su amor. Después de una serie de tratamientos médicos de emergencia, el recién nacido finalmente fue rescatado del borde de la muerte. Sin embargo, su constitución física era demasiado débil y siempre padecía enfermedades. Su pobre hijo también quedó huérfano de padre desde su nacimiento. Para compensar esto, ella lo adoraba con todas sus fuerzas. Ella le dio todo el amor que tenía en ella. Esto fue para hacerle entender que incluso sin un padre, la cantidad de amor que recibió solo podría ser mayor. Por lo tanto, ella le dio el nombre de Yun Tianyo. Si bien agradeció al cielo por haberla bendecido con él, también deseó que él pudiera crecer sano. En cuanto a Muyace, su padre la ayudó a ocultarle la verdad. Su padre tenía una relación bastante buena con el director de ese hospital, y el hombre iba en contra de su ética profesional, ayudándolos a falsificar los registros del hospital. Por lo tanto, Muyace no sabía que el segundo bebé había sobrevivido y Yo-Yo pudo quedarse con ella en lugar de que también se lo quitaran. Si el hombre supiera de la existencia de Yo-Yo, definitivamente se lo alejaría de ella, no podía imaginar lo desesperada que estaría por eso. Después de dar a luz, regresó a la universidad para continuar sus estudios. Al final, la empresa de su padre fracasó, y más tarde, él se declaró en quiebra ante el tribunal. Ese hombre sí cumplió su promesa. Después de que ella le dio a luz un hijo, él le pagó una suma superior a la remuneración acordada. Fue verdaderamente generoso. Esto también alivió gran parte de sus cargas y la sustancial cantidad de dinero ayudó más o menos a pagar las deudas de su padre. Después del cierre de la empresa, Yun Yecheng trabajó desde cero. Sin embargo, ya estaba envejeciendo y, habiendo pasado por el punto más bajo de su vida, estaba atado a demasiadas cosas a su alrededor. Hacía mucho que había perdido la pelea en él. No estaba dispuesto a volver a trabajar demasiado y pasar dificultades. Su madre adoptiva, Lin, se despojó del esplendor y se arrepintió de haberse casado con el viejo inútil Yun Yecheng. Originalmente era ama de casa, pero debido a las limitaciones de la vida, tuvo que salir y hacer trabajos ocasionales. Sin embargo, debido a su vida anterior de comodidad, desarrolló el hábito de ser quisquillosa, por lo tanto, a menudo fue despedida de sus trabajos. Reprendida por otros en el trabajo, Lin expresó su enojo contra Yun Sisi y su hijo. Yun Na, su hermana menor adoptiva, tuvo un rendimiento académico no tan estelar. Sus resultados en la escuela secundaria no la calificaron para la universidad, por lo que tuvo que conformarse con inscribirse en una escuela vocacional. Sin embargo, su actitud mandona a menudo la llevaba a algunos problemas. Casi con regularidad, un puñado de matones turbios llamaban a su puerta. Después de su graduación, holgazaneó aún más. Tenía una gran ambición pero ninguna capacidad real para respaldarla. Incapaz de conseguir ningún trabajo, se quedó en casa y se juntaba con esos matones inútiles día tras día. En la actualidad, toda la familia dependía de los míseros ingresos de su padre, pero Yun Na a menudo se portaba mal, frecuentaba clubes nocturnos y terminaba en muchos problemas. Cuando nació Yo-Yo, tuvo que amamantarlo, y esto coincidió con sus estudios. Fue el periodo más duro de su vida. Ni siquiera podía sentarse correctamente durante el encierro. Cuando fue aceptada en una prestigiosa universidad, su carga de trabajo era pesada. Siempre que estaba libre, tenía que ponerse al día con el trabajo atrasado. En un día normal, tenía su trabajo de medio tiempo mientras cuidaba de Yo-Yo. Su cuerpo estaba a punto de colapsar. Después de graduarse de la universidad, logró conseguir un trabajo bien remunerado, por lo que la situación financiera de la familia mejoró. Como su madre adoptiva y su hermana se quedaban en casa mientras ella estaba trabajando, tenía miedo de que Yo-Yo fuera tratada de la misma manera que ella. En aquel entonces, cuando trajo a Yo-Yo a casa por primera vez, Yun Na se burló apáticamente de ella. No pudo olvidar que le llamó pequeño bastardo, incluso hasta ahora. Por lo tanto, tan pronto como consiguió un trabajo, dejó la casa con Yo-Yo y alquiló un apartamento para los dos. Cuando tenía que trabajar, a Yo-Yo la enviaban a un jardín de infantes y él la esperaba en la entrada una vez que lo despedían. Se alegraba de que Yo-Yo fuera una niña sensata. A pesar de su tierna edad, era muy reflexivo y rara vez obstinado. Ahora incluso podía regresar a casa sin que ella viniera a buscarlo. Capítulo 12. Hermanos separados. Cuando nació Yo-Yo, tuvo que amamantarlo, y esto coincidió con sus estudios. Fue el periodo más duro de su vida. Ni siquiera podía sentarse correctamente durante el encierro. Cuando fue aceptada en una prestigiosa universidad, su carga de trabajo era pesada. Siempre que estaba libre, tenía que ponerse al día con el trabajo atrasado. En un día normal, tenía su trabajo de medio tiempo mientras cuidaba de Yo-Yo. Su cuerpo estaba a punto de colapsar. Después de graduarse de la universidad, logró conseguir un trabajo bien remunerado, por lo que la situación financiera de la familia mejoró. Como su madre adoptiva y su hermana se quedaban en casa mientras ella estaba trabajando, tenía miedo de que Yo-Yo fuera tratada de la misma manera que ella. En aquel entonces, cuando trajo a Yo-Yo a casa por primera vez, Yunna se burló apáticamente de ella. No pudo olvidar que le llamó pequeño bastardo, incluso hasta ahora. Por lo tanto, tan pronto como consiguió un trabajo, dejó la casa con Yo-Yo y alquiló un apartamento para los dos. Cuando tenía que trabajar, a Yo-Yo la enviaban a un jardín de infantes y él la esperaba en la entrada una vez que lo despedían. Se alegraba de que Yo-Yo fuera una niña sensata. A pesar de su tierna edad, era muy reflexivo y rara vez obstinado. Ahora incluso podía regresar a casa sin que ella viniera a buscarlo. Al salir de los grandes almacenes, los dos quedaron expuestos al sol abrasador del exterior. El pequeño sostenía un juguete en la mano mientras la seguía, sus pasos se volvían gradualmente más pesados. Ya era mediados de verano. Salieron de un ambiente refrescante hace apenas unos momentos, por lo que no pudo adaptarse rápidamente al calor sofocante. Levantaste su carita y gritaste suavemente, «¿Mami?» Jun Sisi se dio la vuelta. Ella notó que todo su rostro estaba rojo brillante, sus ojos y cejas caídos con cansancio. Ella frunció el ceño preocupada. «¿Qué pasa? ¿Tú? ¿No te encuentras bien?» Las cejas de Yo-Yo se arrugaron. Extendió sus manos hacia ella y dijo tímidamente, «Mami, ¿hace calor?» «Hace calor. Ya no puedes caminar. ¿Acuestas? ¿Acuestas?» Jun Sisi quedó atónita por sus palabras y no pudo evitar sonreír mientras se inclinaba. Cuando viste esto, sus ojos se curvaron felizmente. Sacó la lengua en broma y saltó sobre sus hombros. Jun Sisi lo abrazó firmemente y se puso de pie. Satisfecho, Yo-Yo se aferró a sus hombros, su pequeño rostro presionando hacia ella. Con tono afectuoso preguntó, «Mami, ¿estás cansada?» «Por supuesto. Espera hasta que crezcas y entonces serás tú quien cargue a mami». Jun Sisi sonrió, «Está bien, tú eres realmente el pequeño y considerado amorcito de mamá». El niño levantó su rostro del tamaño de la palma de su mano y preguntó con una mirada en blanco. «Mami, ¿qué es un cariño?» «Es una persona muy reconfortante, una persona que hace que la gente se sienta cálida». «Oh. Entonces, solo serás cálido con mamá y con nadie más». Dulcemente redondeaste sus labios rosados, tomaste su rostro y ¡guau! Dio un chasquido en sus labios. La madre y el hijo se golpearon la cabeza entre risas y abandonaron alegremente el lugar. Un Lincoln alargado estacionado silenciosamente al borde de la carretera. El Lincoln tenía una carrocería aerodinámica y de color completamente negro. Desde su ventana se podía ver un rostro joven pero frío y atractivo. El niño yacía perezosamente en el asiento de cuero genuino, con una mano debajo de la mejilla. Parecía tener unos 6 años, pero su rostro tenía una mirada madura y distante que era incompatible con su edad. Observó inexpresivamente la alegre escena de Jun Sisi y Yo-Yo a través de la ventana. Mirando por debajo de su fino flequillo, algo se agitó dentro de él y su visión se enfocó. La pareja se alejó cada vez más. Inexplicablemente, una extraña emoción surgió del fondo de su corazón mientras miraba las espaldas de la madre y el hijo. Era algo que no se podía explicar. Le dolía un poco el corazón. Fue amargo y un poco amargo. Poco después, sintió una sensación de soledad. Capítulo 13. Siempre tan despreocupado, entrecerró levemente los ojos. Cuando ya no pudo ver a la pareja madre-hijo, instantáneamente los colgó para ocultar la soledad que brevemente apareció en ellos. Volviendo a concentrarse en la computadora portátil en su regazo, miró su tarea a medio terminar. Se sintió algo molesto y decidió apagar la computadora portátil. Un hombre de mediana edad vestido con traje abrió con cuidado la puerta trasera del Lincoln ampliado y mostró el postre que había comprado para el niño. «Joven maestro, tu postre». El mayordomo desenvolvió con cuidado el envoltorio y le pasó el pastel junto con un tenedor. El niño los recibió con indiferencia. Mirando el delicioso postre, la escena del rostro sonriente del niño mientras abrazaba su juguete todavía aparecía en su mente. De repente, no tenía apetito. No comer. Dejó el postre a un lado y ordenó fríamente, «Vamos». El mayordomo, el tío Yao, lo miró fijamente sin comprender. Procedió a limpiar y tirar el pastel no consumido a un bote de basura junto a la carretera y abordó el vehículo. El vehículo se alejó. Cayó la noche. El grupo Mu. La oficina del director ejecutivo, CEO. Entrando a la vista había accesorios lujosos, elegantes y con estilo, extravagantes hasta la médula. Un hombre estaba quieto junto a la ventana, su figura vigorosa, alta y esbelta. Con una imponente altura de 1,89 metros, su presencia era dominante. Miró inexpresivamente a lo lejos, al bullicioso paisaje nocturno de la ciudad, con el ceño ligeramente fruncido y ojos distantes. Mubanrou abrió lentamente la puerta y vio la figura parada en silencio junto a la ventana francesa. Las comisuras de su boca formaron un suave arco. Este hombre tenía el poder más alto en el grupo Mu. Era hijo del presidente de un conglomerado, el director ejecutivo de un imperio, Muyace de la familia Mu y su prometido. Puede que aún no hayan celebrado una ceremonia de boda, pero ella ya era de nombre la joven amante de la familia Mu. Su futura boda definitivamente sería grandiosa y magnífica, la mayor sensación del siglo. Este hombre también fue una sensación dentro de la clase alta de la sociedad. Muchas jóvenes de familias conocidas se sintieron atraídas por él. Cuando recordó los titulares de hoy sobre los rumores de citas entre Muyace y una diva, Mubanrou estaba locamente celosa. A los ojos de un extraño, ella era la futura joven amante del grupo Mu. ¿Quién sabría que Muyace y ella eran solo marido y mujer de nombre pero no en realidad? Este hombre fue extremadamente frío con ella. Esto la puso en una situación extremadamente incómoda. Mubanrou colocó su bolso ligeramente sobre el sofá y caminó con cautela hacia su trasero. Extendió los brazos para abrazar suavemente su cuerpo en forma y apoyó el rostro en su espalda ancha y fuerte. Sus ojos recuperaron el foco. Inclinó la cara mientras mantenía la compostura. Bajo las frías luces, su contorno facial era prominente y sus rasgos bien definidos eran una obra maestra. Tenía unas cejas bonitas y una mandíbula atractiva. La mejor parte de su rostro eran sus ojos seductores, hundidos, almendrados y con pupilas tan oscuras como una obsidiana, que podían sacudir el corazón y el alma de muchos. Este era un hombre guapo y maduro. Su belleza no era solo algo superficial, aunque su rostro frío parecía joven, desprendía el aura innata de un emperador, altivo y dominante, naturalmente perfecto. Parecía imponente con cada movimiento que hacía, al igual que los emperadores y señores supremos por encima de las masas en la antigüedad. Con un movimiento de su mano, podía dictarlo todo. Solo por su presencia, uno sabría que era un hombre que había desafiado muchas tormentas, un hombre de naturaleza fría. El abuelo me dejó venir a preguntarte, ¿volverás a la residencia Mu mañana por la noche? Sus cejas se movieron ligeramente y una voz indiferente salió de sus labios. No. Ella notó su expresión tibia y echó un vistazo al papeleo amontonado en su escritorio. Ella preguntó, con una vocecita, ¿te molesté? Capítulo 14. Prometida solo de nombre. Ella notó su expresión tibia y echó un vistazo al papeleo amontonado en su escritorio. Ella preguntó, con una vocecita, ¿te molesté? A pesar de que ella iba a ser su esposa, incluso si ya era la joven amante legítima de la familia Mu, al enfrentarse a este hombre insondable, todavía tenía que cuidar cada uno de sus movimientos. A pesar de haber crecido con él, sintió que nunca había entrado realmente en su corazón. Su compromiso la llevó a pensar una vez más que era la mujer más afortunada del mundo. Amaba profundamente a este hombre, pero, irónicamente, nunca lo entendió del todo. Aunque era su futuro marido, por lo general no se preocupaba por ella. Él era así incluso en su primer encuentro. En realidad, él era así con todos. Era dominante, orgulloso e insensible. Ella nunca lo había visto ser afectuoso con nadie, excepto con Yichen, claro está. Solo frente a Yichen ocultaría su aura dominante. Los delgados labios de Muyace estaban ligeramente torcidos. Su voz helada tenía un matiz de ternura cuando respondió, no. Mubanrou sonrió un poco y se regocijó por dentro por su leve preocupación, sus ojos rebosaban de inmenso amor. Ella lentamente se acercó a él, con los brazos extendidos seductoramente, se colgó íntimamente de sus hombros. Su voluptuoso cuerpo se acercó seductoramente a su pecho. Se acercó poco a poco a su atractivo rostro con los ojos entrecerrados y envió un beso hacia sus delgados y atractivos labios. Los ojos rasgados de Muyace la miraron fijamente. Apartando su rostro de un golpe, su beso aterrizó en su mandíbula. Atónita, Mubanrou arqueó las cejas y miró hacia arriba, solo para verlo mirando con indiferencia a otra parte. Las comisuras de sus labios se fruncieron amargamente. Ella se rió de sí misma en silencio. Sí, ¿cómo podría olvidarlo? Aunque iban a ser marido y mujer, sus labios siempre fueron una zona prohibida. A nadie se le permitía tocarlos. Los dos simplemente actuaban según las circunstancias y estaban juntos simplemente por formalidad, no tenía excepciones para otras mujeres. Mubanrou estaba muy enojado. Ella tomó su rostro con ambas manos mientras las lágrimas brotaban de sus ojos por el resentimiento. ¿Me amas? Contéstame honestamente. ¿Realmente me amas o simplemente estás siguiendo los deseos de tu abuelo? ¿Estás tratando nuestro matrimonio como una orden? A pesar de que ella lo mantuvo todo el tiempo, la noticia de que él salía con otra mujer en una revista hoy todavía la enojaba y entristecía. No podía soportar verlo, un hombre divino en su corazón, ser compartido por otro. No hubo ningún cambio de emoción en la conducta tranquila de Muyace, todavía hacía tanto frío como la nieve. No sabía por qué sus pensamientos estaban en el proyecto de desarrollo de 100.000 millones de yuanes en lugar de en Mubanrou, que estaba frente a él. Mubanrou se indignó e intentó besarlo por segunda vez. Sin esfuerzo giró la cara y la esquivó, alejándola lejos. Banrou, deja de perder el tiempo. Mubanrou dejó escapar una risa amarga, su corazón algo triste. Ella ya sabía que él la esquivaría, pero todavía le dolía. Nunca la había besado ni a ella ni a ninguna otra mujer. El joven maestro de la capital, Mu, tenía un corazón de piedra. Había muchas mujeres a su alrededor que se sentían atraídas por él, pero ninguna de ellas era especial. Incluso ella, su prometida legítima, la mujer más cercana a él, nunca tuvo una excepción. ¿Realmente la amaba o la trataba como un consuelo a su soledad? Quizás ni siquiera fue eso. ¿Estaba siquiera dispuesto a actuar con ella? Ella no lo sospechó solo una vez. Si el abuelo no hubiera decidido su compromiso, si este matrimonio no se hubiera establecido según sus deseos, este hombre probablemente no la habría mirado más de una vez. Capítulo 15. Después de todo, no eres mi hijo. Ella no lo sospechó solo una vez. Si el abuelo no hubiera decidido su compromiso y este matrimonio no se hubiera establecido según sus deseos, este hombre probablemente no la habría mirado más de una vez. Si él la amaba, ¿por qué no le permitiría besarlo y ni siquiera decirle, «te amo»? Sin embargo, ella lo amaba, de manera casi servil, por lo que lo soportó, se rindió y lo aceptó todo. Era noble, orgulloso y arrogante. Era el príncipe heredero del grupo Mu. A pesar de que el abuelo Mu la adoraba profundamente, este hombre simplemente estaba fuera de su alcance. Así se consoló, quién sabe cuántas veces. Se dijo a sí misma que era la prometida de la familia Mu. Ella, en el futuro, iba a ser la joven amante de la familia Mu. En unos meses se llevaría a cabo su ceremonia de compromiso, por lo que no debería armar un escándalo. Ella debería estar satisfecha con eso. Desafortunadamente, ella era codiciosa. Ella no solo lo deseaba de esa manera, deseaba su corazón aún más. Mubanrou sonrió un poco amargamente y habló en voz baja. «Realmente quieres estar conmigo, ¿verdad?» El corazón de Muyace estaba en otra parte, y la expresión confusa de la mujer simplemente pasó por sus ojos. Al darse cuenta de que estaba perdido en sus pensamientos, Mubanrou no pudo evitar agarrarse aún más fuerte a su cuello. ¿Realmente me amas? Respóndeme. Muyace apartó al persistente Mubanrou y regresó al frente de su escritorio, hablando con voz tibia. «Banrou, no seas obstinado». Bajó los ojos con frialdad. Su voz era profunda y sin emociones, como si estuviera apaciguando a un niño que tenía una rabieta. ¿Pero cuando alguna vez tuvo una rabieta? Mubanrou era un niño que el abuelo Mu había adoptado en la familia Mu hace 10 años. La llevó a Muyace y los comprometió. Mu era una familia rica y poderosa de gran importancia. Y Mubanrou lo era aún más, la niña de los ojos del abuelo Mu. Ella era noble y reservada. Ella amaba a Muyace, pero él no la amaba a ella. Este matrimonio, para él, una persona nacida en una familia adinerada, era innecesario. Simplemente estaba obedeciendo los deseos de su abuelo. Según su personalidad, las mujeres eran cosas de las que podía prescindir. No eran una necesidad. El matrimonio era solo algo para mantener feliz a su abuelo. Era una forma de contrato disfrazado. Su compromiso con Mubanrou no fue una excepción. Era solo una moneda de cambio. Las ramas colaterales de la familia Mu estaban tomando medidas lentamente, muchos de ellos estaban observando su posición. Simplemente estaba usando este matrimonio como trampolín para expandir el territorio del imperio Mu. ¿Amar? Esta palabra era demasiado lujo para él. ¿Qué fue el amor? ¿Fueron esas personas de la alta sociedad de la clase alta que lo adulaban, persiguiendo fama y riqueza? ¿Fue el voluntarioso y arrogante Mubanrou? ¿Fueron los modelos y artistas sin experiencia que querían ser famosos? En este mundo de deseos materiales, el dinero y los deseos se entrelazan. ¿Quién hablaría todavía de amor? Aparte de su madre, nunca había amado a ninguna otra mujer. El parentesco y el amor estaban fuera de su alcance. Era apático, frío y mantenía su mundo cerrado. En la industria empresarial, podía causar conmoción con un movimiento de la mano. Su forma de hacer las cosas era fría y firme. En privado, uno podría negociar acuerdos con él, pero nunca se les podría ocurrir entrar en su corazón. ¿Hablando de amor? ¡Qué broma! De repente sonó el teléfono que estaba sobre su mesa. Mubanrou respondió la llamada por él y escuchó un mensaje de voz desde el escritorio de la secretaria. Director, el joven maestro ha llegado. Se escuchó una serie de pasos más allá de la puerta. Poco después, se abrió la puerta de la oficina y apareció una cabecita. «Papá». El pequeño vio que Muyace no estaba ocupado, así que entró. Al darse cuenta de la presencia de Mubanrou, un matiz de inquietud se extendió por su rostro al instante. Él la llamó rotundamente, «Mami». Al ver esto, Mubanrou se sintió algo incómodo. No sabía por qué no era cercana a este pequeño a pesar de ser su mamá. Quizás fue porque él no era de su carne y sangre. Sin esta conexión de sangre, su relación, por supuesto, no era tan unida como la de madres e hijos reales. Capítulo 16. Su amor, que es difícil de conseguir. El pequeño era muy sensible. Además de Muyace, era bastante distante con todos los demás. Era como su padre la mayor parte del tiempo. Realmente fueron sacados del mismo molde. Su pequeño rostro siempre estuvo impasible. Era taciturno y serio, como un adulto. Era como si no fuera un niño de su edad. Era extremadamente maduro. Cuando tenía 3 o 4 años, Muyace lo acompañaba a menudo. Era como un pequeño demonio, travieso y siempre le encantó hacer bromas. A menudo se burlaba de las criadas de la residencia Mu, un pequeño antepasado totalmente hedonista. Sin embargo, durante los últimos 2 años, el trabajo en Mu Group se volvió más arduo y Muyace estaba muy ocupada y siempre ausente. Sin su padre que lo acompañara, el pequeño poco a poco se volvió más solitario y tranquilo día a día. Al final, ya casi no hablaba. A veces, al mirar su pequeño rostro, Mubanrou no podía evitar recordar al joven Muyace. También era así de frío y distante con todos. Solo frente a Muyace mostraría más o menos una naturaleza única de los niños. En cualquier caso, todavía era un niño. Por lo tanto, a veces actuaba como un malcriado y hacía algunas cosas malas para llamar la atención de su padre. Muyace, por supuesto, lo adoraba y lo mimaba muchísimo. Así, frente a él, el pequeño Yichen parecía audaz. Mubanrou recobró el sentido. Ella sonrió y lo saludó con la mano. «Yichen, ven aquí». El pequeño Yichen la miró. Dio unos pasos hacia ella pero finalmente se detuvo. Parecía muy reacio mientras miraba hacia su padre. Muyace se dio la vuelta y, cuando vio al niño, la frialdad de su rostro disminuyó un poco. Se sentó en el sofá y sus grandes manos acariciaron ligeramente sus largas piernas. Cuando el pequeño Yi-chen vio eso, sus ojos se curvaron hacia arriba y corrió hacia su lado. Una comisura de los labios de Muyace ascendió y levantó al niño para que se sentara en su regazo. Los rasgos faciales del pequeño Yi-chen se parecían en gran medida a los suyos, pero, bajo la sombra de sus cejas, era digno y gentil, nada como su frialdad. Más bien esa chica tímida, de hace 6 años. Sus ojos se tensaron un poco. Durante muchas noches, esa apariencia hermosa y fuera de este mundo aparecía de alguna manera en su mente. Debajo de su cuerpo, su rostro a veces era tímido, a veces nervioso y a veces hundido. Esa chica era la persona más hermosa que había visto. Todavía tenía que saborearla un poco más, y esa chica de repente desapareció de su mundo. Hace 6 años, debido a un parto prematuro, cuando nació el pequeño Yi-chen, su cuerpo estaba muy débil. Al saber que el otro niño no se salvó, se lamentó hasta cierto punto. Siempre pensó que su corazón ya estaba duro como el hielo. Como a su abuelo le encantaban los niños, decidió cumplir su anhelado deseo y buscó una mujer joven para la maternidad subrogada. Sin embargo, nunca esperó salvar solo a uno de sus hijos. Siempre se sintió arrepentido y culpable por esto, por lo que adoraba al pequeño Yi-chen más que a cualquier otra cosa. El pequeño Yi-chen creció sano bajo su cuidado. Sin embargo, no era cercano a Mubanrou. El niño era inocente por naturaleza, pero tenía espíritu. Normalmente, en la residencia Mubanrou también adoraría al pequeño Yi-chen, incluso tratándolo como si fuera suyo. Sin embargo, cuando estaba a solas con Yi-chen, su mirada sobre él solo estaba llena de celos y malicia. Se odiaba a sí misma por ser infértil. Como este niño no era de su carne y hueso, ¿cuánto podría realmente cuidar de él? Como resultado, la pequeña Yi-chen se mostró distante con ella desde una edad temprana. Papá, quiero jugar con un auto de carreras a control remoto. ¿Coche de carreras a control remoto? Muyace frunció el ceño. ¿No te has cansado de eso? ¿Por qué quieres volver a jugar con uno? Solo quiero jugar con él. El pequeño Yi-chen hizo un puchero. Una rara ternura apareció en los ojos de Muyace. Está bien, papá te lo comprará. Capítulo 17. El tu sensible. Una rara ternura apareció en los ojos de Muyace. Está bien, papá te lo comprará. Papá, no solo tienes que comprarme uno, sino que también tienes que jugar conmigo. El pequeño Yi-chen se dejó caer en sus brazos y saboreó con avidez el momento de calidez entre ellos. Mubanrou, que estaba silenciosamente a un lado, estaba algo aturdido. Por alguna razón desconocida, tenía la ilusión de que, pase lo que pase, no podría entrar en el mundo de esta pareja de padre e hijo. El viernes por la noche, Yun Sisi trajo a Youyou de regreso a la casa Yun. Al principio, Yun Yecheng estaba en contra de que ella y Youyou se mudaran, pero, entendiendo sus circunstancias y conociendo sus dificultades, se conformó con que ella visitara la casa una vez a la semana para acompañarlo a cenar. A pesar de que Yun Sisi sentía un poco de miedo, no había otra manera de solucionar esto. Después de todo, ella le debía mucho. Si Yun Yecheng no la hubiera sacado del centro de asistencia social, su destino probablemente habría sido mucho peor. Yun Sisi cargó los alimentos que compró y caminó detrás de su hijo. Subiste las escaleras y viste que Yun Yecheng los había estado esperando durante mucho tiempo en el pasillo. Después del cierre de la empresa, vendieron la villa en la que se habían alojado anteriormente y se mudaron a un condominio lejos del centro de la ciudad. Estaba en el 8º piso y no había ascensor. Al ver a su abuelo, Youyou felizmente corrió hacia él y se arrojó a sus brazos. Cuando Yun Yecheng vio a su adorable y pequeño nieto, su corazón se llenó inmediatamente de alegría. Incluso después de un día agotador, a pesar de su frágil cuerpo, logró sostenerlo en alto y abrazarlo entre sus brazos cruzados. ¡Abuelo! Youyou sonrió, sus vívidos ojos parpadearon juguetonamente. Lo agarró del cuello y lo llamó dulcemente. Tú, te portas tan bien. Su padre se acercó y le plantó besos en las mejillas sonrosadas. Recientemente, ¿escuchaste bien a mami? Sí. Tú te portas bien. Una dulce sonrisa estaba plasmada en el pequeño y hermoso rostro de Youyou. Yun Sisi subió las cosas por las escaleras. Después de entrar, se abrió paso hasta la cocina y comenzó a preparar la cena. Lin todavía estaba durmiendo, Yunna salió con sus amigos y solo llegaría a casa antes de cenar. Yun Yecheng se sentó en el sofá sosteniendo a Yo-Yo. Bailaste de alegría y dijiste emocionado, abuelo, fuiste al centro comercial con mamá hoy y mamá me compró un auto de carreras a control remoto. Al principio, querías llevarlo para jugar con el abuelo. El pequeño se sintió repentinamente humillado y agachó la cabeza, jugueteando con sus deditos, pero tú no sabes jugar, tienes miedo de que se eche a perder, así que no te atreves a abrirlo. Al escuchar sus palabras, la expresión de su padre cambió un poco y su enorme mano acarició su mechón. Tú siempre fuiste muy sensato. Nunca pidió nada caro. Un juguete que valía $100 ya era para él un artículo de lujo. Sin embargo, lo deseaba obstinadamente desde el fondo de su corazón. Yun Yecheng recordó que una vez llevó al niño a un pequeño jardín para jugar, y este último vio a una pareja de padre e hijo. Los dos estaban jugando con un coche de carreras teledirigido. Lo controlaban y se divertían de todo corazón en el césped. Mientras tanto, Yo-Yo se escondió en un rincón y observó toda la escena con envidia. El pequeño pensó que si llegara el día en que su papá pudiera jugar así con él, sería algo muy feliz. Sin embargo, desde que tiene uso de razón, nunca antes había visto a su papá y su mamá nunca lo mencionó. Todavía recordaba cuando le preguntó a su mamá dónde estaba su papá. Una vez que preguntó eso, vio la expresión triste de su mamá. A partir de entonces, no se atrevió a plantear la cuestión nuevamente. Su padre se rió y rascó la nariz recta y encantadora de Yo-Yo, burlándose de él. La próxima vez, el abuelo te ayudará a reunirte y jugar. Capítulo 18. ¿Un pequeño desgraciado? Su padre se rió y rascó la nariz recta y encantadora de Yo-Yo, burlándose de él. La próxima vez, el abuelo te ayudará a reunirte y jugar. Al escuchar eso, los ojos de Yo-Yo se iluminaron instantáneamente. Él sonrió y asintió. Aquí me preguntaba quién pasaba, resultaron ser estos dos pequeños desgraciados. Estas palabras insultantes destruyeron instantáneamente la cálida atmósfera del momento. La mirada de Yun Yecheng cambió. Su rostro adquirió una expresión espantosa cuando vio a Lin, que estaba parada en la puerta de la sala de estar en pijama y con los brazos cruzados sobre el pecho, inspeccionando fríamente a Yo-Yo, que estaba en su abrazo. Él se enfureció. ¿De qué estás hablando? Tú eres tu nieto. La miraste y sus hombros se encogieron sin darse cuenta. Luego recordó que su madre le había dicho que no respondiera a Lin y Yunna. No pudo evitar fruncir los labios ante eso. Él se giró para levantar su pequeño rostro y la miró con una leve sonrisa. Abuela. Lin lo miró de reojo y soltó palabras extremadamente desagradables. Oh, no me llames así, no eres nieto mío. Yun Yecheng no pudo evitar enfurecerse, su corazón ardía en llamas. ¿Qué quieres decir? ¿Qué quiero decir? Literalmente eso. ¿Lo reconoces? Es tu negocio. No. ¿Quién querría reconocer a este bastardo nacido de madre, pero no de padre? Lin le lanzó una mirada fría. De repente alzó la voz, miró en dirección a la cocina, intencionadamente o no, criticó duramente, dar a luz a un hijo a una edad tan temprana sin casarse primero, convertirse en madre incluso antes de graduarse, sin conocer la identidad del padre de su hijo. ¿De dónde vino entonces este bastardo? ¿Nacido de un padre pero no reconocido por ninguno? El rostro de Yun Sisi se puso pálido. Frunció los labios al escuchar a Lin continuar con sus malas palabras. Además, la empresa cerró por su culpa. La vida en la familia Yun ha sido dura durante los últimos años, pero alguien todavía no aprecia nuestras buenas intenciones y no conoce su lugar. Ella persistió en traernos una carga y vivir de nosotros. ¿Conoce ella algo de vergüenza? Quizás ella pueda soportar esta desgracia, pero yo no. Ni siquiera sé dónde esconder mi cara cuando otros se enteran de esto. En la cocina, Yun Sisi escuchó las desagradables palabras provenientes de la sala de estar. Deteniendo los movimientos de sus manos cuando su rostro se puso mucho más pálido, se dio la vuelta furiosamente. Tú, deberías saber cuándo parar. Lin, ¿ya terminaste? ¿Cómo puede la boca de uno ser tan cruel? En aquel entonces, si no fuera por Sisi, la familia Yun, Su padre detuvo abruptamente sus palabras y no continuó. Desde entonces hasta ahora, había mantenido en secreto el origen de ese enorme dinero de Yun Sisi por su bien. Después de todo, si se conociera la noticia de su subrogación, arruinaría por completo su reputación. Por lo tanto, lo que Lin sabía era que la deuda se saldó con los activos financieros de la familia Yun. ¿Qué? ¿Seguir? ¿Qué pasaría sin ella? Lin se sintió completamente humillado y extremadamente molesto. Sus ojos se pusieron rojos cuando las lágrimas amenazaron con brotar de ellos. De hecho, estaba tan enojada que se rió. Está bien. Estás aquí para dejar de lado a tu propia familia, ¿no? Incluso me gritaste. Yun Yecheng, ¿para qué hice todo esto? Hice esto por la familia Yun. En aquel entonces, cuando la empresa cerró, incluso les pedí algo de dinero a mis padres. Me da vergüenza volver ahora. Ja. ¿Ahora me estás gritando por dos extraños? ¿Entonces nos echarás a Nana y a mí mañana por ellos? Yun Yecheng estaba hirviendo de rabia, su rostro se puso lívido y su voz subió de volumen. Tú. No hagas problemas de la nada, di qué y qué. Lin gritó. ¿Cuándo causé problemas de la nada? En respuesta, Yuyou se levantó apresuradamente del sofá y caminó hacia el lado de Lin, con sus pequeñas manos agarrando con cautela el dobladillo de su ropa. Abuela, no te enfades. Tú no eres un bastardo. Tienes un papá. Capítulo 19. Gente amable siendo intimidada. Lin bajó la cabeza y le lanzó a Yuyou una mirada fría. No importa desde qué ángulo mirara su rostro juvenil, solo podía sentir molestia. Las llamas en su corazón ardieron aún más. Ella entrecerró los ojos, levantó la mano y se la pasó por la cara. Pequeño bastardo, deja de fingir ser un buen chico. ¿Qué eres tú, de todos modos? Fuera de mi camino, todo es por ti. La cara de Yuyou se torció hacia un lado por la fuerza de su bofetada. Bajó lentamente la cabeza y se tocó la mejilla con su pequeña mano. Los mechones de su flequillo ocultaban sus ojos, por lo que, a excepción de sus labios apretados, no se podía ver su expresión facial. Yun Sisi escuchó la conmoción y salió corriendo de la cocina. Cuando vio que Yuyou había sido golpeado, su ira se provocó instantáneamente. Con el corazón dolorido, corrió al lado de Yuyou y lo abrazó. Al mirar hacia arriba, tenía los ojos fríos. Al presenciar esto, su padre no pudo reprimir su ira. Se levantó y corrió hacia Lin. Él levantó la palma de su mano hacia ella, pero fue detenido en medio de la acción por un tirón en el dobladillo de su ropa. Aturdido, bajó la cabeza. Fue solo entonces que Yuyou levantó su pequeño rostro. Con el rostro medio hinchado, formó una elegante sonrisa. Abuelo, deja de pelear. Hoy aprendiste algo en la escuela. Si una familia vive en armonía, todos los asuntos prosperarán. La mano de Yun Yecheng se detuvo en el aire. Dudó por un momento antes de bajarlo débilmente. En sus ojos jugaban emociones complicadas. Lin obviamente estaba asustado por su ira, pero, al final, lo vio darse la vuelta para servirle agua a Yuyou. Este niño era tan sensato que gradualmente descubrió que tener a Lin como esposa era una desgracia para la familia. Había pensado en divorciarse de ella, pero sabía que esta última haría un escándalo. Además, sería vergonzoso que se corriera la voz por el barrio. Yun Sisi observó con cautela la huella de la mano en el rostro de Yuyou. Con el miedo persistente en su corazón, levantó la cabeza y miró fijamente a Lin. Luego se levantó y llevó a Yuyou a la cocina. Esta cena fue deprimente como las anteriores. Después de que Yunna regresó, el estado de ánimo se volvió aún más deprimente. A Yunna nunca le había gustado Yun Sisi desde el principio. Sin embargo, esto era comprensible. Yun Yecheng y Lin la habían mimado como a una princesita y la colmaron de mucho amor desde que era joven. Sin embargo, un día, otra hija irrumpió en su armoniosa familia de 3 y le arrebató más de la mitad del amor de su padre. A partir de entonces, su padre ya no era solo suyo. Si hubiera algo bueno, no pensaría solo en ella. Si esto le sucediera a alguien, más o menos también estaría preocupado. Yun Sisi era perfecto, obtuvo buenas notas, fue estudiosa y paciente con ella. Como era demasiado buena, su padre amaba más a Yun Sisi. Por eso Yunna no estaba dispuesta a aceptarla y por eso la odiaba tanto. Cuando Yunna estaba atravesando su fase rebelde, solo sentía celos y desdén por el forastero, Yun Sisi. No era necesario que te mencionaran, ya que ella simplemente no tenía espacio para él. En su corazón, él era solo un bastardo, nacido de un padre pero no reconocido por nadie. Alrededor de la mesa del comedor reinaba un poco de silencio. De vez en cuando, Yuyou compraba algo de comida para Yun Yecheng, mientras que Yun Sisi compartía cosas interesantes en el trabajo. El ambiente fue entonces más relajado. A pesar de que Ali y Yunna no les agrada Yuyou, no se atrevieron a ser imprudentes ni a mostrarlo abiertamente con Yun Yecheng cerca. Después de la cena, Yun Yecheng recibió una llamada telefónica y tuvo que salir. Le recordó las cosas a Yun Sisi y se fue a toda prisa. Yun Sisi no deseaba quedarse mucho tiempo en esta casa, por lo que rápidamente recogió los platos y decidió lavarlos antes de irse. Tú ayudaste a su madre a lavar los platos sosteniéndole tazones con sus pequeñas manos. Tenía algo de miedo de Lin y Yunna, así que después de que Yun Yecheng se fue, se quedó con Yun Sisi en la cocina. Capítulo 20. Tú eres un pequeño cariño. Tú ayudaste a su madre a lavar los platos sosteniéndole tazones con sus pequeñas manos. Tenía algo de miedo de Lin y Yunna, así que después de que Yun Yecheng se fue, se quedó con Yun Sisi en la cocina. En la sala de estar, Yunna desvió su mirada hacia la pareja de madre e hijo en la cocina con odio. Ella se quejó con Lin: mamá, ¿por qué dejaste que ese desgraciado entrara en nuestra familia? Mirarla es tan deprimente, perdí mi buen humor. Lin se sentó en el sofá y su expresión tampoco se veía bien. ¿Quién sabe? Tendrás que preguntárselo a tu padre. Un desgraciado y un bastardo, ¿por qué nuestra familia se encontró con estos dos desastres? Nana, no dejes que tu padre escuche eso. De lo contrario, ayudará a los forasteros y nos regañará, madre e hija. ¿No has visto la expresión de tu padre hoy? Fue realmente aterrador. Cuando se enteró, el rostro de Yunna perdió el color. ¿Papá realmente los ayudó? Respecto a esto, Lin se enfureció. Él hizo. Yunna apretó los puños con fuerza y resopló con frialdad. Es solo un bastardo. Su padre no lo quiere y ni siquiera sabemos con qué chico jugó para tenerlo. No aprendas de esa mujer, de tener un bebé antes del matrimonio y a una edad tan temprana. Si estas palabras salen a la luz, sería realmente vergonzoso. Yun Sisi continuó lavando los platos con la cabeza gacha, pero su movimiento ahora era tan rígido como el de un robot. Bajo la tenue luz amarilla, su expresión era extrañamente rígida. Aunque estaban separados por una puerta, las desagradables palabras de los dos aún se podían escuchar claramente, y ella las encontró insoportables. Las burlas desde la sala continuaron. Yun Sisi soltó furiosamente los platos, pero cuando estaba a punto de enfrentarse a la pareja de madre e hija, una mano tierna de repente sostuvo su brazo suavemente. Sorprendida, Yun Sisi bajó la cabeza y vio a Youyou acurrucada a su lado. Él la estaba mirando con una sonrisa. Su par de ojos inteligentes parecían penetrar a través de sus complejas emociones. Mami, tú te ayudarás a lavar los platos para que podamos irnos a casa rápido. Después de decir esto, se puso de puntillas y luchó por meter la mano en el fregadero con sus dos manitas. Yun Sisi estuvo aturdido por un momento. Luego frunció los labios y decidió controlar su ira una vez más. Su ira casi explotó muchas veces hoy, pero tuvo que contenerla cada vez. Podrían apuntar a ella. Podía escuchar, podía soportar y podía soportar. Después de todo, ella también sabía que le debía mucho a la familia Yun. Si no fuera por su padre, no tendría una vida tan buena. Él le dio un hogar. Desafortunadamente, esta casa no la acogió. Incluso si la despreciaran una y otra vez, podría tolerarlo todo. Sin embargo, el corazón humano en última instancia estaba hecho de carne. Tú no les hiciste nada malo. Era solo un niño inocente. Él todavía era muy joven y no debería revivir la oscuridad por la que ella había pasado cuando era joven. Si no estuvieras presente, ella ciertamente estallaría. Sin embargo, estabas a su lado. Como madre, quería dejarle a Youyou una infancia encantadora. Por lo tanto, solo podía decidir no volver a poner un pie en la casa de la familia Yun nunca más. Dentro de un automóvil que regresaba a casa, Yun Sisi enterró débilmente su rostro en el hombro de Yuyo, que estaba sentado en su regazo, y agarró su manita con un poco de fuerza. Se arrepintió por un momento fugaz. No debería haber sido egoísta al permitirte quedarte a su lado. Quizás, al lado de ese hombre, su hijo tendría un padre y una madre, y no tendría que soportar toda esta humillación. En la casa de ese hombre, vivirías una vida mucho más feliz, ¿verdad? Sin embargo, odiaba separarse de él. 6 años de relación. La sangre era realmente más espesa que el agua. Ya no podía dejar ir a este niño lindo y sensato. Mami, te quedaste quieta y la dejaste apoyarse en su estrecho hombro. Capítulo 21. Telepatía. Yun Sisi susurró junto a su oído, lo siento, Abriste su boquita para hablar pero dudaste. Realmente quería preguntar, realmente no le agradaba a su papá, no lo quería, así que lo tiró y ya no se molestó más con él. ¿Fue realmente lo que dijeron esos adultos? ¿Nacido de un padre pero reconocido por nadie? Estas preguntas surgieron de sus labios, pero se las tragó con fuerza. Volteaste su mano y sostuviste los delicados dedos de Yun Sisi. Levantó su pequeño rostro y miró hacia el cielo nocturno, hablando en voz baja. Mami, incluso si el papá de Yo-Yo no te quiere, Yo-Yo todavía tiene a mami. Tú amas más a mami, así que no estés triste. Todo es por culpa de papá que mamá está triste. Cuando crezcas, definitivamente protegerás a mami. Yun Sisi levantó los ojos, siguió su línea de visión y también miró hacia afuera. Finalmente dio un largo suspiro y lo abrazó aún más fuerte. Tú, eres un niño tan bueno, la residencia Mu. En la sala de estar, Mu Yichen, que estaba sentado en el sofá, de repente sintió un extraño dolor punzante en el corazón. Fue insoportable. Con el ceño ligeramente fruncido, acarició suavemente el área donde se encontraba su corazón antes de colocar su palma sobre él. Sintió latidos rápidos en su interior. Le dolía el corazón y era casi asfixiante. Una criada, que estaba ordenando sus juguetes, lo vio colocarse las manos sobre el pecho y su rostro se contraía de dolor. Ella frenéticamente se arrodilló frente a él. Joven maestro, ¿qué pasa? Corazón, doloroso. Mu Yichen estaba cubierto de sudor frío. Justo como, me pincharon con una aguja, incómodo. ¿Como en el pasado? La criada quedó momentáneamente perdida. El joven maestro siempre había experimentado estos dolores de cabeza. De repente, su corazón latía rápidamente y sentía dolor. Sin embargo, cada vez que lo enviaron al hospital no se detectó ninguna causa del dolor. Estaba sano. Ni siquiera los mejores médicos podían decir qué le pasaba. Mu Yichen se acurrucó en el sofá y respiró hondo de aire frío, luciendo reservado. ¿Qué pasa? Mu Seng bajó lentamente las escaleras con el apoyo de su bastón. El anciano se puso un conjunto de prendas tradicionales chinas sin arrugas. A pesar de su vejez, todavía parecía enérgico. Bajo la sombra de sus cejas, no era difícil darse cuenta de que era un hombre encantador y elegante en su mejor momento. Bisabuelo. Mu Yichen lo miró y gritó dócilmente. Nadie podría sacudir la posición de Mu Seng en la familia Mu. Había interactuado con tantas figuras poderosas a lo largo de su vida que cada una de sus palabras y gestos hacía que la gente temblara de miedo o se sintiera asombrada. Por lo tanto, para el hijo de un hombre rico como Mu Yichen, también temía a su bisabuelo. Mu Seng, por su parte, adoraba a este pequeño con todo su corazón y alma. Mu Yace era su nieto favorito, y Mu Yichen era su carne y sangre, por lo que era natural que lo adorara más. Al ver recaer a su amado bisnieto, su expresión facial cambió. Se apresuró a preguntar, ¿tu cuerpo no se siente bien otra vez? ¿Te duele el corazón otra vez? Su bisabuelo mostró preocupación por él, pero Mu Yichen instintivamente lo rehuyó. Claramente le tenía miedo. Tenía miedo del rostro siempre taciturno y severo de Mu Seng. Por eso, nunca le gustó estar cerca de él. Nada. Respondió. Disparates. Mírate. Sientes tanto dolor que estás sudando frío. Mu Seng estaba extremadamente desconsolado. Bisabuelo, yo, subiré a leer libros. Mu Yichen saltó del sofá y corrió escaleras arriba. Mu Seng miró la espalda de su bisnieto y suspiró lentamente. La noche se hizo más profunda. En la carretera, un Bugatti Veyron negro corría con el viento. Se proyectaron luces de neón en la estilizada carrocería del automóvil y las luces del túnel pasaron de claro a oscuro consecutivamente. Muyace, que tenía el control del volante, tenía sus ojos hundidos llenos de intensa rabia. La fría luz de la luna reflejaba un brillo plateado en su rostro perfectamente tallado. Pisó con fuerza el acelerador con el pie. El motor aceleró y ahogó todos los demás ruidos. Esta noche, por alguna razón, no tenía control de sus emociones. Capítulo 22. Tenía un hermano menor por alguna razón, esta noche no tenía el control de sus emociones. Anteriormente, incluso si estaba de mal humor, aún podía mantener la calma ante un proyecto de desarrollo difícil de manejar. Sin embargo, en este momento, estaba increíblemente molesto, incluso cansado. Su teléfono sonó. Muyace contestó la llamada y se oyó la voz balbuceante de Mu Yichen. «Papá». ¿Qué pasa? «Papá, me duele el corazón otra vez. Ayer tuve un sueño, soñé con mami». El deportivo se detuvo bruscamente. Bajando la ventanilla del auto, apareció el rostro sombrío de Muyace. ¿Mami? ¿Mubanro? Esa no mami. Soñé con una bella dama pronunciando suavemente un nombre, pero no es mío. Oh. No estoy seguro. De todos modos, soñé con ella y me sentí a gusto. Hacía tanto calor, como... La voz juvenil se detuvo por un momento antes de continuar, refunfuñando, «No me gusta la mamá de aquí. Ella no es nada gentil. A Yichen no le agrada. Papá, no quiero a mami aquí. Quiero a esa mami en mis sueños». El pequeño estaba llorando y siendo obstinado al otro lado del teléfono. El rostro de Muyace estaba hosco, pero su voz era inesperadamente suave. «Sé bueno, Yichen. Pórtate bien, ¿vale? Papá está de camino a casa para estar contigo». «Bueno. Te esperaré, papá». La llamada terminó. Las comisuras de su boca hacia arriba bajaron lentamente. ¿La gente realmente tiene telepatía? El médico dijo que como el pequeño Yichen era gemelo, seguramente tendría telepatía con su otro gemelo. Sin embargo, cuando la niña dio a luz a 2 niños para él en aquel entonces, uno ya no respiraba al nacer. Luego del parto, envió personas a ese hospital para preguntar sobre el paradero del cadáver del niño al personal a cargo del operativo. Quería darle al niño un entierro digno. Sin embargo, todos afirmaron que ya estaba atendido. Lamentó profundamente la pérdida en aquel entonces. Sin embargo, desde que el pequeño Yichen tenía uso de razón, siguió mencionándole sueños sobre su hermano menor. Afirmó que su hermano menor tenía rasgos limpios y refinados y se parecía exactamente a él. Dijo que era como si se estuviera mirando en el espejo, completamente idéntico. Muyace había pensado anteriormente que la telepatía entre gemelos era una tontería. Sin embargo, hubo una vez en la que el pequeño Yichen tenía fiebre alta y el médico de familia le puso un goteo intravenoso. Mientras estaba confinado en la cama, seguía gritando inconscientemente, «Mami, mami». Sonaba indefenso y dependiente, pero no indiferente, a diferencia de lo que era con Mubanro. El pequeño Yichen podría haber llamado a Mubanro, mamá, a diario, pero nunca estuvo cerca de ella. Cuando despertó, gritó con fuerza. Mubanro quería abrazarlo, pero él gimió y rechazó su toque. Siguió llorando. «Yichen tiene un hermano pequeño. Mi hermano pequeño está enfermo. Yichen tiene el corazón roto, el corazón roto. El niño de aquel entonces no fue salvo. Entonces, ¿de dónde vino este hermano menor?» Nadie creyó en sus palabras porque era un niño. Las palabras de los niños no causaban daño alguno y tenían poco peso. El pequeño Yichen finalmente dejó de mencionar sus sueños. Sin embargo, a partir de entonces se mostró más distante con Mubanro. El día siguiente fue un día de trabajo tranquilo. Sin embargo, por la tarde, un incidente inesperado hizo que Yun Sisi perdiera su trabajo. Yun Sisi originalmente planeaba pasar una propuesta al jefe de su departamento después de la pausa del almuerzo. Justo cuando ella salió, unos jóvenes sin rumbo, vestidos como hooligans, hirieron audazmente a los guardias de seguridad en la entrada de la empresa. Irrumpieron en su departamento, arrojaron una hilera de mesas y gritaron su nombre en voz alta. Su intrusión asustó a todos en la oficina. Algunos notaron los tatuajes en sus cuerpos y se acurrucaron en un rincón. Se rumoreaba que estos jóvenes eran rufianes muy conocidos en cierta calle de la capital y tenían poderosos patrocinadores. ¿Yun Sisi había provocado a estas personas? Capítulo 23. Estar preocupado. Cuando Yun Sisi regresó de su reunión con el jefe del departamento, se sorprendió por lo que vio, pero rápidamente recuperó la compostura. Una vez que los pocos jóvenes mandones la vieron, inmediatamente reconocieron que era Yun Sisi. Se acercaron a ella y la arrastraron a la fuerza por el brazo fuera de la oficina. Uno de ellos, que parecía ser el líder, la abofeteó sin piedad. Evidentemente estaba molesto. De manera amenazadora, preguntó: ¿Eres la hermana de esa perra? Yun Sisi quedó atónito. Ella acunó su mejilla dolorida y los estudió. Entonces se dio cuenta de quién era la perra de la que estaban hablando. ¿Sabes cuánto me debe esa hermana tuya? Masticó chicle y sus ojos la miraron de arriba abajo unas cuantas veces. Yun Sisi dócilmente frunció los labios y guardó silencio. Muy rápidamente resolvió todo y comprendió la situación en su totalidad. Recordando a Yun Na, probablemente incurrió en esta enorme deuda mientras se divertía. La situación financiera de su familia aún era inestable, por lo que no tenía dinero para pagar su deuda. Cuando no pudo devolverles el dinero, pensó en ella y les dio la dirección de su empresa a estas personas. Yun Sisi se sintió un poco arrepentido por dentro. Preocupada de que su padre tuviera contratiempos en el trabajo y no pudiera contactarla, les dejó la dirección de su empresa. Sin embargo, nunca pensó que aparecerían invitados no invitados. Sin embargo, ella no estaba dispuesta a someterse a estos pocos matones. Su desgana no se debía a que tuviera carácter, sino también a que se encontraba bajo dificultades financieras. Si ayudaba a Yun Na a pagar su deuda, entonces no tendría suficiente para pagar las cuotas escolares de Yoyo durante el próximo semestre. Al verla permanecer en silencio, el líder se enfureció. La agarró por el cuello de la camisa y le dio unos golpecitos en la cara. ¿Eres mudo? ¿Saber cómo hablar? Habla alto, ¿quieres? Maldita sea. No puedes pagar, ¿verdad? Algunos de los matones la empujaron. Varios pares de ojos, albergando malas intenciones, se asomaron a su pecho. Está bien si no puedes pagar, tienes que comportarte y venir con nosotros. ¿No tienes dinero para pagar? Hay muchas otras maneras de hacerlo. Hablando de eso, tú, pequeña, te ves muy bien. ¿Interesado en jugar con nosotros? Los pocos sonrieron, sus ojos contenían intenciones maliciosas. Yun Sisi mantuvo una cara de póker. Por favor, habla con más respeto. Jaja. Esta chica tiene actitud. El hombre le dedicó una sonrisa siniestra y luego procedió a abofetearla nuevamente. ¿Por qué eres tan salvaje con tus palabras? ¿Cuál es la razón por la que debes dinero y no lo devuelves? Yun Sisi lentamente giró su rostro hacia atrás, su mano buscando furtivamente su teléfono en su bolsillo. Este pequeño movimiento, sin embargo, fue notado por unos pocos hombres. La líder le apretó la muñeca con furia y arrojó su teléfono al suelo. El hombre pisoteó una vez y el teléfono se hizo añicos. Ella estaba sorprendida. En sus ojos se veía agitación. ¿Llamarnos a la policía? Nunca pensé que serías tan inteligente. El hombre escupió. Luego la empujó al suelo y le dio una fuerte patada en el hombro. Llame a la policía ahora. Te dejaré llamar a la policía. Jefe, ¿esa perra no dijo que esta mujer tiene un hijo? Ahora que lo pienso, ¿en qué jardín de infantes está? Uno de ellos le dirigió una mirada significativa. Yun Sisi levantó frenéticamente la cara y soltó instintivamente: no lo hagas. No encuentres problemas para ti. Yo te daré el dinero. Podría seguir siendo racional siempre y cuando no involucrara a Yo-Yo. Al regresar a su departamento, rápidamente sacó su tarjeta de cajero automático con manos temblorosas y ojos enrojecidos. Capítulo 24. Despedida de su trabajo. Al regresar a su departamento, rápidamente sacó su tarjeta de cajero automático con manos temblorosas y ojos enrojecidos. Luego fue al banco más cercano para retirar unos miles de dólares y saldó por completo las deudas de Yunna. Los matones, satisfechos, contaron el dinero mientras le lanzaban una mirada feroz. Finalmente, se alejaron pavoneándose sin causar más problemas. De regreso a la empresa, el gerente la citó a su oficina y la despidió por causar grandes problemas y pérdidas a la empresa. Le pidió que empaquetara sus pertenencias y abandonara las instalaciones de la empresa lo antes posible. Anteriormente, pudo mantener la calma a pesar de estar rodeada y confrontada por esos hombres malvados. En este momento, sabiendo que podría perder su trabajo, sus ojos se pusieron rojos instantáneamente. A ella no le importaba nada más. Le suplicó al gerente que no la despidiera. Ella todavía te tenía a ti. No podía perder este trabajo. Si lo hiciera, ¿qué pasa con sus gastos de manutención durante este periodo de tiempo? La familia Yun todavía tenía una deuda bastante grande que pagar y Yo-Yo todavía era joven, una época en la que se necesitaba dinero. Hoy en día, la matrícula escolar de su jardín de infancia era increíblemente alta. A este gasto se sumaba el costo de las necesidades nutricionales de su frágil cuerpo, que ya era exponencialmente alto. A esto se sumaron sus gastos de manutención. Ella ya estaba al límite de su ingenio. Al verla suplicar tan seriamente, el gerente naturalmente se conmovió. Honestamente, Yun Sisi era un trabajador muy competente. Aunque era la única trabajadora en el departamento de Ti, sus habilidades no eran inferiores a las de sus colegas masculinos. Además, era trabajadora, devota y concienzuda en su trabajo. Sin embargo, el incidente esta vez había hecho que los superiores se sintieran infelices y tomaron la decisión de despedirla. Él no tenía nada que decir al respecto, ya que no tenía la autoridad para permitir que ella se quedara. Por lo tanto, aunque Yun Sisi suplicó, el resultado aún estaba escrito en piedra. Cuando salió del trabajo, simplemente empacó sus cosas y salió del edificio de la empresa. Varios empleados se enteraron de su partida, muchos estaban felices y algunos estaban tristes. Muchos de ellos sintieron que era mejor que Yun Sisi se fuera. En la oficina, ella era el centro de atención con regularidad, arrebatando sus posibilidades de conseguir un ascenso. Con sus grandes capacidades y excelentes imágenes, el jefe del departamento la favoreció. Incluso tenía el bono anual más alto entre ellos. Por ello, la mayoría se sintió más tranquila cuando supo de su despido. Después de todo, ahora tenían una competencia menos. Había un puñado de colegas con los que tenía una relación bastante buena. Al enterarse de su despido, se solidarizaron e intercambiaron contactos con ella antes de despedirse de ella. Yun Sisi dejó la empresa y caminó por la carretera luciendo abatido. Su corazón estaba cargado de sacos de depresión. Tal vez, se había distraído tanto mientras caminaba con la cabeza gacha que no se dio cuenta de que la luz roja estaba encendida y el sonido de la bocina de un auto deportivo que se acercaba. Solo cuando escuchó el chirrido de los frenos de los automóviles, agudo, fuerte y chirriante en los oídos, volvió a sus sentidos. Sin embargo, ya era demasiado tarde. El auto deportivo que circulaba a toda velocidad pasó rozando su cuerpo y se detuvo por completo no muy lejos de ella. Yun Sisi aún no había reaccionado cuando el auto la rozó y fue derribada al suelo. Su confusión desapareció cuando sintió un inmenso dolor irradiar desde su rodilla, que se raspó con el asfalto al caer. Los documentos que originalmente tenía en su cofre ahora yacían esparcidos por el suelo. Yun Sisi levantó los ojos en estado de shock y vio un Porsche extremadamente elegante con una carrocería aerodinámica. No importa desde qué ángulo se mirara, el coche era sencillamente magnífico. Yun Sisi vio una vez una descripción de este auto deportivo en una revista. Se rumoreaba que se trataba de un coche hecho a medida y de edición limitada a nivel mundial. Solo existían 3 de estos en todo el mundo. Una vez más, su atención volvió a su rodilla magullada cuando le dolía. La esquina de su falda se abrió por la fricción entre el auto y la tela, y su rodilla que acababa de rasparse descuidadamente tenía algo de polvo mientras sangraba profusamente. Capítulo 25. Reencuentro. Sin estar seguro de si fue el dolor o algo más, los ojos de Yun Sisi de repente se llenaron de humedad. Las lágrimas pronto rodaron sin cesar por sus mejillas y gotearon constantemente hasta el suelo. Estaba tan molesta que lloró. Desde muy joven había llevado una vida errante. Aunque más tarde tuvo un lugar al que llamar hogar, aparte de Yun Yecheng, nadie le dio la bienvenida. Ella, en todo momento, no dependió de nadie. Sin su trabajo, realmente no sabía qué hacer. Su indignación profundamente reprimida finalmente estalló. Los acontecimientos imprevistos de los últimos días le habían pasado factura mental y físicamente y ya estaba en el límite de lo que podía soportar. Además de asumir la deuda de Yun Na, también perdió su trabajo. En ese mismo momento, ella se encontraba sin un centavo a su nombre. ¿Qué debería hacer ella ahora? Durante todo este tiempo, ella fue muy resistente hasta el punto de ser inflexible. Incluso cuando se encontraba en una situación difícil, se las arreglaba sola. No importa lo difícil o agotador que fuera, con Yo-Yo a su lado, pensó que había esperanza en la vida. Sin embargo, la realidad la derribó con una masa de moretones. Una vez le habías dicho que cuando las cosas se pusieran difíciles, ella debía sonreír y todo estaría bien. Incluso un niño conocía este principio, pero ¿por qué un adulto como ella no podía seguirlo adecuadamente? Por lo tanto, en este momento, ella no pudo evitar que sus lágrimas cayeran. Yun Sisi, lleno de agravios y amargura, presionó sus mejillas. Se sentó en el suelo así y lloró desconsolada. No muy lejos, el motor del Porsche estaba apagado. Se abrió la puerta y un par de costosos zapatos de cuero tocaron el suelo. Muyace salió elegantemente del auto y casualmente cerró la puerta detrás de él. En su línea de visión había una dama con un vestido blanco, que cayó al suelo, inmóvil. La expresión de su rostro no se podía ver claramente con la cabeza gacha, pero se podían escuchar sus sollozos de corazón roto, haciéndola parecer bastante lamentable. La señora parecía joven, de unos 20 años, y frágil. Llevaba un sencillo vestido de oficina. Su cabello suave y sedoso caía en cascada sobre sus hombros ligeramente desordenado y ocultaba la mayor parte de su rostro. Aunque parecía desaliñada, eso no era injusto con su belleza. De hecho, solo acentuó aún más su impresionante apariencia, haciendo que otros sintieran simpatía por ella. Los ojos de Muyace se entrecerraron lentamente, mirando profundo y lejano. Esta chica hizo que su corazón se estremeciera. Parecía algo familiar, como si la hubiera visto antes. Sin embargo, con la cabeza gacha, no podía ver su apariencia. Sus cejas como espadas se movieron ligeramente. Se acercó y con gracia se puso en cuclillas frente a ella. Bajó ligeramente sus ojos almendrados para examinar fríamente el hematoma en su rodilla. Notó que una de sus delgadas piernas estaba manchada de sangre. La sangre goteaba por las delicadas curvas de su pierna. Escaneó todo su cuerpo y no vio otras heridas además de esa leve abrasión en la piel de la rodilla. Afortunadamente, su herida no fue grave, pero todavía lloraba de pena, como si hubiera sufrido un agravio realmente grande. Realmente no sabía por qué lloraba tan lastimosamente. Su apariencia actual era un poco similar a la de un gatito abandonado. Muyace notó eso, pero no mostró ninguna reacción visible al respecto. Los sentimientos de frustración que tenía se agravaron un poco. Tenía la costumbre de sacar el coche a dar una vuelta por las montañas cuando se sentía deprimido. En ese momento, con la mente ocupada, no se dio cuenta de que ella estaba en el camino. Quizás su frágil figura y su endeble vestido blanco también la hacían pasar desapercibida. Parecía tan delicada y él conducía salvajemente por la carretera, por lo que no se dio cuenta de ella hasta que ya era demasiado tarde. Fue realmente una suerte que no le hubiera pasado nada malo. Al ver sus lágrimas fluir sin parar, Muyace no perdió más tiempo. Bajó la cabeza y sacó su billetera. Sacando algunos billetes grandes, se los dio sin expresión alguna. Capítulo 26. Una cara desconocida pero familiar. Al ver sus lágrimas fluir sin parar, Muyace no perdió más tiempo. Bajó la cabeza y sacó su billetera. Sacando algunos billetes grandes, se los dio sin expresión alguna. Los problemas que podían resolverse con dinero no lo eran para él. Solo quería solucionar este accidente lo más rápido que pudiera. Yun Sisi levantó ligeramente los ojos. La mano que sostenía algunos billetes tenía dedos delgados con articulaciones prominentes, uñas cuidadosamente recortadas y un anillo de diamantes en el dedo anular. Con una sola mirada, se podría decir que esta persona tenía un estatus noble. Al mirar el dinero que tenía en la mano, no pudo evitar quedarse atónita. Incluso se olvidó de llorar. Muyace malinterpretó su silencio como descontento con la cantidad de dinero. Sus cejas se torcieron cuando preguntó, ¿no es suficiente? Había visto muchas personas codiciosas antes y pensó que seguramente la chica despreciaba la cantidad que le estaba dando. Sin esperar su respuesta, volvió a bajar la mirada para sacar algunos billetes más de su billetera. Luego se los dio todos. No tenía la costumbre de llevar consigo mucho dinero en efectivo, por lo que en su cartera solo había unos $2000. Sin embargo, esta cantidad debería ser más que suficiente para curar sus heridas. Yun Sisi estaba estupefacto. Naturalmente, ella estaba desconcertada por sus acciones. Sin embargo, a sus ojos, su comportamiento se veía bajo una luz diferente. La mujer parecía ser más codiciosa de lo que imaginaba. Muyace sonrió y sus delgados labios formaron una curva engreída. Simplemente sacó todo el dinero de su billetera. Quisiera más o no, él ya no deseaba perder el tiempo con ella. Se dio cuenta de que ella no tenía bolsillo, así que dobló el dinero en un rollo, se acercó un poco más a ella y lo metió en su pecho. Las frías yemas de sus dedos rozaron ligeramente su piel. Yun Sisi quedó atónito por la intimidad. Ella levantó ligeramente la cara y, a través de los mechones de pelo que le cubrían los ojos, vio las comisuras de su boca hacia arriba. Su sonrisa tenía un significado totalmente diferente detrás y no estaba formada por la felicidad. El hombre ante sus ojos tenía una altura imponente de 1,9 metros y una apariencia facial divina. Tenía una estructura corporal similar a esas esculturas de deidades, rasgos faciales impecables y ojos almendrados y hundidos que parecían irradiar el aura digna de un emperador. Con solo una mirada, uno podría darse cuenta de que este hombre había desafiado innumerables tormentas, un hombre en una posición de mando que podía controlar la vida y la muerte de los demás. Incluso su sonrisa carecía de calidez, como si fuera solo superficial. Al mirarla, solo había lástima en sus ojos. ¿Lástima? ¿Por qué la miraría con lástima? De repente, toda la indignación y la ira reprimidas dentro de ella se desbordaron y se desbordaron. Al momento siguiente, vio al hombre sacar un bolígrafo y dejar extravagantemente una serie de números en su pecho. Si no es suficiente, llame a este número. Estas acciones invasivas provocaron la ira de Yun Sisi. Esta acción suya fue una humillación involuntaria para ella. Señor, ¿cuál es el significado de esto? ¿Es porque eres rico? Sus ojos ardían de rabia y su voz sonaba hosca. Heriste a alguien, pero no te disculpaste. ¿Crees que todo se puede solucionar con dinero? Yun Sisi no era alguien que causara problemas sin razón. También sabía que tenía la culpa de cruzar la calle sin ser consciente de su entorno. Sin embargo, su forma de meter dinero en su pecho, que era similar a dar una limosna, realmente la enfureció. Su actitud era demasiado autoritaria y menospreciadora. Por lo tanto, ella lo miró fríamente sin decir una palabra más. Después de todo, ella no sabía nada sobre él. Yun Sisi levantó la cabeza, sacó el dinero de su pecho, acercó la gran mano del hombre y golpeó el dinero sobre ella. Levantó la cara y miró directamente al hombre con su par de ojos humedecidos. La leve y escalofriante sonrisa de Muyace de repente se congeló en su lugar. Sus orbes se contrajeron y luego entrecerró los ojos con fuerza. Capítulo 27. En realidad era ella. Yun Sisi levantó la cara y miró directamente al hombre con su par de ojos humedecidos. La leve y escalofriante sonrisa de Muyace de repente se congeló en su lugar. Sus orbes se contrajeron y luego entrecerró los ojos con fuerza. Este rostro, que intentaba actuar con fuerza, sorprendió a su ser. Su mente quedó momentáneamente impresionada. Ella ni siquiera miró su expresión. Secándose desordenadamente las lágrimas de sus ojos con el dorso de su mano, dijo indignada, «Señor, sé que es culpa mía por no mirar hacia donde voy, pero no tiene que actuar condescendientemente para compadecerse. A mí, no lo necesito». Después de decir estas palabras, ella ya no se molestó con él y lo trató como si no existiera. Se agachó para recoger los documentos del suelo y se giró para irse rápidamente, sin mirarlo ni una sola vez. Muyace la miró alejarse rápidamente. Estaba algo aturdido, incapaz de apartar la vista de ella durante mucho tiempo. La mirada y la postura inquebrantables hicieron que su mente volara muy lejos de repente. Con solo rebobinar sus recuerdos, podía recordar vívidamente la noche que compartió con la joven con los ojos vendados, la chica que se vio obligada a soportarlo todo. Todavía recordaba cómo había profundizado en su delicado cuerpo y cómo se había asfixiado en su estrechez. Él voluntariamente tomó el control de ella. Observar su cuerpo inmovilizado lo hizo feliz, y su rostro miserable y sollozante, le encantaba mirarlo. Era una chica tan delicada, ella era como una burbuja que explotaría con un solo toque. Sin embargo, frente a él, ella mostró un rostro valiente y protegió cautelosamente su pobre orgullo. Este tipo de chicas realmente podrían conmover a los hombres y hacer que se preocuparan por ellos. Por lo tanto, por muy duro que fuera un hombre, se evocaba su poca ternura. Aunque era orgulloso y distante, todavía no era la excepción. A diferencia de otras mujeres, ella nunca antes había pasado por una sesión íntima. Parecía joven y tierna. Era escandalosamente juvenil. Era como una fruta inmadura que todavía tenía un sabor extremadamente amargo. Sin embargo, esa delicada chica casualmente desencadenó el deseo reprimido profundamente dentro de él durante tanto tiempo. Él la deseaba. Su cuerpo seguía furioso tanto que la llamada fórmula ya no era tan simple después. Quería que ella fuera enteramente suya, que estuviera fuertemente unida a él hasta el último momento de su vida. Como ocurrencia tardía, fue simplemente inusual. ¿Cuándo pudo una mujer seducirlo, Muyace, hasta el punto en que él perdería el control de sus pensamientos y ella podría manipularlo? Sin embargo, no se podía negar que él, un hombre que siempre había sido capaz de controlarse, no podía hacerlo con ella cerca. Después de ese día, se obligó a no volver a visitar a la niña, ya que intuitivamente podía decir que ella era una existencia peligrosa para él. La sangre noble de emperadores y señores supremos corría por sus venas. Y al igual que el viento, nada lo controlaba. Solo él podía ser tiránico y dominante. Solo él podía permanecer libre. No le gustaba estar fuera de control por culpa de las mujeres o cualquier otra cosa. Incluso inconscientemente se reprimió debido a estas restricciones. Sin embargo, su cuerpo en realidad persistía en estas sensaciones. Las comisuras de su boca se curvaron. Se dio la vuelta y vio un objeto en el suelo. Lentamente se inclinó hacia adelante y lo recogió. De hecho, había dejado su tarjeta de identificación por accidente. Con prisa, no se dio cuenta de que su tarjeta de identificación estaba en el suelo. Muyace no pudo evitar sonreír. Sacó su teléfono. Aarón, ayúdame a ver cómo está alguien. Sí, directora. El nombre es. El rostro sonriente, tímido y cálido de la niña se mostraba en la tarjeta de identificación. Su par de orbes húmedos eran relucientes y lustrosos, era como si contuvieran un cubo lleno de luz solar. El resplandor de sus ojos parecía capaz de asombrar a personas de todas las épocas. Alargó sus palabras. Yun Sisi. Capítulo 28. Adiós, Xiaolongbao de Yuyou. En ese momento, la clase estaba a punto de terminar en el jardín de infantes. Originalmente tenía la intención de ir a buscar a Yuyou para disfrutar de sus huevas de cangrejo favoritas, Xiaolongbao. Hoy temprano, le había pedido a Yuyou que la esperara en la escuela después de la salida de clases. Sin embargo, Yun Sisi no quería recoger a Yuyou luciendo tan demacrada, por lo que rápidamente tomó un taxi a casa, se puso una ropa limpia y se arregló. Por lo tanto, cuando llegó al jardín de infantes, todos los niños, excepto Yuyou, que llevaba su bolso y estaba sentado solo en la entrada de la escuela, ya se habían ido a casa. Desde lejos, inmediatamente vio al pequeño con la cabeza gacha y la mano apretando algo. Lo estaba mirando con suma concentración. Yun Sisi reprimió la tristeza en su corazón y se tocó las mejillas. Con una sonrisa, caminó hacia él. Tú. Levantaste la cabeza. Al ver que era ella, su rostro se iluminó y formó una sonrisa deslumbrante. Rápidamente saltó de su asiento y corrió emocionado hacia ella. Él abrió los brazos y saltó alegremente mientras actuaba tímidamente frente a ella. «Mami. Abrazos. Mami, te abrazo a ti». Jun Sisi bajó ligeramente su postura. Luego, el pequeño corrió a sus brazos, como una bola de algodón, y le dio cariño. Su rostro blanco lechoso se acurrucó amorosamente en su cuello mientras hacía pucheros con sus pequeños labios. Sintiéndose un poco indignado, dijo: «Mami, ¿por qué viniste recién ahora? Esperaste tanto tiempo. Lo siento, tú. Algo pasó en el trabajo de mamá y llegué tarde». «Bueno. Entonces perdonas a mami». El pequeño inclinó la cabeza hacia arriba. Sus atractivos ojos formaron suavemente un arco, sus brillantes orbes parecían estar llenos de fragmentos de luz solar. Sonreíste levemente y luego frunciste los labios lastimosamente. Se golpeó la barriga con las manos mientras se quejaba: «Mami, ¿tienes hambre? Mami prometió traerte a comer xiaolongbao hoy. ¿Cuándo nos vamos?» Al escuchar sus palabras, la expresión de Jun Sisi cambió ligeramente. Estaba en un pequeño dilema. Todos sus ahorros en el banco ya se utilizaron para pagar la deuda de ese decepcionante Yunna. Cuando la despidieron hoy, su jefe le pagó el salario de este mes y una suma global, pero esto solo pudo transferirse a su cuenta al día siguiente. Por ahora, estaba muy necesitada de dinero. Las huevas de cangrejo xiaolongbao eran las favoritas de Yo-Yo. Sin embargo, era demasiado caro, por lo que solo en días especiales o cuando recibiera un bono podría invitarlo a comerlo. Jun Sisi se sintió un poco amargado por dentro. Levantó los ojos y miró a Yo-Yo. Su mano acarició suavemente su suave mejilla y, de manera medio tranquilizadora, dijo: «Tú, vamos a comer en casa hoy, ¿de acuerdo?» Justo cuando dijo esto, la sonrisa de Yo-Yo se congeló. Con los ojos caídos por la decepción, los labios haciendo pucheros lentamente y las cejas arrugadas, murmuró: «Mami, me lo prometiste. No puedes retractarte de tus palabras». Apretó con fuerza el trozo de papel que tenía en la mano. Se sentía muy malhumorado y su rostro pálido se puso rojo, mientras se mordía emocionalmente el labio inferior con sus dientes blancos como perlas. Sus espesas pestañas rizadas recogieron unas gotas de humedad, una señal de que estaba a punto de llorar. Jun Sisi no sabía qué hacer cuando vio al pequeño llorar de decepción. Nerviosa, rápidamente le secó las lágrimas con las manos y dijo con tristeza: «Tú, por favor no llores, mami hará lo que mamá te prometió». Te alejaste suavemente. Parecía bastante enojado. Jun Sisi dudó durante bastante tiempo antes de morderse el labio inferior. Al final, decidió darle la noticia de que había perdido su trabajo. No quería dejar la imagen de ella mintiéndole en la memoria de Yo-Yo. «Lo siento, tú. Hoy, mami perdió su trabajo, así que». Capítulo 29. La vida de Jun Sisi. Lo siento, tú. Hoy, mami perdió su trabajo, así que, al escuchar esto, yo, asombrado, la miró con los ojos muy abiertos. ¿Por qué? ¿Mami hizo algo mal? Jun Sisi negó con la cabeza y le acarició el cabello. No, mami irá a buscar trabajo mañana. Mami es muy competente, definitivamente encontraré un trabajo con un salario más alto. A partir de entonces, mamá te llevará a comer xiaolongbao todos los días. Está bien. Los ojos de Yo-Yo se cerraron mientras asentía obedientemente. Cuando Jun Sisi no estaba prestando atención, escondió la carta de los padres en su mano detrás de su espalda, sin dejar que ella la viera. Luego levantó la cabeza y dijo mientras sonreía: «Mami, vámonos a casa». Jun Sisi, que no vio su pequeño movimiento, no se dio cuenta de lo que había escondido. Este fue el caso hasta unos días después. Después de la cena, Yo-Yo recogió obedientemente los utensilios. Colocando un pequeño taburete en la cocina, sus pequeñas manos lavaron los platos con agua tibia de una manera torpe pero concentrada. Era tan considerado y sabía ayudar a Jun Sisi en la casa que no parecía ser solo un niño de 6 años. Jun Sisi rebuscó en los estantes y encontró un teléfono antiguo y anticuado. Insertó una tarjeta telefónica y la encendió. Al ver algunas llamadas perdidas del profesor de Yo-Yo, devolvió la llamada. La profesora recibió su llamada y le informó sobre un viaje de primavera al safari organizado por la guardería. La carta de los padres se había distribuido unos días antes, pero Yo-Yo aún no había entregado la suya para enviarla. Por lo tanto, llamó a Jun Sisi para pedirle su consentimiento. Jun Sisi estaba un poco conmocionada, ya que ella realmente no tenía conocimiento de este asunto. Así, a espaldas de su hijo, rebuscó en secreto en su pequeño bolso. Solo entonces vio el formulario mencionado por la maestra. Al otro lado del teléfono, el profesor conversó de una manera algo cautelosa, aparentemente temeroso de decir algo inapropiado. Perdóneme por ser directo, Yo-Yo tiene muchas ganas de este viaje de primavera con los otros niños. Además, la cantidad a pagar no es mucha. ¿Quizás esté teniendo alguna dificultad financiera? Jun Sisi rápidamente negó. Por supuesto que no. Enviaré este formulario junto con la tarifa mañana. Jun Sisi colgó el teléfono con una expresión compleja. Ojeando el formulario, firmó su nombre con un bolígrafo. Deseng Financial Group, también conocido como Mu Group. Mu Banro entró en la oficina del director ejecutivo, pero Muyace no estaba presente. Su asistente, Aaron, que estaba colocando una gran pila de documentos en la mesa de Muyace, notó la llegada de Mu Banro y rápidamente bajó la cabeza a modo de saludo. Señora. Tarareó ella en respuesta. Recorriendo la oficina con la mirada, lo miró y preguntó, ¿dónde está el director ejecutivo? Él respondió respetuosamente, el jefe no está en el cargo en este momento. ¿A dónde fue él? Hay un proyecto de inversión entre Mu Group y Yayuan Group por la tarde. En cuanto a cuándo volverá, actualmente no lo sé. Si esto es así, se detuvo cuando vio la gruesa pila de documentos colocados sobre la mesa. Ella se acercó y levantó algunas. Levantando la cabeza, les hizo un gesto. ¿Qué son estos? Aaron se puso rígido. Dudó por un momento antes de dar su respuesta, documentos que contienen la información que el jefe me ordenó reunir ayer. ¿Información? Debería poder echar un vistazo, ¿verdad? Ella sondeó. Aaron no respondió y simplemente bajó la cabeza para reflexionar. Mu Banro no le prestó atención. Ella, la joven amante de la familia Mu, era la futura esposa del director ejecutivo. ¿Por qué no podía revisar las cosas de su futuro marido? Por lo tanto, sin decir más, quitó el sello y sacó con cuidado los documentos. Capítulo 30. El secreto de Mu Banro. Aaron no respondió y simplemente bajó la cabeza para reflexionar. Mu Banro no le prestó atención. Ella, la joven amante de la familia Mu, era la futura esposa del director ejecutivo. ¿Por qué no podía revisar las cosas de su futuro marido? Por lo tanto, sin decir más, quitó el sello y sacó con cuidado los documentos. Aaron era la mano derecha de Muyace. Por lo tanto, se esperaba que fuera confiable en todo lo que hiciera, e investigar a un ciudadano común era realmente una tarea sencilla. Realizó una investigación exhaustiva en un día y llevó todo a la oficina de Muyace. Sin embargo, no esperaba encontrarse con Mu Banro. Frente a ella, él, un simple subordinado, naturalmente no tenía voz y voto, por lo que no le impidió revisar los documentos. La información recopilada fue realmente muy exhaustiva. La gruesa pila de documentos contenía fotografías y textos. Mu Banro los hojeó todos. Desde los antecedentes familiares de la persona y el instituto del que se graduó el sujeto hasta su currículum, todo estaba enumerado explícitamente. Al principio, ella estaba desconcertada. Claramente se trataba de una chica normal y no podía entender por qué él ordenaría una investigación sobre su identidad. Sin embargo, cuanta más información leía, más insegura se sentía. ¿Jun Sisi? Tuvo una vaga impresión de este nombre, pero sus recuerdos estaban confusos, hasta que llegó a una página y su expresión cambió de inmediato. Resultó ser esa chica que se había sometido a una subrogación hace 6 años. No era de extrañar que el nombre le resultara un poco familiar. Hace 6 años, Muyace y ella se comprometieron, pero los diagnósticos médicos revelaron que ella era infértil. Esta niña fue elegida personalmente por el abuelo Mu para la maternidad subrogada. Mu Banro estaba un poco escéptico, incluso preocupado. No podía entender por qué Muyace querría investigar a la niña. En estos documentos se indica que Jun Sisi también tenía un hijo de 6 años llamado Jun Tianyo. Yun Tianyou, 6 años, la misma edad que Yichen. Mubanrou entrecerró lentamente los ojos. Todavía recordaba que la madre sustituta había concebido un par de gemelos idénticos en aquel entonces. Sin embargo, debido al parto prematuro y al hecho de que el gemelo mayor casi absorbió todos los nutrientes del cuerpo de la madre, cuando nació el gemelo menor ya no respiraba y fue anunciado muerto. De repente tuvo un mal presentimiento y procedió a leer seriamente algunas páginas más, pasando a la información de Yun Tianyou. Cuando llegó al final del informe, sus palmas se humedecieron mientras su corazón hervía de rabia. En el portafolios vio otro conjunto de fotografías. Rápidamente los sacó todos y revisó cada pieza. Las pocas fotografías que vio mostraban a un niño guapo, con el fondo de un jardín de infancia. Parecía que todas estas fotos fueron tomadas en una guardería. Las delicadas facciones del niño, su hermoso perfil lateral y su apariencia similar a la del pequeño Yichen confirmaron todas sus sospechas a la vez. Su agarre inmediatamente se hizo más fuerte, distorsionando la fotografía. Mubanrou se mordió el labio inferior con dureza. ¿Será que el niño no murió en ese entonces? ¿O que, durante estos 6 años, esa mujer había escondido a este niño? Mubanrou se puso nerviosa al instante y capas de hielo cubrieron su corazón. ¿Cuál era exactamente la intención de esta mujer llamada Yun Sisi? La niña claramente no nació muerta, entonces, ¿por qué no dijo nada? Quizás quería usar sus derechos de custodia de este niño para reclamar adecuadamente una compensación a los Mu. Quizás. Sus ambiciones iban más allá de eso. Podría tener la intención de utilizar al niño como moneda de cambio para poner un pie en el grupo Mu. Después de todo, ella era la madre biológica de los 2 niños. En cuanto a ella, mientras era la joven amante de la familia Mu y futura esposa del director ejecutivo del grupo Mu, no tenía ninguna relación con los 2 niños. Desde la antigüedad, las madres siempre habían logrado elevar su estatus a través de sus hijos. Esto fue aún más cierto para las familias ricas. Capítulo 31. El secreto enterrado durante muchos años. Desde la antigüedad, las madres siempre habían logrado elevar su estatus a través de sus hijos. Esto fue aún más cierto para las familias ricas. La tez de Mubanrou gradualmente se puso pálida y las yemas de sus dedos temblaban bastante. Aarón, que estaba parado a un lado, notó su rostro pálido y preguntó con cautela: «Señora, ¿se encuentra bien?» «Estoy bien». Intentó mantener la calma en la superficie, pero cuando vio otra fotografía, sus ojos se abrieron con horror. En la fotografía, la niña, que estaba parada frente a la entrada de una universidad con su toga de graduación, tenía una cálida sonrisa en su rostro. Asombrada, ella se quedó boquiabierta. A Mubanrou claramente le costó creer esto mientras miraba otra fotografía. No había muchas fotos de Yun Sisi, pero las pocas que vio Mubanrou fueron suficientes para hacerla temblar. El rostro de la niña todavía tenía una impresión inextinguible en su corazón. ¿Era ella? De ninguna manera. No puede haber tantas coincidencias. Mubanrou ya no podía mantener un rostro tranquilo. Presa del pánico, dejó la fotografía a un lado y recogió los documentos de Yun Sisi con manos temblorosas una vez más. Antes no estaba preocupada, así que simplemente hojeó el texto, pero ahora leyó atentamente toda la información escrita, sin querer perderse ninguna. Cuando su vista se posó en las palabras «centro de bienestar», se sorprendió hasta la médula y se quedó paralizada. Su corazón y alma se llenaron de horror. Ella. Sus labios se separaron lentamente y sus ojos nunca abandonaron los documentos. Ya no podía completar una oración. Al notar su expresión aturdida, Aarón miró los documentos. Él pensó erróneamente que ella no entendía la información escrita, por lo que se la explicó pacientemente. Yun Sisi. Padres biológicos desconocidos. No hay pistas sobre su verdadera familia. Cuando tenía 6 años, la enviaron a un centro de asistencia social. A la edad de 8 años, fue adoptada por la familia Yun. Este año cumple 23 años. Se graduó en la Universidad para Niñas de Saint Roland. Ella también fue tu madre sustituta hace 6 años. Centro de bienestar. Mubanrou miró la información escrita en blanco y negro. Con el corazón acelerado, su mente volvió al día en que la vio por primera vez. Hace 15 años. Centro de Bienestar de Sengde. En aquel entonces, Mubanrou era solo un huérfano común y corriente esperando ser adoptado. Como tenía un rostro adorable, el personal del centro de asistencia social la adoraba. La tenían en estima como a una princesa. Muchos niños querían jugar con ella. Sin embargo, los niños del centro de asistencia social eran diferentes a los de fuera. Puede que se llevaran bien en la superficie, pero en secreto estaban en desacuerdo entre sí. Todos los días, alguien visitaba el centro de asistencia social para adoptar un niño. Quien fuera más guapo o más educado tendría mayores posibilidades de ser adoptado. Incluso entonces, el joven Mubanrou tenía grandes ambiciones y no admitía fácilmente la derrota. Su madre era simplemente una humilde masajista en un bar. Cuando la dio a luz, la descartó sin dudarlo en la entrada de un hospital. Fue recogida por una pareja pobre y vivió una vida de pobreza durante algunos años. Cuando un accidente automovilístico acabó con la vida de sus padres adoptivos, volvió a quedar huérfana y fue enviada al centro de asistencia social. A partir de ese día, se dijo a sí misma que quería vivir una buena vida y ser adoptada por una persona rica. Un día trajeron a una niña de 7 años. Se rumoreaba que su madre había muerto, por lo que la llevaron al orfanato. La chica, a pesar de su apariencia descuidada, era absolutamente etérea y hermosa. Mubanrou vio un trozo de jade sobre ella. Parecía bastante valioso, así que lo tomó para ella cuando la niña estaba dormida. Cuando la niña se despertó y se dio cuenta de que su jade había desaparecido, gimió miserablemente. Sin embargo, en ese momento, los adultos y sus compañeros tenían en alta estima a Mubanrou. Nadie creía que ella hubiera robado el jade de la niña. Nadie creyó las palabras de la niña. Después, un anciano de aspecto adinerado llegó al centro de asistencia social y la llamó. Capítulo 32. Estado rico arrebatado. Después, un anciano de aspecto adinerado llegó al centro de asistencia social y la llamó. El anciano sacó un recuerdo similar al jade que ella sostenía. Cuando los dos se juntaron, en realidad encajaban perfectamente. Ella no era consciente de la importancia del jade y simplemente mintió diciendo que era algo que su madre le había dejado. El anciano creyó en sus palabras y la trajo de regreso a la residencia Mu, nombrándola Mubanrou y rápidamente estableciéndola como la prometida de Muyace cuando él tenía 14 años. Volviendo al presente, en la oficina del director ejecutivo, Mubanrou se dejó caer débilmente en el sofá. Se apoyó la frente en la palma de la mano mientras el sudor frío le empapaba la espalda. Agarró con fuerza los documentos que tenía en la mano y las yemas de sus dedos temblaron fuera de su control. Estaba muy nerviosa. No podía adivinar por qué Muyace hizo que alguien investigara todo esto. Podría haber notado algo inusual sobre su origen y haber comenzado a poner en duda su verdadera identidad a pesar de que el abuelo Mu la trajo personalmente de regreso en ese entonces. Su corazón dio un vuelco cuando consideró esta posibilidad. En realidad, ella le robó ese trozo de jade a Yun Sisi. Al crecer en el centro de asistencia social, debido a que parecía dulce y de buen comportamiento, todos la querían profundamente y la respetaban mucho. Ella todavía era joven en ese entonces. Ella nunca había visto nada bueno. Por lo tanto, cuando vio la hermosa pieza de jade de la niña, se sintió abrumada por la codicia y lo tomó por impulso. Después de eso, Yun Sisi se dio cuenta de que le habían robado el jade. Al verlo en Mubanrou, fue a confrontarla. Desafortunadamente para Xiaoxi, dentro del centro de bienestar, ni un alma estaba en contra de Mubanrou. Con este encuadre, Xiaoxi recibió una paliza del director y sus manos fueron golpeadas por la regla del maestro como castigo. Fue tan doloroso que lloró durante algunas noches. Sin embargo, Mubanrou nunca había imaginado que el trozo de jade en realidad estuviera enredado en un trasfondo familiar tan retorcido. Hace 15 años, bajo capas de malentendidos, Mu Seng, el presidente del grupo Mu, también el jefe de la familia Mu, la trajo de regreso a la residencia Mu, y luego le cambiaron el nombre. En cuanto al origen del jade, el abuelo Mu nunca divulgó nada al respecto. La única información que le importaba compartir con ella era que se trataba de la reliquia de su madre. A su llegada a la residencia Mu, el abuelo Mu le quitó el trozo de jade y lo guardó junto con la otra mitad. De vez en cuando, lo veía perdido en sus pensamientos mientras miraba el jade, como si estuviera recordando a alguien. Solo cuando fue un poco mayor Musen contó algo sobre esa mujer. Fue entonces cuando se dio cuenta de que la mujer era alguien que él había adoptado en su mediana edad. Aún así, solo dijo esto sobre esa mujer, como si le estuviera ocultando algo intencionalmente, y no mencionó nada más. Luego se convirtió en la joven amante de la familia Mu y creció rodeada de este amor. Finalmente, ella se comprometió con su nieto, que era Muyace. Desde el principio hasta el final, ella no dijo la verdad sobre cómo llegó a poseer el jade, ocultándolo intencionalmente. Sabía que si confesaba lo sucedido, entonces todo lo que tenía en ese momento, riqueza y familia, desaparecería en un instante. Perdería su posición como joven amante de la familia Mu y perdería. Muyace. Ella, no estaba reconciliada con esto. No estaba dispuesta a dejarlo ir y tampoco planeaba devolver todo esto a su verdadero dueño. Ella admitió que esto era egoísta de su parte. Fue demasiado injusto para esa chica. Sin embargo, ella no se arrepintió de haberlo hecho. Prodigándose en todo esto, se perdió un poco en su codicia. Al principio, cuando se convirtió en parte de la familia Mu, todavía se sentía un poco culpable e incómoda. Después de todo, estas cosas realmente no le pertenecían a ella, sino a esa chica llamada Xiaoxi. Capítulo 33. Vidas intercambiadas. Al principio, cuando se convirtió en parte de la familia Mu, todavía se sentía un poco culpable e incómoda. Después de todo, estas cosas realmente no le pertenecían a ella, sino a esa chica llamada Xiaoxi. La felicidad llegó a ella tan repentinamente que todo parecía nada más que una ilusión. Era como si en el momento en que abriera los ojos, todo resultaría ser solo un sueño. Sin embargo, cuando volvió a abrir los ojos, todavía estaba acostada en la cama grande y suave dentro del dormitorio de princesa. Musen se sentó a su lado. Su rostro severo apenas podía ocultar el amor que sentía por ella. Él fue muy gentil con ella, la mimó muchísimo y la mimó con su corazón y su alma. Lo que ella quería, él lo satisfacería. Mubanrou nunca antes había experimentado el amor de sus padres y nunca había conocido una vida tan lujosa, por lo que se había sumergido en este repentino deleite una vez más. Sin embargo, la verdadera razón por la que ella egoístamente quería todo esto era el hombre. Mu era una familia rica e influyente en la capital, y Muyace era un hombre que muchas jóvenes ricas deseaban. Era tan sobresaliente que iba más allá de la imaginación de la gente. ¿Por qué Dios solo le tenía cariño a él, bendiciéndolo con tanto hasta el punto del exceso? Tenía una familia tan fuerte financieramente que podía rivalizar con un país, una apariencia piadosa, un estatus noble y elevado, y talentos y habilidades de otro mundo. Cualquiera de estos haría que los demás se pusieran verdes de envidia, pero él lo tenía todo. Se volvió codiciosa y obsesionada. Fue en la medida en que ella se perdió. Aunque el título de joven amante de la familia Mu y futura esposa del director ejecutivo fue robado de otra persona, en realidad Dios nunca la había tratado injustamente. Un ligero error de pensamiento y la vida de uno podría cambiar inesperadamente y tremendamente. Se convirtió en la futura esposa del director ejecutivo de este enorme imperio empresarial. Al principio se sintió incómoda y temerosa, pero finalmente se calmó y disfrutó de todo lo que no le pertenecía. Sin embargo, al destino parecía encantarle jugar con la gente. Irónicamente, ella no tenía la capacidad de quedar embarazada, esto era congénito. Aunque Musen se había puesto en contacto con muchas personas en el campo de la medicina, ninguna pudo curar su infertilidad. Lo que fue más irónico fue que el sustituto que había empleado Musen resultó ser ella, la verdadera dueña de esa pieza de jade. Mubanrou estaba empapada en sudor frío, mientras estaba llena de una sensación de crisis. Después de muchos años, finalmente se volvieron a encontrar. Hace 9 años, le arrebató el jade a Xiaoxi y tomó posesión de todo lo que le pertenecía. 9 años después, Xiaoxi se convirtió en su madre sustituta y dio a luz a sus hijos. De alguna manera, un vínculo invisible parecía unir a la chica con Muyace, lo que inquietaba a Mubanrou. Muyace ordenó esta investigación sobre Yun Sisi. Significaba que estaba comenzando a dudar de la identidad de Mubanrou y la legitimidad de su reclamo de propiedad sobre esa pieza de jade. Imposible. Había sido meticulosa al ocultar todo durante todos estos años. De hecho, cuando se acercaba a la edad adulta, Museng una vez sospechó de ella. Él tenía demasiada prisa en ese entonces, así que cuando la vio en posesión del jade, no realizó ninguna verificación de identidad. Sin embargo, a medida que creció, aunque se volvió más bella y refinada, no se parecía en nada a esa mujer y él empezó a sospechar. Por lo tanto, el abuelo Mu tomó en secreto un poco de su cabello y lo envió para una prueba de ADN. Pero ella era inteligente. Sintiendo que algo andaba mal y al enterarse de su intención, sobornó en secreto a todas las personas del departamento de genética para que falsificaran los resultados de la prueba de ADN. Como corolario, Museng estaba completamente convencida de su legitimidad. Capítulo 34. Guardando el secreto en los últimos años, pensó que no se había delegado ni una sola vez. Además, con los resultados del ADN como evidencia, no tenía nada que pudiera causar sospechas. Mu Banrou rápidamente desechó sus dudas, pero el peso no se quitó de sus hombros. ¿Podría ser por ese niño? Quizás, Muyace había sabido desde el principio que la niña estaba viva y que solo esa mujer la ocultaba, por lo que hizo que alguien investigara su identidad cuando sospechaba que ella albergaba intenciones maliciosas hacia la familia Mu. Seguramente fue por eso. Mu Banrou de repente levantó la cabeza. Miró a Aarón mientras fingía calma y ordenó fríamente: no le digas a nadie que vi estos documentos. ¿Entiendes? Trátalo como si no hubieras visto nada. Aarón se puso ligeramente rígido. Obviamente no sabía el motivo de su advertencia. Solo sabía que ella había eliminado de la pila la información sobre la vida de Yun Sisi en el centro de asistencia social hace 10 años y sobre Yun Tianyou. Sin levantar la cabeza, dijo con voz neutral: no le menciones nada sobre este niño, incluido el pasado de esta mujer, al director ejecutivo. Además, no menciones la vida de esta mujer en el centro de asistencia social. ¿Comprendido? Él alzó una ceja sin comprender. Cuando él no le dio una respuesta, la voz de Mu Banrou se volvió más helada. ¿Escuchaste lo que acabo de decir? Aarón bajó la cabeza y permaneció en silencio. Su superior seguía siendo Muyace. Aunque es cierto que Mu Banrou era la futura esposa del director ejecutivo del grupo Mu, ella era solo la gerente del departamento de recursos humanos. No necesita escuchar sus órdenes. Las cosas que el CEO le había ordenado investigar, naturalmente tenía la responsabilidad de cumplirlas en su totalidad. Sin embargo, Mu Banrou parecía haber visto más allá de sus pensamientos. Soltando una risa triste, preguntó fríamente: ¿qué? ¿Crees que como eres el subordinado directo del CEO, no necesitas escucharme? ¿Crees que como solo soy el gerente del departamento de recursos humanos no puedo supervisarte? Con una mueca de desprecio, ella se puso de pie. Luego se acercó al hombre y lo miró de arriba abajo. Ante su escrutinio, que era como pinchazos de aguja, Aarón bajó la cabeza para pensar mientras la escuchaba hablar. A pesar de que no tengo mucho poder en el grupo Mu, creo que todavía tengo la capacidad de arrinconarte. Sorprendido, levantó la cabeza para mirarla. Mantén tus labios bien sellados sobre este asunto, ¿entiendes? Ordenó una vez más. Permaneció en silencio durante mucho tiempo. Finalmente, aspiró una bocanada de aire frío y asintió con la cabeza con cierta dificultad. Entiendo. Cuando Muyace regresó, Mu Banrou ya se había ido con la culpa. Debe hacer todo lo posible para evitar que cualquier información sobre esa mujer llegue a Muyace, para que no descubra la verdad. Muyace era su hombre. Ella no se lo entregaría a ninguna otra mujer. Aarón podría ser el subordinado leal de Muyace, pero conocía la posición de Mu Banrou en la familia Mu. Con el abuelo Mu apoyándola, no se atrevió a ofenderla a la ligera. Por lo tanto, cuando Muyace regresó a su oficina y vio los pocos documentos sobre la mesa, puso su mirada dudosa en Aarón. Bajo su mirada penetrante, Aarón dijo con calma: Señor, Yun Sisi es de hecho ese sustituto hace 6 años. ¿MMM? Sus ojos brillaron fríamente. De repente, preguntó: ¿encontraste algo sospechoso sobre ella? Mi respuesta, señor, es ninguna. Recordando la advertencia de Mu Banrou, bajó la cabeza y reflexionó con expresión indiferente. Te puedes ir. Muyace no investigó más. Estaba ocupado con algo más importante, por lo que temporalmente dejó este asunto a un lado. Capítulo 35. Dar la bienvenida a una amiga a su regreso. Perder su tarjeta de identificación fue simplemente agregar más leña al fuego para Jun Sisi, quien ya enfrentaba limitaciones de vida y buscaba desesperadamente un trabajo. El día después de perder su documento de identidad, fue a solicitar un reemplazo, pero la policía local fue verdadera y demasiado vaga. La arrastraron y retrasaron una y otra vez, como si no la estuvieran tomando en serio, dándole todo tipo de excusas superficiales. Habían pasado 2 semanas y todavía no se había expedido un documento de identidad temporal. Casi estalló en ira en la comisaría. Asistió a varias entrevistas de trabajo, pero todas las empresas rechazaron su solicitud porque no tenía ningún documento de identidad. Ella no le informó a Jun Yecheng que la habían despedido de su trabajo, pero él de alguna manera se enteró, y a pesar de no saber el motivo, le dio dinero para los gastos de manutención. Cuando su amiga, Xiao Sue, que acababa de regresar del extranjero, también se enteró de esto, generosamente le prestó una cantidad considerable para ayudarla hasta que encontrara un nuevo trabajo. Xiao Sue era una amiga cercana y confidente que conoció en la escuela secundaria. Eran muy cercanas la una a la otra y eran más como verdaderas hermanas. Cuando los rumores sobre el embarazo de Jun Sisi se difundieron por el campus en aquel entonces, todos sospecharon que ella había sido proporcionada por un jefe. Solo Xiao Sue la defendió sin pensarlo 2 veces. Originalmente, prometieron estudiar juntos en el extranjero, pero Jun Sisi terminó no yendo debido a problemas en su familia adoptiva. Xiao Sue la odiaba absolutamente por romper esa promesa e incluso la ignoró deliberadamente en un momento dado. Finalmente, se resolvió su malentendido. Ahora que Xiao Sue estaba de regreso en el país, Jun Sisi trajo a Youyou para darle la bienvenida. En el momento en que se vieron, Xiao Sue, con ojos brillantes, abrazó con fuerza a Jun Sisi en sus brazos de inmediato. 3 años de diferencia. El anhelo y el cariño. Las lágrimas brotaron incontrolablemente de los ojos de Jun Sisi, mientras todo tipo de emociones abrumadoras surgían dentro de ella. Xiao Sue estaba a punto de quejarse adecuadamente de que no había cumplido con su cita cuando, en su vista periférica, vio a Youyou parado a su lado. En una fracción de segundo, los ojos de Xiao Sue se abrieron hasta alcanzar el tamaño de una campana de bronce. Ella miró sin pestañear y sin comprender a un chico tan lindo durante mucho tiempo. Aunque había visto gran parte del mundo, todavía se sintió atraída instantáneamente por los rasgos atractivos y juveniles de Youyou. Este fue especialmente el caso cuando sus orbes radiantes, que eran tan claros como el agua, la miraron mientras él le daba una sonrisa gentil. Su apariencia fue realmente suficiente para derretir su corazón. ¡Ah! ¡Ay, Dios mío! Este pequeño es demasiado lindo. Xiao Sue se inclinó hasta la mitad y tomó el rostro claro y claro de Youyou. Tenía muchas ganas de abrazarlo y darle besos. Ella preguntó, ¿Sisi, es tu hermano menor? Jun Sisi sonrió y luego explicó, no. Déjame presentarte a él. Este es mi hijo, Jun Tianyo. Haciendo una pausa por un momento, luego le dijo a su hijo, tú, esta es la tía Xiao Sue, de quien mamá te habló antes. Estupefacta, la expresión de Xiao Sue se congeló instantáneamente. ¿Qué? ¿Qué acabas de decir? Con una sonrisa elegante y gentil, Youyou respondió en nombre de Jun Sisi. Tía Xiao, hola. Ella es mi mami. Soy Jun Tianyo. Tía, puedes llamarme Youyou. ¿Hijo? ¿Mami? ¿Qué demonios está pasando aquí? Xiao Sue quedó momentáneamente estupefacto. Los examinó de un lado a otro, los suaves labios rosados y los leves hoyuelos de este pequeño eran exactamente iguales a los de Jun Sisi. Ella pensó que el embarazo de Jun Sisi era solo un rumor. Ella nunca pensó que en realidad fuera cierto. De repente, se sintió abrumada por toda esta información sobre su mejor amiga. Eso no estaba bien. No importaba dónde se mirara, este niño ya tenía 6 o 7 años. Calculando el momento en que él nació, probablemente pasó un año antes de que ella se fuera a estudiar al extranjero. Jun Sisi no pudo evitar reírse. Es una larga historia. Comamos primero. Capítulo 36. Entretenimiento. Wang Yu. Xiao Sue asintió. Llevó a la pareja de madre e hijo a un restaurante occidental que solía frecuentar y reservó una habitación privada. Después de ordenar, Xiao Sue la llevó apresuradamente al baño para sondear. Yun Sisi no quería ocultarle nada, por lo que simplemente le dejó todo al descubierto sin entrar en muchos detalles. Xiao Sue escuchó hasta que le dolió terriblemente el corazón. Para tratarte así, tu madrastra es simplemente demasiado cruel y sin escrúpulos. Hace 6 años, cuando mi padre me contó cómo la familia Yun pudo pagar todas sus abultadas deudas en un año, pensé que era extraño. ¿Nunca esperé que sacrificaras tanto? ¿Cuál es el punto de hacer eso? Yun Sisi se rió con autocrítica y sin afectación. Solo estoy mostrando mi gratitud. Además, todo esto pertenece al pasado. Como lo hice para los Yun, cuenta como si le pagara a mi padre por criarme. El período infernal en el centro de asistencia social, donde sufrió todo tipo de acoso, fue una sombra en el corazón de Yun Sisi. Si no fuera porque Yun Yecheng la adoptó, su débil entonces probablemente no podría soportar todas esas humillaciones. Incluso hasta ahora, el amor paternal de Yun Yecheng por ella no disminuyó. Además de todo esto, a pesar de que ese periodo de tiempo después de dar a luz a Yo-Yo fue difícil y algo insoportable, como un abismo de miseria, cuando pensó en ello ahora, no sintió ni una pizca de arrepentimiento. Tener un hijo tan reconfortante como Yo-Yo fue verdaderamente una bendición del cielo. Ella ya estaba agradecida. Habían sido 6 largos años. Incluso un recuerdo conmovedor también se desvanecería. Entonces, Xiao Sue tenía miedo de lo sensible que era, por lo que sacó a relucir el siguiente asunto con precaución. ¿No tienes miedo de que el padre biológico de Yo-Yo se lo lleve? Los ojos de Yun Sisi se desorientaron por una fracción de segundo. Recordando a ese hombre, ella respondió, es por eso que necesito mantener en secreto la supervivencia de Yo-Yo. Si nadie lo menciona, nadie podrá llevártelo. No sabía quién era el padre de Yo-Yo y no estaba interesada en saberlo. No tuvo nada que ver con ella. Tú eras su bebé más querido. Ella absolutamente no permitiría que nadie se lo arrebatara. Incluso si fuera su padre biológico, ella no lo permitiría. Sintiendo que no quería hablar de eso, Xiao Sue no continuó con el asunto. A partir de entonces su rostro mostró admiración. Eso es tan bueno, tienes un hijo tan atractivo. Al regresar a la habitación, no pudo evitar arrojarse hacia Yo-Yo. Ella le pellizcó las mejillas y dijo, tú, te ves tan lindo cuando sonríes. Luego formó un estándar de expresión para engatusar a un niño. Tú, ve con tía, ¿de acuerdo? Tía cuidará de ti, te traerá cosas buenas para comer y te dejará jugar con cosas emocionantes. Dejaste la taza de té en su mano y elegantemente le limpiaste los dedos con una servilleta. Luego reveló una sonrisa encantadora. Tía Xiao Sue, mamá me dijo que no puedo ir con un extraño, me secuestrarán. Xiao Sue se quedó paralizado. En medio de su charla, Xiao Sue de repente preguntó, sí, ya que te ves tan bonita, ¿alguna vez has pensado en ingresar a Wanyu Entertainment para desarrollar tu carrera? ¿Entretenimiento Wanyu? Las cejas de Yun Sisi se arquearon. Estaba algo sorprendida por su declaración, pero Xiao Sue solo la miró con desdén. Wanyu Entertainment se está preparando para filmar una nueva película y actualmente se está llevando a cabo una audición a nivel nacional para elegir a la protagonista femenina. Puedes intentarlo. Después de todo, actuar solía ser tu sueño. Yun Sisi lentamente formó una sonrisa. En aquel entonces, ella era una estudiante universitaria con especialización en artes mediáticas y buscaba aventurarse en la industria del entretenimiento, era solo un paso adelante. Sin embargo, debido a que su familia estaba en una situación desesperada, abandonó este sueño. ¿No me digas que no conoces esa empresa? Wanyu Entertainment cuenta con el respaldo de Dicen Financial Group, el imperio empresarial entre los 100 principales del mundo.